I was standing on the edge of the rooftop of an 18-story building. The wind whipped my hair into a mess, but I couldn't have cared less. I took one last, hard drag on the cigarette in my hand, crushed it out, then planted my foot on the guardrail at the edge of the roof. I'd made up my mind. Today, I was going to jump. You probably think I'm crazy. A perfectly healthy guy. How could I want to throw it all away? Well, let me tell you just how much of a raw deal my life has been. My name is Lida. I'm a senior programmer, pulling in 30 grand a month. For the sake of my family, I got up before dawn and worked till late every single day, never daring to take a break. I scrimped and saved for most of my life, and finally paid off both the mortgage and the car loan. I thought the hard times were finally behind me. And what did I get? I turned around and found out my wife had run off with another man. Run off with who? With the buddy I'd been close with since we were kids. And the kid? The child I'd raised as the apple of my eye. Turns out he isn't even mine. Now the two of them want to sue me for divorce, and they want half of everything I own. You tell me, if you were in my shoes, would you jump or not? Just as I was about to close my eyes and step off, there was a loud clang from the emergency stairwell, and a security guard came rushing out in a panic. Buddy, don't do anything stupid, he shouted at me. You've got so many good years ahead of you. Think about your wife. I turned my head slowly and gave him a bitter smile. My wife ran off with another man. The guard froze for a second. Then it registered, and he quickly switched gears. Then think about your best friend. If you die, imagine how heartbroken he'd be. I sighed again. She ran off with my best friend. Right then and there, the guard slapped himself across the face. The look on his face was even more miserable than mine. He caught his breath, then tried again. Then think about your kid. How can you bear to leave such a little child without a father? Tears welled up in my eyes instantly. The kid is theirs. This time, the guard went completely silent. His lips trembled for a long while, but he couldn't squeeze out a single word. I looked down at the ground below. A dense crowd had gathered, packed together like ants, every one of them craning their necks up to gawk at the show. I steeled myself and closed my eyes. But in that very instant, some strange, indescribable force suddenly yanked me back. Then a cold, machine-like voice rang out in my head. Optimal host detected. Ancient Times Rise system. Binding in progress. I was completely stunned. What was that voice? Who was talking? Binding successful. The voice spoke again. Mission issued. In 3 days, this system will transport the host back to ancient times. The host is to prepare supplies within 3 days. The system will provide 100,000 Great Xia dollars as purchasing funds and will grant the host access to an infinite warehouse. The infinite warehouse travels with you and has unlimited space. Objects placed inside are unaffected by time. My mind buzzed. Take me back to ancient times in 3 days? And hand me an infinite warehouse for free? Was I dreaming? Just as I was questioning my whole existence, my phone chimed in my pocket. Alipay deposit received. 100,000 yuan. My breathing quickened. There really was 100 grand. The money had actually landed in my account. In that moment, only one thought filled my head. Was I about to become like one of those male leads in the novels, awakening a system and rising to the top of my life from here on out? Something stirred in me, and I thought about that infinite warehouse. The moment the thought formed, my consciousness went whoosh, and suddenly I was standing in a vast, utterly empty void. The machine voice spoke again. The host can use his mind to place any object into this warehouse. The warehouse is unaffected by time. Food placed inside won't spoil, iron won't rust, ready to use whenever you need it. Man, this warehouse was straight up insane. And the system had given me 3 whole days to prepare. In 3 days, I could stuff as much as I wanted into that warehouse. My mind started racing. If I brought 1,000 AKs back to ancient times, wouldn't I go on an absolute rampage? Living in the modern world wasn't fun anymore anyway. I might as well go back to ancient times and live it up for once. At that thought, all the deathly despair in my heart vanished. I turned around, ready to head downstairs. But what I never expected was that the security guard, seizing the moment I turned my back, suddenly worked up his nerve and lunged at me from behind. He was probably trying to save me. But at that exact moment I turned around, so he lunged at empty air, and his whole body went hurtling toward the edge of the roof. My pupils shrank. Without a second thought, I grabbed his wrist. Whomp! His entire body was now dangling over the edge of the 18th floor, swaying back and forth. I, I'm freaking scared of heights. He glanced down, his face going pale, unable to even get his words out. In under 3 seconds, the guy's eyes rolled back and he passed out cold from fear. Great. Now the full weight of a grown man was hanging off my one arm. The veins in my arm bulged and my whole body was shaking. Buddy, quit messing around. Shouldn't you be cutting some weight? I really can't pull you up. I'm the one trying to jump. What are you butting in for? The crowd below spotted the guard dangling off the edge of the roof, and a wave of screams broke out. Right at that moment, hurried footsteps came pounding up the stairwell, and a whole team of firefighters came rushing up, with TV reporters trailing behind them. Quick, come help me. I hollered at the top of my lungs. Several firefighters charged over, and with a lot of grabbing and pulling, they finally hauled the guard back up. I slumped down to the ground, gasping for breath. Before I could even recover, a TV reporter had already shoved a microphone in my face. Sir, you're a hero. Your selfless spirit in saving this man is so moving. What gave you the strength to rescue this security guard? I was taken aback. A hero? I'd become a hero? Go on. Get out of here. I don't have time for you people. I waved them off impatiently. Then the reporter said, 50,000 yuan for the interview. The instant I heard money, I shot to my feet, immediately putting on a crisp, polished broadcaster's voice. This is the traditional virtue of us Chinese people, the careful teaching of the party and the nation. After the interview, I quietly slipped away while the crowd was still in chaos. Once that guard woke up, my whole hero act would be blown wide open. Back home, I already had a whole plan in mind. Since I was leaving in 3 days, then anything I owned in this modern world that could be turned into cash, not a single thing would be left behind. First was this apartment, worth 3 million on the market, bought with a loan that I'd just finished paying off this year. When my ex-wife filed for divorce, the very first thing she demanded was 1.5 million in cash, or else I'd have to transfer the apartment into her name. I gave a cold laugh. Dream on. I'd give you nothing. I dug out the property deed and listed the apartment online directly. A 3 million apartment, and I listed it for 1.5 million. Half price, fire sale. Was I worried she'd sue me later? I was about to go back to ancient times. She could go ahead and sue thin air. After listing the apartment, I didn't rest. I set my sights on another quick way to rake in cash, online loans. Don't let my whole suicidal act fool you. My credentials are actually rock solid. I have a job, a degree, and property, and every platform gave me sky-high credit limits. I opened the lending apps and applied for the maximum of 200,000 right away. Filled in my job, my property, my car, then did a facial scan. My credit was good, so a few minutes after submitting, Alipay deposit received, 200,000 yuan. Man, that felt good. 200 grand from online loans, plus the 100 grand from the system, plus the 50 grand from the reporter, plus the 150 grand I'd saved up myself. I now had 500,000 in hand. But that was nowhere near enough. I was going back to ancient times to become a warlord. I needed to support an entire army. Supporting an army costs money and supplies. So what was I waiting for? Keep borrowing, keep the party going. I went all in and hit up every single online lending platform out there. .ai, Jintiao, Jietiao. I didn't spare a single one. Alipay deposit received, 300,000 yuan. Alipay deposit received, 100,000 yuan. In just half a day, I'd racked up a solid 1.5 million in online loans. Combined with the original 500,000, my account now held a cool 2 million. With the online loans maxed out, I turned my eyes to the furniture and appliances all over the apartment. I opened up the Xinyu resale app, snapped photos, and posted listings. The couch I'd bought for over 10 grand, I sold for 3,000. The 85-inch TV worth 15 grand, dumped for 2,000. The 2-door fridge worth 20 grand, out the door for 5,000. Almost everything. I listed it all at rock-bottom prices. With just one condition, local pickup only. Shipping was too slow. 3 days would never be enough. The apartment was sold, so of course the car couldn't stay either. My VW Magotan cost 20 grand out the door and was maintained like new. But would I have any use for a sedan back in ancient times? Sell it. I drove straight to the used car market. The dealer took one look at my car, and his eyes lit up. He sidled over and asked, "You selling, boss?" "Yeah. How much will you give me for this Magotan?" 6,000 miles, original paint, and it's still insured. He pulled out his phone and crunched some numbers, then checked the paint with an instrument. 100,000. Sold. I slapped the registration book down on the hood. Let's transfer it right now. My eagerness actually threw the dealer off. He scratched his head, looking suspicious. Was his offer too high? Or was something wrong with the car? Everybody who came to sell a car usually shopped around 3 places and haggled till nightfall. This was his first time running into someone as agreeable as me. Uneasy, he popped the hood and inspected it inside and out one more time. Only after confirming there were no problems did he take me to transfer the title. Alipay deposit received, 100,000 yuan. The number in my account climbed to 2,100,000. After selling the car, I scanned a shared bike and pedaled off to a loan company downtown. There were plenty of legit loan companies downtown, but shady ones? There was only one, Huaqiang Financial Services Company, Ltd. Called a company, but really it was just a rundown 2-story building. On the ground floor stood a bunch of street punks, tattoos, hair dyed every color of the rainbow, all of them muscle for the violent debt collection racket. In the past, I'd have crossed the street just to avoid these guys. But now, in 3 days I'd be gone. What did I have to fear? The moment I walked in, a guy with bleached yellow hair and a cigarette dangling from his mouth sidled up. Need a loan, boss? Yeah, I'm looking for Huaqiang. You want to see our boss? He's busy. I can handle whatever business you've got. The yellow-haired guy sneered. You can't handle this, I said, staring him down. I want to borrow 1 million. The yellow-haired guy sized me up for a good while, then finally decided to take me upstairs. In that smoke-filled office on the 2nd floor, Huaqiang was playing cards with 2 of his buddies. The sight of Huaqiang made me want to laugh. This guy was from my village. As a kid, he was the local bully, the school bully, and he'd tormented me plenty. But once he got out into the real world, he ended up doing better than anyone, pulling in several million a month. He glanced up and spotted me and grinned. Well, Lida, what brings you crawling all the way over here? Huaqiang, I'm here to borrow some money. I plopped down casually in the boss's chair, grabbed his pack of premium cigarettes, and lit one up. That move left the 2 guys beside him dumbfounded. I knew them too, one named Jiang He, the other Wang Tian, both from my village. Wang Tian shot up and pointed at my nose. Lida, you've got some nerve, haven't you? You think you're allowed to call him Huaqiang just like that? I gave him a sideways glance. The customer is king, get it? Not only am I going to call him Huaqiang today, I'm going to call him Little Chong. Wang Tian shook with rage. You. Me what? I said, taking my time. Ever since we were kids, you were the crudest one in the whole village. Couldn't even talk without cursing. Wang Tian choked, then lost it. Screw your... Ow, this little brat has a mouth like a... He was so worked up his face turned bright red, but he couldn't get out a single complete curse. Finally, he spat out 2 words through gritted teeth. Get him. The 2 of them rolled up their sleeves and were about to jump me, but Huaqiang stopped them with a single shout. Hold up. Huaqiang narrowed his eyes and smiled. You want to borrow 1 million? Run into some trouble? I shook my head. No trouble. I want to start a business. You lending or not? I really wasn't lying. I didn't want to start a business, just back in ancient times. The reason I'd come all the way to Huaqiang was because I was banking on the fact that he knew my background, that I had property and a job, so he'd have no worries about lending me the money. Of course I'll lend it. This is exactly what we do. It's just my interest rate is a little. The interest's not a problem. I waved my hand. 20%, 1 million, paid off in 3 months. Deal. Huaqiang probed. Deal. Huaqiang burst out laughing. Ha. Xiao Tian, pour your big brother some tea. Wang Tian scurried over with the teapot, and Huaqiang kicked at him. Lida is the big brother here. He wanted me to sign the contract. I signed. He even had me take nude photos as collateral. I took them. Whatever. In 3 days, where would you even go to find me? With 1 million in my pocket, I strolled out happily. The moment I left, Huaqiang was gleefully studying the IOU. Wang Tian rubbed his backside and grumbled. Big bro, lending out 1 million just like that. Isn't that a little reckless? Huaqiang lit a cigarette, looking smug. The hell do you know? This kid's got a job, a degree, and property. If he pays it back, great. And if he doesn't, that apartment of his is worth 3 million. Little did he know, that 1 million was destined to go up in smoke. And by now, My account already held 3,100,000. Back home, I found a mob of more than a dozen real estate agents crowded around my door. No surprise, a 3 million apartment listed for 1.5 million. Who wouldn't be tempted by that price? Sir, I can wire the money right now. Sell it to me, and let's sign the contract immediately. A salesman had barely finished speaking before he shoved his way to the front, hand raised. Great, I'll sign with you right now. I couldn't wait. But right then, another salesman rushed over. Our company can wire the money on the spot too, and we'll pay 100,000 more. 1,600,000. Sell it to me. I was taken aback. They could raise the price? 100 grand is still money. I nearly changed my mind on the spot. But just as I was about to sign, yet another salesman jumped in. 1,700,000. 1,800,000. 2 million. I was floored. These salesmen were so desperate to grab the listing that they'd broken into a live auction right there. Made sense, though. A 3 million apartment listed at 1.5 million. Even bumped up to 2 million, it was still guaranteed profit. Once the price hit 2 million, nobody bid any higher. My eyes darted around, and I pointed at the renovations and appliances inside. I don't want any of this furniture or these appliances either. Whoever can offer me 2,100,000, I'll sign with him this instant. The salesman's eyes lit up again. My renovations were decent. All my appliances were top brands. For an extra 100 grand, they'd get a fully furnished second-hand apartment that would flip even easier. 2,100,000. I'll wire the money right now. The apartment's mine. One salesman committed on the spot. The contract was signed, and the money landed in my account instantly. I counted on my fingers. My account, all told, had now built up to 5,200,000. Honestly, in over half a lifetime, I'd never seen this much money. And now, all of it had turned into a warm, glowing string of numbers on my phone screen. 5 million plus. That should be enough to buy supplies, right? But then again, since the warehouse was infinite, more money was surely always better. What other channels were there to make money fast? A flash of inspiration hit me. Borrow it. I could never bring myself to borrow from just anyone, but there was one person whose money I could take with a completely clear conscience. That was Zhang Tao, the best friend who'd stolen my wife. I picked up my phone and called him. Zhang Tao, come down to the front of my building. The two of us need to meet. I hung up and headed down early to wait. Before long, a black Mercedes G-Wagon pulled up in front of me. A man and a woman got out. The man wore a black trench coat and sunglasses and looked a little uneasy when he saw me. It was Zhang Tao. The woman was my ex-wife, Jiang Li. Jiang Li's affair during our marriage was an established fact, but I had to admit she had the looks. 5'7", barely 100 pounds, slim figure, fair skin. She was even a minor internet celebrity, with over 100,000 followers, streaming live every day. In her stream, a crowd of men fawned over her, and after enough fawning, she decided I wasn't good enough for her, and then she cheated. What did you call us here for? Jiang Li crossed her arms, her face cold. Let's talk about dividing up the assets, I said, lighting a cigarette. Both of them were taken aback. Ever since the divorce, I'd flatly refused to split anything. Why was I suddenly bringing it up myself today? Come to your senses? Fine, let's hear what you've got in mind, Jiang Li said. I nodded. Honestly, there isn't that much. One apartment and one car, worth 3,200,000 combined on the market. Here's the deal. I don't want the apartment or the car. You transfer me 1,600,000, and we split it 50-50. How's that sound? The moment they heard it, they were overjoyed. They'd come to this asset division talk feeling guilty. After all, they were the ones in the wrong. They'd figured they'd be lucky to negotiate a 70-30 split in their favor. They never expected me to offer a 50-50 split myself. For Zhang Tao, this was like buying a 3 million apartment plus a 200,000 car for just 1,600,000. An absolute steal. Lida, are you sure? Zhang Tao probed. I'm sure. But Zhang Tao, I said, fixing my eyes on him. You also have to lend me another 400,000 to round it up to an even 2 million. I don't have that much money. He scratched his head, trying to turn me down. Don't be so quick to refuse. I spoke slowly. Zhang Tao, all those rotten things you did back when we were kids, I remember every one of them. If you don't want me to, Before I could finish, Zhang Tao slapped a hand over my mouth. Stop, stop. I'll lend it. I'll lend it. We'd grown up together, and I knew all his dirty little secrets inside and out. In the past, I was too thin-skinned to bring them up. But now, in 3 days, I'd be gone. What did I have to fear? Just take the money and be done with it. The three of us went to the notary office and completed the whole process. Not long after, another 2 million landed in my account. As for the IOU, I signed it without hesitation. So what if you've got an IOU? You can forget about ever getting that money back. The most I'll do is burn it and send it over to the afterlife. Now, I was holding a full 7,200,000. Once the paperwork was done, Zhang Tao couldn't wait to drag Jiang Li upstairs to see the new place. As she left, Jiang Li shot me a glance. Coming up with us? I gave a little chuckle. Nah, that's not my home anymore. Watching the two of them link arms and step into the elevator, my gaze fell on Zhang Tao's loan-financed G-Wagon parked downstairs. An 80 grand down payment on a G-Wagon. You're really all show and no substance, huh? I'll teach you to put on airs. I'll teach you to sleep with my wife. I sneered inwardly, and with a flick of my thoughts, whoosh, the G-Wagon vanished into thin air. That's right, I'd stashed it in my portable warehouse. With no one around, I bolted. Not long after, Zhang Tao and Jiang Li came rushing back downstairs in a panic. Something's off. Widely to change the door lock. Hey, my car? Where'd my car go? Zhang Tao's heart dropped. He quickly whipped out his phone and called me. The number you have dialed is powered off. The city apartment was taken care of. Next, all that was left was the old house back in the village. I hailed a cab and headed back to my hometown, Dainyu Village. Dainyu Village was an urban village. The surrounding area was pretty well developed, with hospitals, schools, and even a new shopping mall, so there were plenty of renters. People had wanted to buy my old house for ages, but I'd always held out, betting on the village being slated for demolition, so I never had the heart to sell. Now, though, I was about to time travel any day now. Keeping it was pointless. Back at the old house, it was in shambles. My parents had passed from illness a few years ago, and the house had been empty ever since. I gave the village chief, Ho Liang, a call. Uncle Ho, are you around? Come by my place. There's something I need to discuss with you. Before long, an old man on an electric scooter arrived. Ho Liang was in his 60s, the chief of Dainyu Village. When I was a kid, he knew my family was struggling and helped us out plenty, always trying to get my family on the list for poverty assistance. I'd never forgotten that kindness. This house, I planned to sell to him cheap. And it wasn't to swindle him. Quite the opposite. Lida, you're back? Ho Liang plopped down cheerfully on the steps. I steadied him. Uncle Ho, this old house of mine is just sitting empty. I want to sell it to you. Would you take it? Sell it to me? Ho Liang was taken aback. I don't have that kind of money. Over the past few years, land prices in Dainyu Village had shot up, and an old house like this could fetch a sky-high price of several million. I patted his shoulder. Uncle Ho, I'll only charge you 800,000. Only 800,000. Ho Liang got anxious. Lida, have you run into some kind of trouble? If something's wrong, you tell Uncle Ho. I won't take your house. I can just lend you the money. Warmth flooded my chest. Uncle Ho was truly a kind soul. Uncle Ho, I really haven't run into any trouble. I just won't be coming back to live here anymore. So, will you take it or not? Ho Liang thought it over, then nodded. I'll take it. 800,000 really isn't much. And whenever you want to buy it back, Uncle Ho will sell it back to you for the same 800,000. He kept assuming I'd hit some snag and was too embarrassed to say so, using the house sale as an excuse to scrape together cash. But what he didn't know was, this old house would be demolished before long, netting him a full 8 brand new apartments and clearing him a profit of several million. In a way, I was doing a good deed on his behalf. Once the paperwork was done, Uncle Ho readily wired 800,000 to my card. With that, my savings broke through 8 million. By then it was dark. I'd pretty much exhausted every money-making avenue I could think of. Of course, there were some methods I hadn't used, like borrowing from relatives and friends, then time traveling right after, since I'd never have to pay it back. Or going out on the street, sucking other people's cars into my warehouse, and hauling them off to a pawn shop for cash. But those were too low. I couldn't bring myself to do it. In this life, sure, you've got to make money, but there are some lines you have to hold. I found a hotel and checked in. And just like that, the first day was over. Starting tomorrow, I'd begin spending. Early the next morning, I woke up from a good night's sleep, full of energy, and headed back to the city. Once I got there, the first thing I did was rent a warehouse. You might be puzzled, didn't I already have a portable warehouse? But I couldn't exactly go stuffing things into it in the middle of the street. If someone filmed me, I'd get hauled off to a lab as a guinea pig on the spot. So I needed a real warehouse to serve as a transfer station. Once that was arranged, I took a cab straight to the biggest shopping center in the city, Wanda Plaza. 8 million. Let me think hard about how to spend this money. I pinched my chin, calculating. After thinking it over, I decided to hit the supermarket first. Everything in the supermarket was daily necessities, and since my warehouse could preserve things forever, anything I bought would never spoil. By that math, supermarket supplies gave me the best bang for my buck. Inside the supermarket, I didn't push a cart. I grabbed a clerk directly. From this moment on, you're going to follow me. Grab some paper and a pen. Whatever I want, you write it down. The clerk blinked innocently, not getting it. Sir, you can grab a cart and pick things out yourself. From that look in his eyes, he'd pegged me as some country bumpkin who'd never set foot in a supermarket. I want way too much stuff. One cart won't hold it, I said flatly. This time he got it, and dutifully followed behind me with paper and pen. First stop, the grains section. I pointed at the rice piled up like a small mountain. How many bags of this rice are there total? What's the price? 40 Gene a bag, 50 yuan. There are 200 bags out here, and another 1,000 in the warehouse. I'll take them all. Huh. The clerk froze on the spot. 1,200 bags, 48,000 Gene of rice, 60,000 yuan. All bought by one guy? Was he here to stock a store? Write it down. I want a lot more than this. Hands behind my back, I experienced the feeling of spending money like water for the first time. It felt amazing. How much for the millet and flour? Millet is 3 yuan a gene, flour is 2 yuan a gene. 50,000 gene of millet, and 50,000 gene of flour too. The clerk's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. That was 250,000 yuan. Boss, you're not messing with me, are you? His voice was even shaking. I smiled, pulled out my phone, and showed him the balance. He leaned in and read off the digits one by one. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 8 million. By the end, he was stumbling over his own words. Truth be told, these 150,000 gene of grain looked terrifying, but for actually feeding troops, it wasn't enough. A grown, strapping man eats a gene a day. To support an army of 500, this would run dry in 300 days. So this grain, I never planned to use it to feed soldiers. This was all for me to eat myself. Supporting an army was a matter for later, something to plan out over the long haul. Come on, take me to the fresh produce section. The supermarket's vegetable section was huge. Cabbage, potatoes, lettuce, leaf mustard, you name it. I gave a grand sweep of my arm. Today, I'm buying out the whole produce section. I want it all. The warehouse preserved everything anyway, so no matter how long it sat, it wouldn't spoil. I could take it back to ancient times and eat it slowly. Sir, with the stock included, that's a full 50,000 gene. The clerk's voice trembled. Are you doubting my financial power? I shot him a glance. No, I wouldn't dare. Next was the seasonings section. Ancient times didn't have this rich a selection of seasonings, so this was a must stock. Salt, MSG, sugar, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, cooking wine, vinegar, Sichuan peppercorns, dried chilies, star anise. Forget it. The whole seasoning section. I'll take all of it. Big bro, there's a ton of these in stock. Taking it all would run you at least 300,000. I said, money's no object. At the meat section, I didn't even slow down. Pigs, cattle, and sheep all existed in ancient times. No need to waste money there. The snack section, though, I was really into. What's the greatest instant food of the modern age? Instant noodles. Filling, convenient, as marching rations back in ancient times, absolutely perfect. How many cases of instant noodles? About 5,000 cases, 40 yuan a case. I'll take them all. These few aisles of snacks, plus the stock in back, I want all of it too. Boss, there's a lot of snacks in stock. Taking it all would cost at least 800,000. 800,000 it is. Write it down. Doing the math, I'd already spent over 1 million, but I still had over 6 million untouched. For the first time in my life, I was actually stressing about how to spend money. Food was handled, but what about drinks? Tap water could be skipped. Ancient times had water. But beverages, beer, liquor, ancient times definitely didn't have those. Down the line, I could casually offer the emperor a bottle of Fanta and keep him grinning for half a day. How much beer, liquor, and beverages do you have total? Add it up. I'll take it all. The clerk checked the stock for a while. 5,000 cases of beer, 200,000. More beverages, 500,000. Less liquor, but the unit price is high, 300,000. Altogether, about 1 million. I'll take it all. Once I had all this, even if I did absolutely nothing back in ancient times and just lay around for the rest of my life, I'd never go hungry or thirsty. Next was the canned goods and compressed biscuits section. Now this was good stuff. Long shelf life. Doesn't take up space, and it's filling. If I were ever on a long march, bringing these along meant no need for supply lines from the rear, and I could catch the enemy off guard. On this front, I didn't hold back at all. Bought it all, 200,000. By this point, I figured that was about enough, and headed to the checkout. The clerk hammered away on the calculator for a good while, and finally worked out a rough total. Nearly 2,960,000. An order this big brought the supermarket owner himself running out. When he heard I wanted nearly 3 million in goods, he was grinning ear to ear, and with a grand wave of his hand, knocked off the odd amount, 2,900,000 for the lot. I paid without hesitation, left an address, and made my exit in style. Out of the supermarket, I had 5,100,000 left. Food and drink were solved. Next up, clothing. I knew full well that in ancient times, a single cotton-padded coat was incredibly precious. Many common folk owned just one their whole lives. Some didn't even have that. So for summer wear, I'd just grab a few outfits. The focus was on winter gear, cotton coats, and down jackets. Conveniently, it was hot out right now, and buying winter clothes off-season meant slashing the price by a huge margin. I headed straight for the biggest clothing megastore in Wanda. The clothes here sold at near wholesale prices, and the foot traffic was heavy. I wasn't after any name brands anyway, Nike or Adidas. Nobody in ancient times would recognize them. I only cared about two things: keeping warm. The moment I walked in, I found a clerk. "Where's your store manager? I've got a big order, and I want to talk to him in person." The clothing store clerk didn't take me seriously at all at first, glancing up at me with a look of impatience. "We don't need any sales pitches here, thanks." I smiled. "I'm not here to pitch anything. I'm here to buy clothes, and in bulk." That gave him pause, and he immediately turned polite. "One moment, sir." Before long, the manager was brought out. She was a woman in her 30s, quite elegant, with a wedding band on her ring finger. She sized me up, then asked with a smile, "So, boss, you're the one who wants to discuss a big order with me?" I nodded and got straight to the point. "I want clothes. A whole lot of them. Give me a wholesale price. We already operate on small margins with high volume. Our retail prices are basically wholesale prices." "How many pieces do you want?" she asked casually. I held up one finger. She raised an eyebrow. 100 pieces? That's too few. I can't give you a discount on that." I shook my head. 8,000 pieces? SOSO. I could knock off the odd amount for you." I shook my head again. This time she got serious. 10,000 pieces? Then you'd be a major client. I'll give you 20% off. Seeing her enthusiasm rise, I added, "I want winter clothing. Down jackets and cotton coats." She was stunned for a second, then overjoyed. "Oh, you should have said so earlier. I'll give you 40% off." I knew exactly what was going on. Buying winter clothes in summer meant getting last year's unsold stock, the stuff clogging up the warehouse that would be hard to move this year too. Me wanting 10,000 pieces in one shot? That was as good as clearing out her inventory. Cotton coats retail at 100, 40% off is 60 apiece. Down jackets retail at 200, 40% off is 120 apiece. 5,000 cotton coats plus 5,000 down jackets, 900,000 total. Cash or card? She was smiling so wide her eyes had crinkled into slits. "Scan the code." I whipped out my phone and happily scanned over 900,000. For this batch of clothes, I specifically ordered the extra long style, the kind you could wear as an overcoat, so it would keep both the upper and lower body warm. I left an address, then headed straight for the bookstore. Ancient times had no internet. If something came up and you wanted to look it up on Baidu or scroll TikTok, no chance. And that's when books would be my lifeline. The first thing I looked for was the Barefoot Doctor's Manual. Medicine in ancient times was backward, so having a medical book on hand meant I could not only save myself, but save others too. I grabbed 100 copies of this one. Even if I never used it, I could train up a batch of doctors based on it. Next was the Militia Handbook, which taught how to manage soldiers. It could efficiently turn a gathered crowd's morale into fighting power. Then there was Military-Civilian Dual Use, which covered how to build and develop a military corps. Of these two, I grabbed 100 copies each as well. The most crucial was 100,000 Whys. It was packed with an enormous amount of knowledge, and back in ancient times I could flip through it whenever I hit a snag. I grabbed 100 copies of this too. Besides these practical books, I also grabbed 300 Tang poems, the 4 great classic novels, and a whole pile of fiction. The Tang poems were for keeping up appearances back in ancient times. In that era, scholars were held in the highest regard, and high society loved to bond over poetry. As for the novels, those were purely to kill my own boredom. Ancient times had no short videos to scroll through. All told, I picked out over 1,000 books. At checkout, that was another 200,000 gone. I left an address and walked out of the bookstore with 4 million still left in my pocket. Food, clothing, and books were all set. Next up, weapons. Firearms were out of the question. Great Xia had a total gun ban, and getting a visa to buy them in America would take too long. So I could only go with cold weapons. Among cold weapons, the most powerful was the compound bow. Besides that, there was another thing with terrifying killing power: drones. Everyone had seen just how deadly drones were on the modern battlefield. Cheap, plentiful, and nearly impossible to defend against. They fly fast, are hard to spot, and even when spotted, hard to shoot down. Strap on a bomb and send it into a dive, and if a man doesn't die, he's crippled. The cost was absurdly low. A cheap one ran a few hundred, an expensive one just a few thousand. Way more economical than artillery shells that cost tens of thousands per round. Sure, going back to ancient times I'd have no bombs, so drones couldn't do the killing. But they could serve as a scouting powerhouse. Think about it. If I led troops to besiege a city and didn't know how many defenders were inside, what then? Send a drone up into the sky, and I'd see exactly how many people were in the city, clear as day. Marching through a great canyon and worried about an ambush? A single drone would handle it. Pair it with night vision and thermal imaging, and even in the dead of night, no matter how many men were hiding in the woods, they'd have nowhere to run. The intelligence value was downright frightening. So drones, I absolutely had to buy them. Conveniently, the mall had a DJI flagship store, and without a second thought, I walked right in. Got any drones with thermal imaging? I got straight to the point. The clerk paused. That feature wasn't something ordinary people needed. Mostly, it was search and rescue teams who bought them. Thermal imaging could capture heat, so anything alive with body temperature showed up plain as day on the screen. Even in the pitch-black night, if you gave off any warmth, you couldn't hide. This thing would be a game-changer in ancient times. We do, sir. The latest model, 25,000 a set. How many do you have? Demand for these is low, so just 10 sets. I'll take them all. 10 sets of thermal imaging drones, 250,000. Seeing me spend so lavishly, the clerk got extremely enthusiastic. Anything else you need, sir? Drones don't need signal towers. They can fly without a signal, so they'd work fine back in ancient times. But charging was a problem. Do you have power banks? The 2 kilowatt-hour kind would be best. 2 kilowatt-hours could power a lot in the modern age. Using it just to charge drones was overkill. We do. The 2 kilowatt-hour ones are 5,000 apiece. How many do you want? Give me 20. And remember, charge them full before you deliver them. My plan was to stuff them straight into my portable warehouse. Time stood still in there, so if I put them in fully charged, they'd never lose a charge, and when I pulled them out, they'd be at full battery. 20 of them, 40 kilowatt-hours total. That would be my backup power supply. That's 350,000 total. How will you pay? I whipped out my phone and scanned over 350,000. Balance remaining, 3,750,000. Out of the DJI store, I headed straight for the biggest sporting goods store in the city. From basketballs and badminton to all kinds of compound bows, they had it all. That's right, I was here to buy compound bows in bulk. Compound bows weren't restricted items in Great Xia, so I could buy them freely. The owner greeted me warmly. What can I get you? I want some good compound bows, high power, long range. The owner led me to the specialty section, took one down, and handed it to me. This is the best domestic model, cleared for export. Up to 80-pound draw weight, for Gene, all aluminum construction, 3,500 apiece. I hefted it. The feel really was excellent. Can I test fire one arrow? Of course. We have a range. I'll take you there. The owner led me through the shop floor into an indoor range, and as he helped strap on my arm guard, he pointed at the pulleys on either side of the limbs. See these two pulley systems? A traditional bow relies entirely on your arm's raw strength. The farther you draw, the more it strains you, and the second your hand trembles, your aim's off. But a compound bow, once you draw 2/3 of the way, hits the let-off zone. Even at 80 pounds of draw weight, at full draw you're only holding about 40, so you've got strength to spare for aiming. I nodded, gripped the anti-slip handle with my left hand, and drew the string with my right. Just as he'd said, the string was drawn tight and stiff at first, but the moment the pulleys rotated, the draw weight suddenly lightened, and I pulled it to full draw with ease. Following the metal sight on the bow's grip, something a traditional bow didn't have, I lined up on the bullseye 50 meters away. I released my fingertips, and the arrow shot out with a whoosh, splitting the air, then thudded into the bullseye with a thunk, the tail still buzzing. Damn, I clicked my tongue. I've shot traditional bows before. Past 30 meters they drift like crazy, and hitting the 10 ring at 50 is pure luck. This compound bow with a sight, plus carbon arrows that are straighter than wooden ones and fly steady. No wonder it's this accurate. I ran my hand along the bow's body. This aluminum, light and sturdy. My traditional bow at home is mulberry wood core with water buffalo horn plates. Afraid of damp in the rain, afraid of cracking in winter. Maintaining it is a total pain. This thing you could knock around, however, and it wouldn't break. I picked up a second arrow and casually twisted the draw length knob. A traditional bow's draw length is fixed. If it doesn't match your height and arm length, it feels awkward. This compound bow could adjust from 26 inches to 30. I drew the bow again, deliberately slowing down to feel it. With a traditional bow, the force travels along an arc when you draw, and one slip throws off your aim. The compound bow's force line was dead straight, and with the anti-slip grip, my wrist barely had to strain at all. The second arrow flew out and lodged solidly right beside the first, another 10 ring, and it tore open the target paper. Setting the bow down, I'd already made up my mind. In ancient times, even the best traditional horn bow could barely exceed 60 pounds of draw weight, with a range of 40 meters at most. And it still relied on the archer's feel built up over years of practice. But this compound bow, 80 pounds of controllable draw weight, accurate at 50 meters, adjustable draw length, and simple to maintain. It was practically a killing tool tailor-made for ancient times. Boss, I'm satisfied with this bow. How much? 1,600 apiece, and I'll throw in 2 extra bowstrings plus a maintenance kit. Sticking to my save where you can principle, I started to haggle. I want a lot of them. Can you go lower? The owner smiled. How many could you want? Ordinary folks who buy these just use them for hunting. If you can take 10, I'll do 1,500 apiece. I laughed too. 10's not enough. I want 2,000. How many? The owner's eyes nearly bugged out of his head. 2,000. That was over 3 million. And the key thing was, his store didn't even have that much stock. Boss, you're not joking, are you? Do I look like I'm joking? Large volume. Give me your rock-bottom price. The owner fell silent for a good while. 1,300 apiece, and I'm only making a few dozen bucks per bow. But I really don't have 2,000. The store only has 200 or 300 in stock. I felt a little let down. The owner quickly added, but I can source more for you. Pull stock from all the other stores. Rounding it up to 1,000 is no problem. 8,000 it is. I left the warehouse address. Deliver it by tomorrow evening. Past that time, and I won't pay the balance. I put down a 300,000 deposit first. 1,000 bows at 1,300 apiece came to 1,300,000 total. As for arrows, those were cheap. The owner threw in 20,000 with a grand wave of his hand. Worried it wouldn't be enough, I added another 100,000 arrows, 500,000. Bows plus arrows came to 1,800,000 total. Doing the math, I still had 1,950,000 unspent. I'm burning through money way too fast. I need to find a way to get more. I scratched my head, worried. Only about 2 million left. I was afraid it wouldn't be enough. That's when I remembered the Mercedes G-Wagon in my portable warehouse. That was a brand new car. Zhang Tao had just financed it, worth 3 million. This punk had cheated on me with my wife, so what was wrong with me swiping his car? But leaving it sitting in the warehouse was useless. I might as well sell it off as a collateral car and turn it into cash. I found a deserted spot and released the car. I'd already lifted the keys downstairs earlier, one press, and the car started up with a beep. I happened to know a guy in the shady dealings business who specialized in buying luxury cars of murky origin like this, either selling them as collateral cars or parting them out for scrap. I was driving my Mercedes G-Wagon south along an abandoned highway on the outskirts of town. My GPS had lost signal a while back, so I turned onto a gravel road from memory. At the end of it sat a shop with a sign that read, "Honest Auto Repair." The corrugated metal roof was covered in rust, a few scrapped cars were scattered around the yard, and the smell of motor oil mixed with dust. One look told you this was a place that dealt in shady business. The rolling shutter door creaked open a crack, and a man poked his head out. Buzz cut, thick gold chain around his neck. This was Blackie. The moment he spotted the G-Wagon, his eyes lit up. He shot a quick glance around and lowered his voice. "Get it in here, quick. Don't leave it out on the road." I backed the car into the yard, and he immediately pulled the shutter down. He whipped out a flashlight, circled the car twice, tapped on the paint, then opened the door to check the interior, clicking his tongue. Damn, a brand new G-Wagon. Odometer's only got a few hundred miles on it. Looks like it just rolled off the lot. This is Zhang Tao's ride, isn't it? You've got guts, man. Stealing the new car he took out a loan for. Doesn't matter whose it is. Just name a price, I said, leaning against the car door. I need cash fast. Let's make this quick. He switched off the flashlight and crouched by the tire to light a cigarette. This car's got no clean paperwork. I can only strip it for parts or sell it under a fake registration. That's a big risk. 900 grand, tops. Any more, and there's no profit in it for me. 900 grand is too low. I patted the roof. Look at the condition, original factory paint, untouched, engine's still warm. This is a 3 million car, and you're offering 900 grand? At least 1.1 million, not a cent less, or I'll go somewhere else. Tiger over on the east side does this too. I was talking to him just yesterday. Blackie flicked the ash off his cigarette and looked up at me, realizing I wasn't bluffing. Competition in the stolen car trade had gotten fierce these past couple years, and a G-Wagon this new was genuinely rare. Letting it walk away would be a shame. He took a drag. Fine. I'll meet you halfway, 1 million. I did the math in my head. It was a bit less than I'd hoped for, but getting 1 million in cash on the spot wasn't bad. Better than letting the car collect dust in some warehouse. Deal. How are you paying? Come with me. He led me into a back room, lifted up the boards of a bed, and hauled out a black backpack. He unzipped it, stacks and stacks of cash. 500 grand in cash, and I'll transfer the other 500 to your WeChat. I checked the bills, all real. Then I scanned his QR code, watched the payment received notification pop up, and felt a wave of relief. So let me add it up. Drone power banks were 350 grand. Compound bows and arrows were 1.8 million, leaving me with 1.95 million. Add this million, and I had 2.95 million total, enough to buy the rest of my supplies. Walking out of the repair shop, I was feeling pretty pleased with myself. No wonder so many people get into shady business. The money really does come fast. One car sold, 1 million in the bank. But I still wasn't satisfied. Once I went back to ancient times, coming back would be tough. Might as well grab as much as I could while I could. What other ways were there to make money? I racked my brain, and suddenly a light bulb went off. I thought of another good scheme. My company manufactured machine tools and heavy equipment, elevators, wind turbines, you name it. And I knew that right now, there was a batch of goods sitting in the company warehouse that couldn't be shipped out. 90 wind turbine blades. Each of these blades was 120 meters long. Transporting just one required an entire heavy-duty truck. And if the road conditions were bad, the difficulty shot through the roof. After the company finished making this batch, they'd spent 2 months contacting freight companies and couldn't find a single one willing to take the job. Why? The transport was insanely difficult. The destination was up a rugged mountain road prone to landslides. A job that normally paid 20 grand had been bumped up to 50 grand, and still nobody would touch it. Other people couldn't do it, but I could. I had my portable warehouse. Loading up 90 blades was as easy as lifting a finger, and delivering them to the destination just meant taking a high-speed train ride. Round trip, 8 hours, more than enough time. At that thought, I called Manager Wong at the company. 3 rings, then his weary voice came through. Hello? Little Lee? What's up? Manager Wong, how's that batch of blades coming along? Still wrangling with the freight companies. Haven't found anyone to ship them. Don't bother wrangling anymore. I can ship those blades. My tone was firm, and I deliberately paused. The other end went dead silent. A few seconds later, Manager Wong's voice suddenly shot up, full of disbelief. What did you say? Little Lee, you're not joking, are you? Those are 90 blades, 120 meters each. Even the freight company's heavy-duty trucks think they're too much of a hassle. How are you going to ship them? Besides, you're a coder. You can barely keep up with fixing bugs, and you hardly ever set foot in the warehouse. Since when do you know anything about rough work like hauling freight? Never mind how I know how. I've got a special channel. I guarantee I'll deliver them without a scratch, and way faster than any freight company. I cut him off, not daring to mention the warehouse, keeping it vague. Just tell me, the 50 grand per blade we agreed on before, does that still stand? Manager Wong went quiet. He knew I was just a back-end programmer at the company, with nothing to do with transportation. But these past 2 months, this batch of blades had turned his hair gray with worry. Headquarters sent expediting notices every single day, and the freight companies either refused outright or jacked the price up to 60 grand while still refusing to cover the risk. Now here was someone volunteering to take it on. Even if it was just a programmer, he couldn't help but be tempted. It stands, it stands. He hesitated, still full of doubts. But can you really pull this off? As long as you get all 90 blades to the wind farm on the other side of the mountain within half a month, 50 grand each, 90 blades comes to 4.5 million. I already got the money approved by headquarters, every cent of it. My heart leapt with joy, 4.5 million. Add the 2.95 million I already had, and that was 7.45 million total. I could definitely buy everything I needed. But I didn't let up. I immediately pressed him. How do we settle the payment? I need the money urgently. The second the goods arrive and pass inspection, you transfer the payment for that batch, no delays. Manager Wong paused, then said awkwardly, Little Lee, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that this job is so unusual, and you're not a professional hauler. How about this? You ship 30 first, and after they pass inspection, I'll pay you half. Once you've shipped them all, we'll settle the rest. No. My tone was hard. I've got an emergency, and I need the money. I can't afford to wait. Either you settle the full payment for each batch as it arrives, or I don't take the job. And you know, sure, there aren't many people willing to take this on, but if the freight rate goes up just a bit more, there'll always be some company willing to do it. I'm only trying to bail you out of this mess and scrape together some money for myself along the way. I was deliberately raising the stakes, betting he couldn't afford to hold out. Sure enough, a sigh came through from the other end. Fine, fine, fine. You win. The moment the goods are delivered and the other side signs off with no problems, I'll transfer the payment for those blades to your card that same day. I absolutely won't drag it to the next day. I let out a breath of relief. Give the warehouse a heads up. Have them get the blades organized so I can load them straight away when I get there tomorrow. And send me the contact info for the person on the receiving end at the destination. No problem. I'll call right now, and I'll WeChat you the receiver's number in a bit. I told him I was going to ship them tomorrow, but really, I planned to stash the blades into my warehouse today. I got to the company quickly. The gate guard knew me and waved me right through. I walked straight to the open lot where the blades were stored, knowing exactly where to go. The blades were too big and too many. The warehouse couldn't hold them, so they were all piled out in the open. It was 10 in the morning, and the plant was full of people. If I made my move now, someone would definitely see me. I decided to lie low until 1 in the afternoon, when everyone was on their lunch break, and then act fast. Afterward, the plant would surely notice the blades had vanished under suspicious circumstances and pull the security footage to investigate me. But so what? I was heading back to ancient times tomorrow night. Getting caught didn't scare me. At 12:30, right after the lunch bell rang, the noisy lot quickly fell silent. I strode over to the pile of blades and pretended to tug at the canvas covering them. The instant my fingertips touched the cold metal, I silently thought the word store. The next second, the blades vanished into thin air. With nothing to support it, the canvas collapsed with a loud rustle over a big section. I didn't stop. My eyes scanned quickly, my movements as smooth as if I were just doing inventory. No roar of a crane. No hauling crew's work chance. Hardly even a puff of dust kicked up. In just 10 minutes, all 90 of those massive 120-meter blades were stored away in my warehouse. All that was left on the lot were the empty metal support frames and the scattered canvas. I clapped the dust off my hands, turned, and walked out with a light step. At the gate, I flagged down a taxi. Driver, fastest route to the high-speed rail station. I got to catch the 1:30 train to Qingshan County. I frantically refreshed the ticket app, and the moment I reached the ticket hall, I snagged a seat on the very next train. I made it through the ticket check and security, got up to the platform, and had barely found my footing when the train started up with a whistle. Watching the trees whip past the window in reverse, I did the math on the timing and couldn't help but smile. This speed wasn't just 10 times faster than the freight company's half-month plan. It was way more than that. At 3:40 in the afternoon, the train pulled into Qingshan County right on schedule. I walked out of the station, hailed a cab straight to the wind farm, and 40 minutes later we stopped at the entrance. Wind farms are usually built out on empty, uninhabited plains. I found a spot with nobody around and unloaded all 90 blades, then called the receiver. "Hello? Is this Engineer Zhao? The goods are here. Come inspect them." The other end paused. "They're here? Where?" "I didn't see any trucks come in." "Head east a bit. I'm on the east side of the wind farm," I said, then hung up. Moments later, several men in white hard hats, all looking like management types, came hurrying over. The one in front was Engineer Zhao. The second he saw the 90 blades laid out on the ground, he froze in shock. When did these get here? How did I not hear a thing? This is way too fast. I figured it'd take at least half a month." I smiled. "Our company really values this partnership with you, so we went and hired the top logistics team in the whole country." "Engineer Zhao, if there's no problem, shall we do the inspection?" Engineer Zhao nodded and started checking. Half an hour later, he was full of praise. "Excellent. No quality issues with the blades. They pass inspection." Then he immediately whipped out his phone to film a video and sent Manager Wang a voice message. "Manager Wang, the blades are here. All of them. Comrade Little Lee just delivered them, safe and sound, way ahead of schedule. Your transport capability is incredible." I pulled out my phone and dialed Manager Wang. "Manager Wang, Engineer Zhao told you, right? They passed inspection. Time to settle the payment." On the other end, Manager Wang had been going over reports. His pen clattered onto the desk, and his voice cracked. "What did you say? They're there? In just 5 hours? Did you fly there?" "No, wait. A plane can't even carry a 120-meter blade. Little Lee, you're not messing with me, are you?" "Manager Wang, I don't have time to mess around." I handed the phone to Engineer Zhao. Engineer Zhao shouted into the phone. "Manager Wang, it's true. The blades are all right here. I just finished checking. The count's right. The quality's fine. Your company really came through this time." Manager Wang didn't even hang up. He ran straight to his window and looked outside. And when he did, he was dumbfounded. The 90 blades that had been out on the lot were long gone. Right after that, I sent over a photo of the inspection form with Engineer Zhao's signature. With that, the job was completely done. "Holy crap, how did you do that?" Manager Wang's voice was trembling. "Check the security footage later and you'll know. But right now, you need to transfer the balance to my card immediately. I need it urgently." Manager Wang was silent for a moment. "Okay, I'll notify finance to send the money right away." I hung up and had just tucked my phone back in my pocket. 20 minutes later, the payment notification chimed. 4.5 million, sitting pretty in my balance. Add the 2.95 million from before, and that made 7.45 million total. I stood on the lot, gazing at the wind turbines slowly spinning in the distance, and felt completely at ease. With this much money, I could buy everything I wanted: medicine, seeds, tools. Once I was back in ancient times, I'd never have to worry about running short on supplies. That day, I took the high-speed train back to the city. It was already late, so I found a random hotel to stay at. This was the last day. Once midnight passed, I'd officially set foot in ancient times. Time was tight, and there was a lot to do. Today I had to stock up on every last thing I was missing. First order of business: how to get electricity in ancient times. Diesel generators were fast, sure, but diesel was hard to come by, and it was a consumable that would eventually run out. Not a good fit for me. Wind turbines wouldn't work either. Even if I could haul the giant windmills back, I'd never solve the problem of installing them. That left only one option: solar. Buy a whole bunch of solar panels and storage batteries, and the power problem would be solved for good. Then every electrical appliance I brought back would work just fine. At that thought, I hailed a cab to a solar panel shop in the city. The owner was lying back in a reclining chair, scrolling on his phone. Clearly business was slow. When he saw me come in, he barely gave me a lukewarm glance. "Look around, boss. Take whatever you want." I browsed around and set my eyes on a panel a little over 2 meters long and a meter or so wide. "How much is this one? How much power does it generate? What's the wattage?" The owner glanced over. 550 watts. Generates 2 kilowatt hours a day. $600 a piece. One panel makes 2 kilowatt hours a day, so 10 panels make 20. Enough for an ordinary household for a day. 100 panels make 200 kilowatt hours. Enough to even charge an electric car. I planned to buy 2,000. Honestly, I didn't need nearly that many. 50 would do, but solar panels wear out over time, so if some broke down after a few years, I'd have spares in the warehouse. With 2,000, I'd never use them all in my lifetime. "I'll take 2,000, I said flatly. Clatter. The owner's phone dropped straight to the floor. "How many?" I held up 2 fingers again. 2,000. Give me a fair price." Once he was sure I wasn't joking, the owner shot up out of his chair, rushed over to me, all smiles and bows. "For an order this big, boss, I'll do 500 apiece. And for every 10 panels, I'll throw in a free inverter and controller set." I nodded slightly. "You've got storage batteries, right? The electricity from solar panels needs batteries to store it. Panels alone aren't enough." Yes, yes, yes. 500 apiece, holds 2 kilowatt hours each. Give me 500 batteries. I didn't need that many batteries either. Buying so many was purely to guard against wear and tear. Tallying it all up, the panels and batteries came to 1.25 million. The owner was a decent guy and knocked off another 50 grand, so I took it all for 1.2 million. 7.45 million minus 1.2 million left me with 6.25 million. I left my address, walked out of the shop, and moved on to tackle medicine. People in ancient times had short lifespans, an average of just 30 or 40 years. Besides the backbreaking labor, the biggest killer was how backward medicine was. Modern penicillin, brought to ancient times, would be a miracle drug. So many diseases that ancient medicine couldn't cure were nothing more than a quick trip to the clinic for a box of pills in the modern world. I walked into a clinic and didn't waste any time. "Everything in your pharmacy except the supplements. I want all the medicine. Ring it up." I had no idea what illnesses I'd catch in ancient times. Fevers, infections. Who could say what medicine I'd need? Might as well buy out the whole pharmacy and grab whatever I needed when the time came. The clerk froze. "Sir, are you serious?" Slap. I slammed the 500 grand in cash from Blackie down on the counter. "Take a look at what's in this bag. Do I look like I'm joking?" Seeing those stacks of cash, the clerk was stunned and hurried to call the store manager. The manager came out to help me himself. Once he understood what I wanted, he said, "Some of what we have is prescription medication. We can't sell that without a script. But over-the-counter drugs we can sell, and with our stock, that comes to about 300 grand. Are you sure?" I was getting a little impatient. "Cut the chatter. Deliver everything to this address by this afternoon. If it's late, I want a refund." I left the money and walked out. Then I bought out 2 more pharmacies before I was finally satisfied. After buying all the medicine, I had 5.25 million left. But I still hadn't bought the most important thing: weapons. First, the ones for me and my trusted people. Those had to be the best. Modern weapons in ancient times were like fighting from a whole different dimension. But I was going back to build an army. As good as modern steel was, there was no way to forge mass quantities of weapons in a short time. It would take a month or 2 at least. Just as I was fretting over this, a flash of inspiration hit me. I thought of something that could serve as a weapon substitute: crude, simple, effective, and cheap. By the time the cab dropped me at that building materials company, I already had a plan in mind. The weapon I'd picked out for my soldiers was rebar. Don't laugh, hear me out. What kind of tier does rebar belong to in ancient times? In the modern world, if you called me rebar, I wouldn't even bother arguing. But in ancient times, you'd have to address it with the utmost respect as a divine weapon. Those legendary treasured swords of ancient times owed their fame to who wielded them and what they were used for. As famous as the sword of Gojin was, if it went head-to-head with rebar, it'd snap in a single blow. If those seasoned old blacksmiths ever laid eyes on a finished piece of modern steel, they'd drop to their knees and kowtow 3 times on the spot. That's the crushing superiority of modern metallurgy, something ancient blacksmiths couldn't hammer out even if they sacrificed a human life for it. I walked in the front door, and a whole shelf packed with steel bars hit my eyes right away. The owner saw a customer come in and immediately came over, all warm and welcoming. "Hey there, handsome, what can I get you?" My tone was flat. "HRB 400. How much per bar?" $90 a bar, 9 meters long each. I did the math fast in my head. This stuff was heavy. A 1 meter length was just right for a weapon. One 9-meter bar, cut into 9 pieces, meant a 1 meter piece cost only about $10. Cheap and high quality, a divine weapon for $10. And the best part, it was basically indestructible. You couldn't break it or snap it. As long as I kept it from rusting, it could send a whole crowd of enemies to their graves. "I'll take 20,000 bars, I said, no haggling. The owner froze at first, then quickly realized he'd struck a big customer. He hurried to seat me and personally poured me a cup of tea. 20,000 bars came to a full 1.8 million. This place with company in its name was, frankly, just a small shop cobbled together from a few storefronts. An order of 1.8 million was the biggest this owner had ever landed in his life. "Do you have them in stock?" The owner nodded like a chicken pecking at grain. "We do, boss. We've got stock in the warehouse." "Good. I don't have any other requirements," I said calmly. "Before 10 o'clock tonight, cut them all into 1 meter lengths and deliver them to the location I specify. No goods, no deal." "No problem, boss. But 1.8 million is a huge order. You'll need to put down a 1 million deposit first." "No problem." I waved my hand and transferred the million on the spot. The moment the money hit his account, the owner grinned from ear to ear and personally walked me out the door. Out of 5.25 million, this one purchase cost 1.8 million, leaving me with 3.45 million. The soldier's gear was handled. Next, I needed to get myself a few good weapons too. I was a time traveler, after all. How could I use the same stuff as the common foot soldiers? That'd be embarrassing. I hailed another cab, heading straight for a traditional weapons shop in the city. Here in our nation, blades and swords are controlled items. Ordinary people don't even have the right to sell them. I was in luck. There happened to be one such shop in town. I walked in, stared at the blades and swords in the display case, and couldn't help nodding in approval. Ancient times simply couldn't compare to modern ironworking techniques. Any one of these I grabbed would be a peerless divine weapon back there. "What are you looking for, sir?" The salesperson was a bright-eyed young woman. I said flatly, "A blade. A tang dao. Of all the weapons in our nation, the blade was my favorite, and among blades, I favored the tang dao most." What could I say? The tang dao was just too cool. The saleswoman lifted a tang dao with both hands and presented it to me respectfully. "You've got a great eye, sir. This Longquan Tang Dao has a high-carbon steel blade. It's been forged 3 times, tempered 7 times, and vacuum-quenched. See these ripple patterns? They formed naturally during forging. They're not engraved on." She handed me a hardness testing block. "Our blade has high hardness. Ordinary iron weapons chip the instant they hit it, but it's got plenty of flexibility too. Chopping hardwood or slicing bamboo won't roll the edge. The scabbard is made of old red sandalwood, and the handle is wrapped in anti-slip ray skin cord. Want to try the feel of it?" I took the tang dao. The weight was just right. I pressed the clasp and gave it a light pull. With a soft shing, the snow-bright blade slid out of its scabbard, its cold gleam making me squint a little. "Can I test the blade?" The saleswoman led me to the blade testing area at the back of the shop, where several sections of locust wood as thick as a bowl's rim were set up. I took a deep breath, gripped the handle with both hands, aimed at the middle of the log, put my arms into it, and swung down. Crack! With a crisp sound, the locust would split apart, the cut surface as smooth as if it had been sawed. Not a single splinter. I picked up the blade to examine it. The edge was still bright and sharp, without so much as a nick. Great blade. I couldn't help praising it. Even if an ancient craftsman poured his heart and soul into it, he could never produce a blade with this combination of hardness and flexibility. Just this one, brought back, could serve as a camp's treasured heirloom. How much is this blade? This is a standard model. I can let you have it for 1,000 apiece. 1,000? I paused, then smiled. Even cheaper than I'd expected. Rebar at $10 a bar was soldier grade. This $1,000 Tang Dao was perfect as trusted inner circle grade. This model, I'll take 100. The saleswoman's eyes went wide as saucers, and she nearly dropped the testing block. Sir, you're not joking, are you? You'd be the first person ever to buy 100 at once. What are they for? For the people close to me. I'll fully cooperate with all the paperwork. Sure thing. I'll pull them from the warehouse right now. Out of 3.45 million, the blades cost 100 grand, leaving me with 3.35 million. Next, I plan to buy some seeds. Common folk in ancient times were chronically short on food. Why? Because the crop yields per acre back then were pathetically low, less than a fifth of modern yields. Bring modern hybrid rice to ancient times, and it would absolutely dominate. The yields per acre were terrifyingly high. Back in our nation's hardest days, it was hybrid rice that filled every single person's belly. Leaving the weapons shop, I headed straight for the Fungnong Seed Company on the city outskirts, the biggest professional seed supplier in the area. As soon as I walked in, a manager Zhang in a white shirt came over to greet me. Hello, sir. Here to pick out seeds? Are you growing a home vegetable garden or doing large-scale farming? Large-scale farming. I want high-yield, highly adaptable varieties, as much as possible. I flipped to the rice page and pointed at the hybrid rice seeds. This variety, how much stock do you have? Manager Zhang looked down at the yields can reach over 650 kilograms per acre in the catalog and quickly said, this is a premium hybrid rice bred by the Provincial Agricultural Academy. Drought-resistant and disease-resistant, it grows in all kinds of terrain. We've got 5,000 kilograms in the warehouse right now, and we can source more if that's not enough. Was 5,000 kilograms enough? In ancient times, an acre yielded at most 100-some kilograms. This hybrid rice could multiply that 5 or 6 times. 5,000 kilograms could plant at least 2,000 acres. Give me 5,000 kilograms for now. How much? Wholesale price is 18 yuan a kilogram, so 5,000 kilograms is 90 grand. Anything else besides rice? We've got corn seed with yields up to 700 kilograms per acre and virus-free potato seed tubers. They store well and are good for mountain terrain. Yes, I nodded right away. In an ancient famine, drought and poor soil-tolerant crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes were the most practical. I want 100,000 kilograms of potato seed tubers, 8,000 kilograms of corn seed, and 200,000 sweet potato seedlings. I need vegetable seeds too. Tomato, cucumber, and cabbage, 500 kilograms of each. The more the better. Manager Zhang nearly lost his grip on his pen. Sir, are you building a massive farm? That's quite a scale. I'm doing agricultural experiments and need large quantities of quality seeds. I made up an excuse on the spot, then added, these seeds store fine, right? I might need to keep them for a while. Don't worry, they're all vacuum-packed, light-proof, and moisture-proof. Unopened, they'll keep for a year no problem. Manager Zhang started tallying the price. Potato seed tubers 250 grand, corn 160 grand, sweet potato seedlings 40 grand, mixed vegetables 50 grand, plus the rice makes exactly 500 grand. 500 grand, no problem, I answered readily. I'll put down 300 grand as a deposit and settle the rest once the seeds are delivered to the warehouse and inspected. Can you deliver this afternoon? I'm in a hurry. We can. Guaranteed delivery before 3. After signing the contract and transferring the 300 grand deposit, I felt a lot more at ease. Hybrid rice would handle the staple food, potatoes and sweet potatoes would guard against famine, and vegetables would supply vitamins. These seeds, brought back, would be more useful than any amount of weapons. By this point, I had 2.85 million left. Food and drink were pretty much covered, but there was still one problem. Once I got to ancient times, How would I travel? Ancient carriages were painfully slow, and they'd rattle your bones apart. War horses were fast, sure, but horses tire easily, and riding for long stretches was rough on a person too. Modern cars were fast with great off-road capability, but the problem was, ancient times had no gasoline. You couldn't run them. Electric vehicles could be charged with solar panels, but they had one fatal weakness. You couldn't stray too far from a charging station, and ancient times didn't have charging stations on every street corner. Just as I was fretting over this, a light bulb suddenly went off in my head, and I thought of a small local internet celebrity. This guy had made a batch of three-wheeled RVs to sell earlier, but couldn't sell a single one. They were all stuck on his hands. The reason was simple: too expensive, plus they weren't road legal, couldn't be registered or licensed. What normal person would buy one? I quickly pulled out my phone, found his account, and sent a DM. Before long, a reply came back. Got him. You can come check out the vehicles, boss. I got the address and cabbed straight there. The vehicle was parked outside a rundown warehouse on the outskirts. At first I thought I'd gotten the location wrong. But when I pushed open the door and walked in, I paused. There was a whole other world inside this warehouse. Modification tools hung all over the walls. The shelves were crammed with screws, shock absorbers, and tires, and in that huge space, several dozen three-wheeled RVs were parked in neat rows. A man covered in grease was welding something with a torch. Hearing someone come in, he set down his work. "Hey there, buddy, here to check out an RV?" He had a cigarette dangling from his mouth. I nodded. "You're handyman Gung, right?" He had 100-some thousand followers online. Not because his inventions were any good, but the opposite, because they were so useless. Stainless steel wallets, steel pipe brooms, each one more ridiculous than the last. He'd finally made something useful, a three-wheeled RV, and wouldn't you know it, nobody would buy them. "Buddy, these were originally 150 grand a piece. They just wouldn't sell. If you like it, I'll let you drive one off for 100 grand. That's cost price. I'd actually be losing money on it." "Tell me about the vehicle." Handyman Gung perked up. "This thing needs no gas and no charging. It runs on solar power. One full charge gets you 200 kilometers. Off-road at tires, name brand shocks, a CATL battery. There's air conditioning inside, and a shower head mounted on the outside. You can even take a shower out in the wild, no problem." My interest was piqued. No gas, no charging, pure solar. Bringing this to ancient times would be amazing. Faster than a fine steed, and you could sleep in it too. Just those two panels on the roof. Are they enough to fully charge it? Handyman Gung smiled smugly and pressed a button. With a whir, the solar panels folded on the roof snapped all the way open. There were originally two. As they extended, 8 more emerged, a full 10 of them. When the sun's good, it charges fully in 5 hours. It's got regenerative braking too. It charges as you drive. Clap, clap, clap. I applauded with satisfaction. This vehicle was genuinely impressive. Bringing it to ancient times would make me unbeatable. The only thing that could make it more perfect would be mounting a Gatling gun on the roof. My vehicle's got tons of upsides, and just one downside: it can't be licensed. Drive it on the road, and you're driving illegally. Handyman Gung sighed. The value's low too. For 150 grand you could buy a decent used RV. I nodded. It seemed he had a clear-eyed understanding of his own product. He rubbed his grease-covered hands together, sounding a little uncertain. "So, you thinking of buying one to try out?" Honestly, he wasn't holding out much hope. Plenty of people had come asking over the past 6 months, but not one had actually placed an order. I shook my head, though, my eyes sweeping over the row of RVs. My tone was decisive. "How many do you have here total?" 20. "I'll take them all." "What did you say?" Handyman Gung seemed not to have heard clearly. He leaned in, his ear practically pressed against my mouth. 20? All of them. He instinctively pinched his own arm, hissing in pain, before he dared believe he wasn't dreaming. 1 second he'd been all gloom and worry. The next he was fired up like he'd been shot with adrenaline. He grabbed my arm, his voice trembling. "Buddy, you're a true kindred spirit. I spent over half a year building these 20 vehicles. Every weld point is one I did with my own hands. I added anti-scratch steel plating to the undercarriage too. Gravel roads, mud roads, absolutely can't damage them. That crowd from before kept saying the value was low. They don't know squat. You've got to use this vehicle for something real to understand how practical it is. I followed him around, checking the RVs inside and out. The storage compartments were spacious, big enough to hold seeds and tools. The seats folded flat into a bed, perfect for long-distance travel in ancient times. Just like you said, 100 grand each, 20 for 2 million. I'll put down a 1 million deposit first, and you deliver them to the warehouse I specify before tonight. That works. I'll even throw in 20 sets of spare tires and repair tools. He was overjoyed. It wasn't just clearing out his inventory. It was that after half a year of hard work, someone finally recognized its worth. That feeling of being valued by someone who truly got it was more satisfying than any amount of money. The RVs cost 2 million, leaving me with just the last 850 grand. I planned to spend this 850 grand on a mobile home. I tried stuffing an entire house into my portable warehouse and found it just couldn't be done. Anything rooted to the ground, I couldn't store. After mulling it over and over, I thought of container homes. These were made by converting shipping containers, just add a window and a door. The biggest advantage was that they were cheap and mobile. In recent years, high-end versions had come out too, with private bathrooms and air conditioning. Some manufacturers had even rolled out villa versions. This thing was perfect for me. I could store it in my portable warehouse anytime, and once I was in ancient times, I could pull the house out and live in it wherever I went. I contacted the biggest container home manufacturer in the area directly. The moment I entered the factory grounds, I saw rows of blue containers stacked on the open lot. A buzzcut boss Lou in blue work clothes came over to greet me. "Buddy, here for a container home? We've got everything from basic to premium. Is this temporary housing for a construction site or long-term living? Let me see them all." The main things are that it's mobile and easy to store. The first thing I looked at was the most basic standard model. Blue metal shell, one iron door for wooden plank beds inside, and a small exhaust fan on the roof. This is our most basic one. 5 grand each, sleeps 4, no AC or bathroom, but it's cheap and rugged. Boss Lou patted the metal wall. Thick metal, it absolutely won't leak in the rain. I did the math in my head. This model was crude, but cheap enough to buy in bulk. Once I recruited people back in ancient times, these would make perfect dormitories. Next, I looked at the upgraded version, light gray shell, a small bathroom partitioned off just inside the door, an air conditioner on the wall, plus a little desk. This is the upgraded version. 20 grand each, with a private bathroom and AC. Good for long-term living. I didn't commit right away. Instead, I asked, "Got anything nicer? Something like an actual home?" Boss Lou's eyes lit up, and he pulled me deeper into the factory grounds. Perfect timing. We just made a villa version prototype. We walked up to a white container home, and I paused. This didn't look like a container at all. It was clearly a small villa. The exterior was covered in faux wood grain paneling, with a little deck at the entrance. Pushing the door open, I was even more pleasantly surprised. The living room had flooring, a sofa and coffee table, and a TV mounted on the wall. The bedroom had a full king-size bed and a wardrobe. The open kitchen had a range hood and gas stove, everything you'd need. The bathroom was fitted with a water heater and a smart toilet. This villa version is 200 grand each. All the appliances are name brands. The AC is inverter type, and the windows are thermal break aluminum, soundproof and insulated. We can add solar panels on request too. My heart stirred. The villa version was perfect for me to live in myself, and the standard models for my people. And the price would spend that last 850 grand right down to the penny. I calculated quickly. One villa version at 200 grand, leaving 650 grand. Exactly enough for 130 standard models. Boss Lou, I'll take one villa version and 130 standard models. Can you deliver today? Boss Lou's folder slapped to the ground. He picked it up and wiped his sweat. Buddy, you're not joking, are you? That's an 850 grand order. He'd been in this business for years, and the most he'd ever sold at once was 20. He'd never seen anyone buy 130 in one go. I'm not joking. I can pay right now. No deposit needed. I'll dispatch the trucks right away, guaranteed to deliver everything before tonight. I transferred the full 850 grand on the spot. And with that, every last bit of money in my pocket was gone. All told, it came to 13.5 million, all converted into supplies. With this kind of foundation, I was confident. Back in ancient times, I could rule as a king. I cabbed straight to the warehouse I'd rented in the city. It was already piled full of goods now, everything I'd bought over these 2 days. I glanced around, confirmed no one was there, and stored it all into my portable warehouse in one go. The only thing left to do was wait. At 8 in the evening, the rebar all arrived and got stored away. At 9, the last batch of container homes arrived too. With all the supplies stashed away, I sat in the empty warehouse and quietly waited for midnight to come. After running around all day, I should have been exhausted and ready to sleep, but I was so keyed up and excited that I didn't feel the slightest bit drowsy. So I just opened the Beijing time on my phone, stared at the screen, and waited for midnight to arrive. 3, 2, 1. The moment midnight passed, a flash of white light swept over me. Right after, everything spun. I felt dizzy and disoriented. When I opened my eyes again, I was standing in a whole new world. Everywhere around me was bustling and noisy. It took me quite a while to come to my senses. I quickly looked around. Wooden tile-roofed houses everywhere, everyone dressed in ancient clothing. And beneath my feet wasn't concrete, but a rutted dirt road. I'd really traveled back in time. Notice, the host will merge with the memories of Li Da, a villager of Daniu village, and take his place. The body remains the host's own, but will merge with Li Da's memories. Li Da looks identical to the host, so there's no need to worry about no one recognizing you. The original Li Da will not die, but will travel to a parallel timeline. Right after, a flood of memories poured into my head. The original Li Da had been the young master of the village landlord's family, raised in luxury from childhood. But everything changed once his father took a concubine only 3 years older than Li Da himself. Relying on her youth and beauty, that concubine won the old man's deep favor. First, she framed the Li family's loyal servants and guards, accusing them of peeping at her while she bathed, and egged the old man into throwing them all out. Then she personally recommended 7 or 8 new guards into the household. The old man thought it was a good thing, never realizing he was letting wolves into the fold. Before long, those guards struck without warning, slaughtering the entire Li family and making off with all the gold and silver. Only Li Da survived. That day he'd been squatting in the outhouse with diarrhea, and hearing that something was wrong, he'd climbed over the wall and escaped with his life. From then on, Li Da was an orphan. "Hey, Li Da, it's your turn. Are you going to pick or not?" A big, burly man walked up to me and gave me an impatient shove. This guy was called Wang Hu, and he used to be Li Da's little lackey. When Li Da was in a good mood and tossed him a chicken leg, Wang Hu would bow and scrape. But the moment the Li family fell, Wang Hu changed his tune, bullying Li Da every chance he got, both openly and behind his back. "Pick what?" I was momentarily confused. Wang Hu sneered. "Li Da, you think playing dumb will get you off the hook? This is the last group wife picking in our Daniu village. If you still don't pick by the end of today, then get ready to be thrown in prison. And once you're in prison, you won't even know how you died. Get moving. Pick one quick." My head spun for a moment, and then it all came back to me. The original owner's memories were crystal clear. This dynasty had been at war for years. The common people couldn't get enough to eat, couldn't afford their taxes, and starved to death in wave after wave. What was worse, the court levied taxes by head count. So any family with a daughter was desperate to marry her off fast. One fewer mouth meant one less tax to pay. But families with sons were afraid that taking a wife would mean paying more taxes, so they didn't dare to marry them off. It became a vicious cycle, daughters rushing to marry, sons afraid to wed. To break this deadlock, the emperor issued a decree. Any woman who had turned 18 and still hadn't married within 3 years would be forcibly assigned by the government to an unmarried man, with no refusals allowed. A man past 21 without a wife would just do a few days in prison and be done with it. But a woman past 21 without a husband would be sold off as a slave to some backward country beyond the dynasty's borders. Having absorbed all these memories, I finally snapped out of it and looked up at the villagers. I saw that many of the young ones already had a woman standing beside them, clearly ones who'd just been picked. But when I got a clear look at these women's faces, goosebumps instantly broke out all over my body. Ugly. So ugly. Either big and burly, or with rough, pockmarked skin. A few of them didn't even look like women at all. And take a look at the one standing beside Wang Hu, broad-shouldered, thick-waisted, freakishly wide hips. Her looks and Wang Hu's were about a 50-50 match. Besides the villagers, two saber-wielding constables stood at the village entrance. One of them had already lost his patience. "You're the last one left in Dainyu village. Are you picking or not? If not, come back with us and rot in prison." Only then did it dawn on me. Because I had no power or status in the village, the wife-picking hadn't come around to me at all. Everyone else had already made their choices, and only then did it fall to me, the very last one. I sighed, thinking there surely wasn't anything good left. Whatever, I'd just make do with someone. I'd only just traveled here. I certainly couldn't go rotting in prison. So I turned my gaze toward the three women who hadn't been picked yet. And when I looked, I froze completely. Not because they were ugly, quite the opposite. It was because these three women were stunningly beautiful. The absolutely gorgeous kind. The first woman had a delicate, gentle beauty. Though she wore a set of shabby coarse cloth clothes, they'd been washed spotlessly clean. Her face was tender, her eyes big and watery, and right now she was gazing at me with an almost pleading look, as if begging me to choose her. Only every now and then, she'd cover her small cherry lips with a handkerchief and cough softly a few times. The second woman was tall, easily 5'7", with delicate features and a black robe draped over her. She was stunningly beautiful, but her aura was cold as ice, and she didn't say a single word from start to finish. The third woman was the most striking. She was dressed the finest, in high-quality fabric, wearing expensive jewelry, with a proud face and a spoiled, look-down-on-everyone attitude. All three of these women were absolutely gorgeous, top-tier beauties, every one of them. But right then, mocking jeers rippled through the crowd of villagers around us. These three women. One's got consumption, one's a husband killer, and one's the willful young miss whose whole family just got executed. Pick any of them, and you're in for a world of trouble. Yeah, what good's a pretty face? One look, and you know none of them can farm or work. Marry one home, and you've got yourself a decoration. Nothing but dead weight. My boy Tiger picked a much better wife. Just look at those hips. You can tell she'll pop out sons no problem. Listening to all this mockery, I finally understood why three women this beautiful had nobody wanting them. First reason, in this world, good looks don't put food on the table. A woman who could work hard and toil in the fields, that's who could earn a living. These three didn't look like they could swing a hoe, so naturally people turned up their noses at them. Second reason, each of these three women had her own so-called flaw. The first one looked gentle, like a delicate, well-bred girl, but sadly, she had consumption. Now I understood exactly why nobody dared take these three women. The first, Jiangyu, was gentle all right, but she had consumption. The second, Su Qing, was cold as ice and had already lost one husband, so the villagers steered way clear of her. The third, Lin Wan, used to be the pampered daughter of the prefecture magistrate, with a real spoiled temper. The villagers were dead certain that a woman like her, once married, would do nothing but open her mouth to eat. But these so-called flaws, to everyone else they were deal-breakers. To me, they were nothing but a joke. Consumption? That's just tuberculosis, plain and simple. In ancient times, catching this disease was basically a death sentence. But in the modern world, it's a matter of a few boxes of pills. And lucky me, I had a whole stockpile of medicine in my personal storage. Curing her would be a piece of cake. Husband killer? I was a modern guy who'd crossed over to this world. I didn't buy that superstitious nonsense for a second. Willful temper? That's even less of a problem. I'm a Gen Z kid myself, and I'm more stubborn than anyone. Besides, once she was with me, would she even get the chance to act out? Hurry up. Made up your mind yet? Which one are you picking? The constable was losing patience, resting his hand on his sword hilt as he urged me on. I didn't rush to answer. Instead, I looked at the three women and softened my tone. You three, is there anything you'd like to say to me? Jiangyu spoke up first. Her body swayed, and she quickly pressed a handkerchief embroidered with pale blue flowers to her mouth, stifling a soft cough. Her voice was as soft as cotton soaked in warm water. Yes, sir, my name is Jiangyu. I know how to wash clothes and mend clothes. My stitching is neat and even. I can also cook millet porridge and steam wild vegetable dumplings. I'm just not very strong, so I can't carry heavy things. But I'll work slowly, and I'll never slack off. She lifted her eyes, wide and glistening, brimming with tears, her fingers clutching the hem of her clothes tight. They all say I have consumption, that I'm dead weight. But I'll take my medicine faithfully and take care of myself. I won't be a burden to you. If you pick me, I'll boil hot water for you every day and fold your blankets. I only ask that you don't sell me off to some foreign land. I'm afraid she couldn't finish. She coughed twice more, her shoulders trembling, and the sight of her tugged at my heart. The moment she finished, the black-robed woman took half a step forward. Her robe was old, but she wore it ramrod straight. Her voice was flat and even, with a crisp, no-nonsense edge. My name is Su Qing. My last man died falling off a cliff while hunting in the mountains. It had nothing to do with me being a husband killer. I noticed that the index and middle fingers of her right hand had a thin layer of calluses. Those weren't the kind you get from working the fields. They looked more like they came from years of gripping a blade and drawing a bow. This woman had something to her. Last was Lin Wan, the one in the fine silk. She frowned first, as if the very act of having to plead was beneath her, but she still stuck out her neck and said, "My name is Lin Wan. I used to be the magistrate's daughter. Don't think I only know how to freeload. I can read and write, I can understand government notices, and I can keep accounts. I used to help my father manage the household ledgers." There was a young lady's pride in her tone. My temper's a bit stubborn, I'll admit, but I also know now isn't the time to throw fits. Pick me, and I'll help you calculate harvests and read documents. Not like those village women who only know how to bicker. But you have to promise me hot meals every day. You can't let me go hungry. The villagers around us burst into laughter. Miss Lin's still putting on airs. Her whole family's dead, and she still wants meat at every meal. That Jiang Yu's consumption is contagious. Don't let her infect Big Li too. I stroked my chin, thinking it over. One was gentle and obedient, one had serious skills, and one could read and write. Which one should I pick? Right as I was hesitating, that mechanical voice suddenly went off in my head. Ancient Rise System issues quest. Take Jiang Yu, Su Qing, and Lin Wan all as your wives at once. Reward: 1 strong physique upgrade voucher. Voucher effect: reconstruct the host's body, bringing physical fitness up to elite athlete level. My eyes lit up instantly. This reward was exactly what I needed. The original owner of this body had been starving for years, skin and bones, no strength in his arms at all. He probably couldn't even beat the village women in a fight. With this voucher, I could at least turn back into a normal man. I raised my head, my voice so clear it silenced half the surrounding chatter. "Officer, I'll take all 3. Jiang Yu, Su Qing, Lin Wan. I'm taking them all." "What?" The whole village entrance erupted. Someone dropped their hoe with a loud clang. Someone else rubbed their eyes, thinking they'd misheard. Even the stone-faced constable froze for a second, his sword nearly slipping out of its sheath. Wang, who jumped up like he'd had his tail stepped on and jabbed a finger in my face, cursing. "Big Li, are you crazy? 3 of them. You can barely feed yourself from one meal to the next. Jiang Yu's got consumption. That means buying medicine. Lin Wan wants meat at every meal. And Su Qing's killed a husband before. Aren't you scared she'll do you in one night?" Spit flew from his mouth as he turned to shout at the constable. "Officer, don't listen to him. 3 women means 3 more head taxes. Taxes are due in 3 days. What's he gonna pay with? He'll drag the whole village down with him." The constable let out a roar that silenced everyone. He stared at me with the look of a man settling in to watch a good show. "Big Li, think hard. 3 women plus yourself. That's 4 tax shares. 1 tael of silver per person per year. So 4 people means 4 taels. If you fail to take a wife by the deadline, that's just a few days in jail. But if you can't pay this tax, you know what happens then, don't you?" I had a pretty good grasp of the going rates in this dynasty. 1,000 copper coins traded for 1 tael of silver. 1 copper coin bought a flatbread, and 15 coins bought half a pound of pork. A strong laborer working himself to the bone could earn maybe 300 to 500 copper coins a month. And after a whole year of scraping and saving, 5 or 6 taels of silver was the absolute best he could hope for. This 4-tael tax was a crushing mountain for any ordinary family. That was exactly why the guys my age in the village had been forced to pick ugly wives who could work the fields. They were counting on the extra coins to help cover the tax. But I'd gone and picked 3 delicate, frail women and a spoiled young miss all in one breath. In their eyes, I was a complete lunatic. "Officer, I know exactly what happens. And I still want all three, I said with a light, breezy smile. The constables exchanged glances, then all broke into grins. The sooner they offloaded these three unwanted women, the sooner they could report back to their superiors. As for whether I could pay the tax, that was none of their concern. If I couldn't pay, they'd just haul me off to be a slave. Simple as that. Fine. Come sign the marriage contracts. These three women are yours. But when the contract papers were laid out in front of me, I ran into a problem. 3 papers. One was a marriage contract, and the other 2 were concubine contracts. In other words, only one of them could be legally married to me as my primary wife, while the other 2 could only be concubines. This dynasty followed a system of one wife and multiple concubines. There could be only one primary wife, but the primary wife had the most say in the household. Aside from me, the head of the family, she could manage everyone. So who should get that position? I just tossed the contracts onto the stone table. The position of primary wife. You 3 talk it over and decide how you want to handle it. Jiang Yu shuffled half a step forward, her head bowed low, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. I'll be a concubine, that's fine. My health is poor, so I couldn't help you much even as your primary wife. As long as I can eat and follow you to get my illness treated, I wouldn't dare hope for a title. Su Qing glanced at the contracts and gave just 2 words, whatever. But Lin Wan stepped forward with a whoosh, hands on her hips. I want to be the primary wife. I used to be the magistrate's daughter. I managed over 100 people in that household. Bookkeeping, household management, I'm good at all of it. Little Jiang Yu is too weak, and Sister Su Qing doesn't like being in charge. Who else but me could be the primary wife? Honestly, I was a little tempted. She was literate and had managed a household. In terms of ability and background, the position seemed made for her. But right as I was about to nod, the system chimed in again. Please choose one of the 3 to be your primary wife. Different choices yield different rewards. Choose Jiang Yu, max level hunting experience. Choose Su Qing, 1 hour of sleep counts as 2. Choose Lin Wan, max level arithmetic experience. My mind raced. Max level arithmetic? I had a phone in my pocket. Pull out the calculator and I could figure out anything. That skill was pure dead weight to me. 1 hour of sleep counting as 2. Now that was nice. I normally needed 8 hours a day, so this would cut it to 4, freeing up 4 whole hours for other things. But what really got me excited was that max level hunting experience. Sure, I brought a massive stockpile of supplies, but until I could protect myself, those things were too conspicuous. One look and you'd know they didn't belong to this era. I didn't dare flaunt them openly. But with max level hunting skills, I could go up into the mountains, hunt, and sell my catch for silver, enough to build up my starting capital. Once I'd worked it out, I looked at Jiang Yu. She was gentle, obedient, and grateful, exactly my type. I choose Jiang Yu as my primary wife. The moment those words came out, the whole crowd was stunned. Who could have imagined I'd pick a consumptive, frail woman as my main wife? Jiang Yu herself froze, her fingernails nearly tearing through the hem of her clothes. She slowly lifted her head, her eyes full of disbelief. Sir, did you say that right? I have consumption. I can't be your primary wife. Before she could even finish, tears came pouring down. It wasn't from hurt. It was from being so overwhelmed with joy she didn't know what to do. Never in her life had she imagined she could have a home, let alone be a primary wife. She hurriedly wiped her tears with her sleeve, but the more she wiped, the more they flowed. She coughed, her shoulders shaking, yet she smiled sweeter than anyone. Thank you, sir. I'll be the best primary wife. I'll take good care of you, and I'll never be a burden. Why should it be her? Lin Wan's shriek shattered the quiet. She rushed up to me, her face flushed red with anger. Bigly, are you an idiot? She's a consumptive. She can't even take care of herself. How can she be the primary wife? I can manage a household and keep accounts. I'm the one who should be the primary wife. My face darkened, and my voice instantly turned cold. Who I choose as my primary wife is none of your business. If you feel wronged, you can leave right now. The government hasn't officially assigned you to me yet. Leave, and you can go right back to waiting to be sold off to some foreign land as a slave. Let's see if the people over there treat you like a noble young miss. You. Lin Wan was so choked up her face went pale. Being sold to a foreign land was her greatest fear. She'd only mouthed off just now because her anger had gotten the better of her. Now that I'd struck her sore spot, she instantly wilted. Tears splashed onto the ground, and clutching the hem of her clothes, she said in a tearful voice, I know I was wrong. I won't make a fuss. It's fine if I'm not the primary wife. I gave a cold snort and signed all 3 marriage contracts. The constable took 1 copy, I kept 1, and once everything was done, they left with their men. Seeing there was no more excitement to watch, the villagers gradually dispersed too. But just as I was about to lead the 3 women home, Wang Hu came surrounding me with 2 burly henchmen, a nasty look on his face. He rubbed his hands together, a lecherous grin plastered on his face. Bigly, you've got some nerve, you horny bastard. You know you're a dead man walking, so you figured you'd grab a few women for one last good time before you kick the bucket? None of your business, I said, not even bothering to deal with him. How is it none of my business? Wang Hu leaned in and lowered his voice, sneering. I've got a way to help you plug that 4-tail hole in 3 days. I'll front you the 4 tails. Consider me a business partner. Then you send those 3 wives of yours out to service customers. 50 coins a pop, and they can easily rake in a few hundred coins a day. We split the profits 4-6. You get 4, I get 6. How about it? I blew up on the spot. This piece of garbage wanted to have his way with my women for free and profit off them. He was rotten to the core. Screw you. Why don't you send your own mother out to sell herself? Wang Hu's face went cold. Bigly, I'm doing this for your own good. Without my 4 tails, let's see how you pay that tax in 3 days. Now beg me. Let my 3 women sleep with me first, and I'll gather the money for you. How's that? His 2 henchmen behind him snickered lewdly. I couldn't take it anymore. I kicked him square in the crotch. Wang Hu let out a blood-curdling scream, his whole body curling up like a shrimp as he writhed on the ground, groaning. Bigly, you dare hit me? The 2 henchmen made as if to charge at me. Instead of backing off, I stepped forward. Just try laying a hand on me. The villagers haven't gone far. Everyone can see if you hit me. And if you injure me so bad I can't stand. And I can't come up with the tax money in 3 days. You'll all be held responsible. That shut them right up. The 2 henchmen froze, not daring to move. Wang Hu was helped to his feet, and he shot me a glare over his shoulder, spitting out a vicious threat. Fine. Just you wait. Tonight I'm coming to your house to have my fun with those 3 women of yours. Let's see you round up the whole village to guard your home. And with that, he limped away. I gave a cold laugh, not taking his threat to heart at all, and clapped my hands. Come on, wives. Let's go home. On the way back, the 3 women were anxious the whole time, wondering what my house was like, whether the roof leaked, whether the windows kept out the drafts. But when they reached the Lee family gate, all 3 let out a sigh of relief. The house was actually built of gray brick, big and spacious, with a clean courtyard. You have to understand, in an era full of mud huts and wooden shacks, a brick house wasn't something ordinary families could afford. That was the kind of grandeur only wealthy households had. The Lee family had, in fact, once been well off. But once they stepped inside, all 3 were disappointed again. The whole place was empty. Everything that could be carried off had been hauled away, leaving nothing but bare walls. This was also my first time setting foot in my own home. Still, I was pretty satisfied. Being able to live in a brick house in this era was already a pretty good deal. Just as I was thinking this, Jiang Yu's stomach growled loudly behind me. She lowered her head, blushing. Husband, it's my stomach acting up. I've displeased you. This woman really was thoughtful. Picking her as primary wife, I hadn't misjudged. What kind of talk is that? Since you're my woman, making sure you have enough to eat is my duty. You 3 go wait in the main room. I'll go cook something up. But the moment I walked into the kitchen, I was dumbstruck. It was so bare that even a mouse would leave in tears, not a single grain of rice to be found. The original owner's father's concubine had cleaned out all the grain when she left, and what little remained, the original owner had eaten through over the past few months. No grain, huh? Then let's just make do with a few cups of instant noodles first. With a thought, 4 cups of instant noodles appeared out of thin air on the stove. In the modern world, instant noodles were the lowest tier food. But in ancient times, those flavor-packed oil and seasoning packets were an absolute delicacy. The only downside was the lack of nutrition, but that was no problem for me. Just add a couple eggs, and there you go. I conjured up 8 more eggs and boiled a pot of well water. There was no industrial pollution in this ancient world, so the well water was clean enough to drink straight. Once the water boiled, I first cooked the eggs and dropped them into the noodle cups, sprinkled in the seasoning packets, poured in the boiling water, put on the lids, and let them steep for 3 minutes. Meanwhile, the three women waited in the empty living room. Aside from a square table, there wasn't even a single chair in the room, so the three of them could only stand there staring at each other. Linwan crossed her arms, curious. What do you think he's making for us? Braised pork or poached fish? Su Qing said coldly. He's so poor he doesn't even own a chair, and you're dreaming about meat? If we get a bowl of coarse grain porridge, you'd better thank your lucky stars. But Jiang Yu clutched the hem of her clothes. My mother always said, marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If Big Li hadn't chosen me, I'd have been sold off to a foreign land by now. I'm grateful to him. Even if I have to eat tree bark by his side, I'm willing. Linwan rolled her eyes. What a foolish woman. The words had barely left her mouth when I walked in carrying a tray. Food's here. The aroma of braised beef noodles instantly captivated all three. Linwan's eyes lit up, and she darted over to lift a lid, only to have me slap her hand away. It's not time yet. Wait one more minute. Just then Jiang Yu came over and spoke up with a reserved dignity. Husband, since you chose me as your primary wife, I have to manage this household properly for you. So let me set a rule first. From now on, husband is the head of this house. At meals, no one touches their chopsticks until husband does. Understood. Su Qing gave a cold nod, and Linwan grumbled reluctantly. Fine, fine. So many rules. At that moment, the system chimed in again. Quest issued. Raise all three women's affection toward the host to 100%. Reward, modern top-tier UFC fighter experience. My eyes lit up. Top-tier UFC fighters close combat experience? Complete this quest, and I'd have no match in a fist fight. I glanced at the numbers floating above the three women's heads. Jiang Yu's affection was at 40, Su Qing's at 20, and Linwan's was the lowest, just 10. Looks like I'd need to focus on winning over Linwan. All right, dig in. Given permission, Jiang Yu was the first to lift her lid. An even richer aroma wafted out, and the moment her eyes fell on what was inside the cup, she suddenly froze, covering her mouth with both hands, her voice trembling. Is that an egg in here? Two tender, white boiled eggs nestled in the cup, their yolks a bright orange, standing out vividly in the glistening broth. Jiang Yu had rarely even had a full meal in her whole life. Eggs were a rare treat you might only see during the new year. In this dynasty, a pound of eggs cost 20 copper coins, and ordinary families would only spring for a single one when a child was sick or someone was headed off to take the imperial exams. Su Qing leaned over, and even her indifferent gaze flickered slightly at the sight of the eggs. Even when she'd lived with her hunter husband, she'd only occasionally tasted wild game, and after he was gone, she hadn't touched an egg since. Only Linwan pursed her lips. Back in the magistrate's household, she'd had eggs at every meal. But ever since her family was destroyed and she fled to this village, she couldn't even get her fill of coarse grain porridge. Right then her stomach betrayed her with a growl, and she quickly turned her head, pretending to study the cobwebs on the wall. Eat up, before the noodles get soggy. I handed each of them a pair of chopsticks. Jiang Yu carefully picked up a mouthful of noodles, blew on them to cool them, and slid them into her mouth. The noodles were springy, coated in rich broth, savory with a hint of spice, more delicious than anything she'd eaten in her entire life. She picked up a piece of the runny yolk egg, and it melted in her mouth. Tears came splashing down on the spot, not from sadness, but because it had been so long since she'd tasted something this warm and this good. Su Qing ate quietly, but her chopsticks never stopped. She took a sip of the hot broth, and all the cold that had been settling into her these past days melted away. Linwan started out maintaining her young lady poise, taking small bites, but the more she ate, the more delicious it got. Until finally, she couldn't care less about being proper. Her chopsticks flew, and she didn't even leave a scrap of vegetable at the bottom of the broth. At that moment, the affection numbers in the corner of my eye shot up. Jiang Yu rose from 40 to 60, Su Qing from 20 to 40, and Linwan from 10 to 30. A single cup of instant noodles bought this much affection. Looks like this quest wouldn't be so hard after all. But just as she set down her noodle cup, Jiang Yu suddenly broke into violent coughing. Her whole face flushed red, her lips turned blue, and there were even faint streaks of red blood on her handkerchief. She bent over, barely able to stand. Su Qing instinctively reached out to steady her, frowning. This consumption was worse than it looked. Even Lin Wan dropped her contempt, a trace of worry creeping into her eyes. I quickly steadied her. Don't worry, I'll get you some medicine. You'll feel better once you take it. Medicine? Jiang Yu lifted her head, gasping, her eyes full of doubt. Husband, the old village doctor said this consumption can't be cured. In this era, consumption was a terminal illness, and she'd long given up hope. I didn't bother explaining. I turned and went into the kitchen, silently thinking, find TB medication. Several boxes of Western medicine instantly appeared in my storage. I deliberately stockpiled extra of these. I grabbed a box, poured a bowl of water, and came back. Jiang Yu stared at the box with its hard white shell and asked timidly, Husband, what medicine is this? It cures consumption. Twice a day, 1 pill each time, with warm water. I shook out a pill and handed it to her. She hesitated for a moment, but she trusted me. After all, I was the one who'd pulled her out of a fate of being sold off to a foreign land. She took a deep breath and swallowed the pill. The pill was slightly bitter, but before even half an incense stick's time had passed, she suddenly froze. The tight, heavy pain in her chest was slowly loosening. Her breathing became smooth, and her throat felt as soothed as if it had been moistened with warm water. She tried taking a deep breath. No more coughing, and the feverish flush of illness faded from her face. This medicine, it really works. Jiang Yu was both shocked and overjoyed. She grabbed my hand, trembling. Husband, my chest isn't tight anymore, and it doesn't hurt. The old doctor's herbs never worked this fast. I pressed the whole box into her hands. This is enough for half a month. When you finish it, I'll get you more. Take it for a full month and your consumption will be gone at the root. You'll never cough again. Gone at the root. Jiang Yu cradled the medicine box like it was a priceless treasure, tears streaming down, yet she smiled. Thank you, husband, for not looking down on me for being sickly and for treating my illness. I'll serve you well for the rest of my life. The system's voice chimed in right after. Jiang Yu's affection is maxed out. Su Qing and Lin Wan still need to reach the target. Keep up the good work. I breathed a sigh of relief. One down, and the other two would be easy. After that, Jiang Yu went to the kitchen on her own to scrub the pot, and Su Qing, unwilling to eat for free, got up to clean the place. Only Lin Wan couldn't figure out whether to sit or stand. She'd been pampered since childhood and couldn't do anything, but she was afraid I'd look down on her for being idle. After hesitating a long while, she decided to go warm my bed. As for me, I found an empty room where no one was around, stripped off my clothes, and sized up this body of mine. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. The original owner had been starving for years, so thin there wasn't an ounce of muscle on him. He didn't look like a man at all. It was time to use that strong physique upgrade voucher. I silently activated it in my mind, and the system immediately responded. Upgrade voucher activated. Body reconstruction beginning, lasting 1 minute. Please remain standing. The words had barely faded when a warm current surged up from the soles of my feet, spreading along my limbs and through my whole body. At first, it was like soaking in warm water, so comfortable I wanted to sigh. But the next second, the warm current suddenly got serious. A sore, swollen feeling welled up in my muscles, like fine needles gently pricking me. I looked down. My forearms, once so thin you could see the veins, were bulging at a visible pace, the loose skin gradually tightening as it wrapped around newly formed muscle. Looking further down, my alarmingly protruding ribs were gradually covered by layers of chest and abdominal muscle. My washboard-flat torso developed smooth, flowing curves. My calves, thin as hemp stalks, grew solid and firm. Even my sunken eye sockets filled out, my eyes brightened, and that listless, murky look was gone entirely. In just 1 minute, the transformation was complete. The soreness faded, leaving only a light, refreshed feeling throughout my body. I raised my arm to test it. The muscles contracted, and my strength was more than double what it had been before. This was the kind of body a man should have. This system reward, absolutely incredible. But just as I was reveling in it, Jiang Yu's scream suddenly rang out from the courtyard. followed by a man's crude, wild laughter. Ha ha! This new bride is so tender. Come here, let Brother Tiger give you a kiss. In the courtyard, Wang Hu had barged in with a gang of the village's able-bodied men. I immediately noticed the giant behind him, easily 6'2", thick-limbed and broad-waisted, looking like at least 250 pounds. This man was called Big Dummy, an orphan who'd grown up eating handouts from all over the village. He could eat anything, wasn't picky, and even ate the leftover slop meant for dogs. That's how he'd eaten his way to being built like an ox. Unfortunately, he wasn't too bright. Whoever fed him, he'd obey. Over time, he became the village of Nyo Village's communal labor force. Whenever a household had heavy work they couldn't finish, they'd feed him a meal and he'd work all day long. With a build that massive, one of him was worth 3 men, so he was never short of food in the village. Right now Wang Hu was rubbing his hands together, staring lecherously at Su Qing, who was sweeping the courtyard. This little lady's so pretty and fresh. What a waste, being stuck with a useless bum like Bigley. Come, let Brother Tiger show you a good time. I'll even give you a few coppers afterward. The words had barely left his mouth when Jiang Yu, who'd been in the kitchen, came charging out clutching a ladle. She was scared inside, but remembering that she was the primary wife, she forced herself to hold her ground. Stop right there. This is the Li household. Get out now. If you don't leave, I'll report you to the authorities. Wang Hu roared with laughter. Report me? The county seat is 50 miles from here. By the time you run there and back, these 2 little ladies will have long been used up by us. On selection day, they hadn't dared pick Jiang Yu and the others because they couldn't afford to keep them. But now that I'd brought the women home, they were drooling with lust. After all, they wouldn't have to take anyone home. One night's fun, one free ride. How dare you? I, your young mistress, command you to get out of my house this instant. Lin Wan also stood with her hands on her hips, cursing in an adorably fierce way. One of the men behind Wang, who sneered lewdly. Still think you're a noble young miss? Your whole family got wiped out. You're an orphan now. Brother Tiger, I want this one. In all my years, I've never had an official's daughter before. Wang Hu glared. No way. I go first with all 3. You lot get your turn only after I'm done. And with that, he advanced toward Jiang Yu. At that moment, a grinding, scraping sound came from inside the house. I walked out dragging a 3-foot length of rebar, the steel bar scraping along the ground and throwing off a trail of sparks. You've got a lot of nerve, daring to touch my woman, Big Li's woman. The moment the 3 women saw me come out, it was like they'd found their anchor, and they quickly huddled close to my side. Wang Hu glanced at me, his face full of contempt. Big Li, who do you think you're scaring with that busted stick? I suggest you pretend you didn't see anything, or else these wooden clubs of ours are going to hurt real bad when they hit you. Each of them held a wooden club over 3 feet long. In this dynasty, blades and weapons were banned. Ordinary commoners couldn't even have a kitchen knife longer than the regulated length, and daggers and bows were completely out of the question. So the best they could arm themselves with was wooden clubs. They'd never seen rebar before, so they assumed the thing in my hand was just another busted stick. Heh, when this rebar comes down, it'll break bones, I said with an amused smile, gripping my weapon tighter. Rebar? What the hell kind of crap is that? Never heard of it. Big Li, I told you I'd definitely come to have my fun with your 3 wives, and now I'm here. Get lost now, or I'll break your dog legs with one swing of this club. Wang Hu pointed his club right at my nose, arrogant as could be. At that moment, the system's voice went off. Quest issued. Teach Wang Hu a lesson. Reward, 1 loyalty card. Loyalty card, once used, can max out any one person's loyalty toward the host. Good stuff. My eyes lit up. Looks like this Wang Hu was getting a lesson today, no matter what. Come on, today I'll let you all see just what rebar is. Before the words had even finished, I suddenly pushed off the ground with my feet. Thanks to that strong physique upgrade voucher, my once frail body now exploded with astonishing speed, and I shot toward Wang Hu like a gust of wind. Before he could even raise his club, my rebar came whistling down. He instinctively lifted his club to block, and with a sharp crack, the club, thicker than the mouth of a bowl, snapped clean in 2, the flying splinters scratching his cheeks raw and stinging. This is impossible. Wang Hu's eyes went wide as he clutched the broken half of his club, completely stunned. This was hardwood he'd specifically picked out. Usually you couldn't even split it for firewood. How had it snapped with a single blow? Before he could recover, my rebar was already jabbed against his chest. The cold metal pressed against his lapel, and a tremendous force sent him staggering back 3 steps until he plopped down on the ground, his chest so compressed he could barely breathe. Brother Tiger. Several of the men beside him raised their clubs and lunged at me. I sidestepped the club of the man in front, flipped my wrist, and swept the rebar sideways, thwack, right into his arm. Aff! My arm! The man let out a blood-curdling scream, his club flying from his hands as he rolled on the ground, clutching his arm, tears from the pain. His arm swelled up visibly, clearly broken. The remaining 2 froze mid-step in terror. I didn't give them time to hesitate. I charged in and struck twice more. Crack, crack. Their clubs both snapped, and the rebar landed on their backs. Both men collapsed flat on the ground on the spot, groaning, unable to even crawl back up. Big Dummy. Get him. Pin him down for me. Wong Hu, still sitting on the ground, pointed at the big fellow and shouted. Big Dummy was slow, but he was single-minded. The moment he heard Wong Hu's words, he clenched his fists and charged at me. 6'2" and 250 pounds, he ran like a young wild bull, the ground trembling beneath him. I instinctively swung the rebar at him. But to my complete shock, Big Dummy actually caught the rebar with one hand, snatching it out of the air by sheer force. And then a tremendous force came through. He wrenched the steel bar right out of my grip. I was stunned on the spot. This Big Dummy was way too tough. I now had an elite athlete-level body and was wielding rebar, and I still couldn't beat him. Wong Hu, helped up by his men, casually took the rebar from Big Dummy's hand, hefted it a couple of times, and grinned. Nice piece of work. He was thoroughly pleased with himself. Kid, you were only acting tough because of this iron bar, weren't you? Now that the iron bar's gone, let's see how cocky you are. Big Dummy, get him. Rough this kid up good. Give me a good time tonight, and I'll make sure you get all the leftovers you can eat. The moment he heard the words, leftovers, Big Dummy's eyes lit up. He cracked his knuckles, the joints popping loudly, and lumbered toward me like a giant bear. I took a step back, my mind racing. Grab the compound bow? Grab the long blade? No, those modern weapons couldn't be exposed to these ancient people this early. That left me only one option. Wait a second. The moment I shouted, Big Dummy immediately stopped in his tracks. Without a word, I turned and ran into the kitchen, pulling a full 3-pound slab of pork belly out of my personal storage. In this dynasty, hardly anyone got to eat meat. The villagers of Neo Village would only splurge on half a pound of pork for the new year. And this 3-pound slab of pork belly, I'd prepared specifically for Big Dummy. He was the village's communal labor force, obeying whoever fed him. Clearly, he'd only come to deal with me because Wong Hu had bribed him. In that case, I'd just use this meat to buy him over. I walked out of the kitchen carrying the pork belly. Big Dummy, just listen to me, and this meat is yours. The moment Big Dummy saw that pork belly, marbled with fat and lean, glistening with oil, his eyes lit up instantly, and drool started dripping from the corner of his mouth. He nodded eagerly like a chicken pecking rice, grinning foolishly. I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. Now it was Wong Hu's turn to be dumbstruck, his heart lurching. Oh, Big Dummy had switched sides. No one knew Big Dummy's fighting power better than him. A dozen strong men couldn't even get close to him. If he turned on Wong Hu, there was no withstanding it. Big Dummy, don't be a fool. Take this kid down for me, and I'll give you 10 pounds of pork belly back home. Wong Hu shouted anxiously. Big Dummy suddenly hesitated. I gave a cold laugh. Big Dummy, don't let him fool you. A pound of pork sells for 20 coins on the market. 10 pounds is 200 coins. Think about it. Is Wong Hu's family really willing to spend 200 coins buying you meat? But this slab in my hand. It's right here, ready to go. Big Dummy scratched the back of his head, his eyes darting back and forth between the meat in my hand and Wong Hu. 10 pounds of meat sounded like a lot, but in all his years, he'd never once seen Wong Hu produce any meat. And this slab in my hand was glistening right in front of him, so fragrant he could smell it. It made him swallow hard with craving. I could tell he was tempted. I held the meat out a little further, softening my voice, but with an unmistakable certainty. Big Dummy, think about it. What does Wong Hu usually give you? Nothing but leftover porridge and scraps. He's never once given you a proper piece of meat. And now he dares promise you 10 pounds? This meat of mine, I'm giving it to you right now, and whenever you want more in the future, I can give you more. Those words struck right at Big Dummy's heart. He nodded hard and reached out for the meat, only for Wong Hu to grab his arm. Big Dummy, are you crazy? I'm the one who feeds you. You dare help an outsider? Wong Hu's eyes were red with panic as he reached out to snatch the meat from my hand. But the instant he touched the edge of the meat, Big Dummy suddenly flew into a rage. With a backhand fling, he sent Wong Hu's 170-some-pound body flying like a rag doll. Thud, slamming into the courtyard wall. Wong Hu winced in agony, unable to get up for a long while. Don't you touch my meat, Big Dummy bellowed in his thick, muffled voice, then turned and charged with clenched fists at Wong Hu's henchmen. The men had just been about to help Wong Hu up, but the moment they saw Big Dummy coming at them, they turned tail and ran in fright. But how could they outrun him? Big Dummy grabbed the last one by the back of his collar, lifting him up like a little chick, then, thud, slammed him to the ground. The man groaned in pain and didn't dare move again. The rest scrambled and stumbled toward the gate, shouting, "Brother Tiger, we're retreating first," and leaving Wong Hu all alone. Wong Hu watched Big Dummy closing in step by step, his legs going weak with fear. Bracing himself against the wall, he barely managed to stand, his voice trembling. Big Dummy, we're old buddies. Don't listen to him. Big Dummy ignored him completely. He stepped forward and grabbed Wong Hu's wrist, and the rebar clattered to the ground. Big Dummy's strength was terrifying. Wong Hu's face went white with pain, tears nearly spilling out. It hurts. Big Dummy, I was wrong. I'll never do it again. But Big Dummy didn't let go. Like carrying a sack, he hauled Wong Hu over in front of me and dumped him on the ground. He bad. Hit him. I looked down at Wong Hu curled up in a ball on the ground, then glanced at Big Dummy beside me, staring longingly at the pork belly. I bent down, picked up the rebar, and patted the dust off it. You think you can just grab whatever belongs to me, Big Lee? If I don't break one of your legs today, my name isn't Lee. You wouldn't dare? Big Lee, I'm warning you, my uncle works at the county magistrate's office. Screw your county magistrate's office. I gave a cold laugh, swung the rebar up, and brought it straight down on his shin. A dull thwack, followed immediately by Wong Hu's heart-rending, blood-curdling scream. Ag! This was rebar, one strike, and it could dent a steel plate. Wong Hu's leg was clearly broken, and with medicine so undeveloped in this era, a bone that couldn't be properly set meant he'd be a cripple for the rest of his life. Unable to work the fields, the Wong family had lost its breadwinner, and the whole household would be dragged down by him. This is what you get for lusting after my women. Get lost. Wong Hu gave me a long, deep look, said not a word, propped himself up off the ground, and limped his way out of the Lee household. Quest complete. Loyalty card has been deposited into your personal storage. Su Qing's affection has risen to 60. Lin Wan's affection has risen to 50. Jiang Yu's affection has risen to 100. The three women all looked at me with shining eyes, especially Jiang Yu. In her eyes, I was practically a heroic savior descended from the heavens. First I'd fought a whole crowd head-on, and then I'd used a single slab of meat to turn Big Dummy against his master. This combination of bravery and cunning had completely changed how the three women saw me. Jiang Yu's affection was already maxed. Now only Lin Wan and Su Qing were left. Right then, Big Dummy was cradling that slab of pork belly, drooling. When he saw me looking at the meat in his hands, he whipped it behind his back with a whoosh, his eyes carrying a hint of wariness and hostility. Come to think of it, Big Dummy was a pitiable soul too. With no home, he could only live in the rundown shed at Wong Hu's place, freezing in winter, sweltering in summer, suffering terribly. Big Dummy, give me the meat and I'll cook it for you. You can't eat raw meat, I said gently. But Big Dummy shook his head, his face full of distrust. Seeing him like this, a wave of pity rose in my heart. Such a pitiful soul. If I could take him in, first, I could give him a good life, and second, I'd gain a powerful helper by my side. So I asked him, Big Dummy, would you like to live at my place? Big Dummy froze, clearly not expecting me to say such a thing. All these years, the villagers had used him as free labor, yet no one had ever been willing to take him in. They all thought he was too dumb. I was the first person to ever offer to have him move in. Big dummy, can I really? He asked cautiously. I nodded warmly. Of course you can. I've got plenty of empty rooms. Pick any one you like. From now on, you'll never have to suffer the cold again. And you won't have to go out doing work for other people anymore either. Just come be a guard at my house, and I'll pay you. Big dummy tilted his head. Money? Big dummy just wants to eat his fill. I laughed. All right. Then from now on I'll keep you fed, full at every meal. How's that? Big dummy nodded hard, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Honestly, I could have just used the loyalty card on him directly, but I felt there was no need. Big dummy might be slow, but his heart wasn't bad. He could tell who genuinely treated him well and who was just using him. As long as I was sincere with him, he'd never betray me. Of course it's real. Come on, let's go get you a bath first. Get clean, then eat. You'll feel fresh all over. I led him toward the kitchen, and Jiangyu quickly followed to help. Quick and nimble, she got the stove fire going again, added a couple handfuls of dry firewood, and the cold water in the pots soon began to steam. Su Qing didn't stay idle either. She went to the storage room to dig up some old clothes. Lin Wan grabbed a broom, swept out an empty room, and even laid down some dry straw as a mattress. The water needs to be nice and hot, more comfortable to bathe in. I crouched by the stove, watching the water bubbling in the pot, and turned to ask Big Dummy, at Wang Hu's place, did you ever get to bathe properly? Big Dummy scratched his head. His clothes were filthy, ragged, and caked with mud. He said softly, at Wang Hu's, only bathed on rainy days. Usually, just wiped down a couple times. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's heart ached, and her hand, adding firewood, paused. Poor child. From now on, in our home, you can heat up hot water and bathe whenever you want. Once the water boiled, I found a large wooden tub, poured in the hot water, and added a bit of cold, testing the temperature. It's not too hot now. Go on in and wash up. I'll keep watch at the door. Call me if you need anything. I also set the old cloth clothes Su Qing had dug up by the tub. It was a coarse cloth shirt that had belonged to the original owner's father, made of thick fabric and large enough in size, just right for Big Dummy to wear. Dummy stared at the steaming water, then glanced at the clean clothes, hesitating for a long while before slowly peeling off his ragged garments and climbing into the tub. When the hot water rose over his body, he let out a contented sigh, but he washed with unusual care, as if afraid of splashing any out and wasting it. By the time he'd finished and changed into the clean cloth clothes, he looked like a completely different person. He was still built like a young ox, but with the grime scrubbed off his face, his honest, simple features showed through, and that beaten down on his luck air was gone. Come on, let me show you your room, I said, leading him to push open the empty room we'd tidied up. It was simple inside, but clean and neat. The straw mattress laid out perfectly flat, and an old wooden chest sitting in the corner for storing things. Dummy stood in the doorway, hesitating, not daring to step inside. He reached out to touch the door frame, then the mattress, and asked quietly, "This is really my room?" The shack he used to live in leaked wind and rain, and in winter he'd curl up shivering with cold. He'd never seen a room this warm and clean. Of course it's yours. You'll live here from now on, I said with a smile, pulling him inside. If you get cold, just tell me, and I'll bring you more straw. Once the room was settled, the braised pork in the kitchen was done too. Jiangyu had cut the pork belly into chunks and stewed it soft with soy sauce and sugar, and the smell filled the whole courtyard. Even Lin Wan couldn't resist standing by the kitchen door, peeking in. The rice was cooked from fresh grain, each kernel distinct and steaming hot. All of it, the rice, the meat, the seasonings, I'd taken out of my storage ahead of time and put in the kitchen. I scooped out a big bowl of rice, ladled a heaping spoonful of braised pork over it, and set it in front of Dummy. Eat up. There's more if that's not enough. Dummy stared at the glistening braised pork and the snow-white rice, his throat bobbing, but he didn't pick up his chopsticks right away. All he'd ever eaten were leftovers and scraps. On a good day, he might get a plain steamed bun. Food this good, he'd never seen it in his life. Go on, eat, don't be shy, Jiangyu said, handing him a pair of chopsticks with a smile. From now on we're a family, and family eats together. Only then did Dummy pick up the chopsticks, take a piece of meat, and put it in his mouth. The pork was stewed until it melted on his tongue, salty and savory with a sweet aftertaste, even better than he'd imagined. He shoveled in a big mouthful of rice too, chewing it down sweet and happy. And then, all of a sudden, tears started rolling down his face, dripping plop, plop into his bowl. What's wrong? Does it not taste good? I asked quickly. Dummy shook his head, his mouth stuffed with rice, mumbling, "It's good. No one's ever been this nice to me." He kept crying while shoveling rice into his mouth, as if afraid this wonderful meal might suddenly vanish. Watching him like that, my heart softened. Dummy might be slow, but he knew who was being genuine with him. I patted his shoulder. "Stick with me from now on, and you'll have food every single day, meat at every meal." The three women beside us watched Dummy with tenderness in their eyes. I already had a plan forming in my head. Dummy was strong, honest, and loyal. With him guarding the house, my family would have an extra layer of protection. As for that loyalty card sitting in my storage, I wouldn't need it for now. After all, loyalty earned through real kindness is far more reliable than some item. Night fell quickly, and now I faced an awkward decision again. Who would sleep with me tonight? By rights, it should be Jiangyu. She was my first wife, and her affection for me was the highest. But her consumption hadn't fully healed yet, and that kind of high-intensity exercise was probably more than she could handle. What about Lin Wan and Su Qing? Their affection hadn't reached that point yet, and you can't force a melon off the vine. It won't be sweet. After hesitating a good while, I made up my mind. I'd go hunting up the mountain. In 3 days, I had to pay the head tax of 400 copper coins. It was the perfect chance to make use of my newly acquired max-level hunting experience. Go up the mountain to bag some game, and haul it to the county town to trade for money. Everyone else hunted during the day. I'd go at night instead. Prey is easier to catch at night. Animals like rabbits are nocturnal. They sleep in the daytime and only come out to forage after dark. On top of that, I had max-level hunting experience, a compound bow, and a thermal imaging drone. I could lock onto any prey at a glance. Hunting at night was actually faster for me than hunting by day. Before I left, I made a point of telling Dummy, "Dummy, watch the house well and protect your 3 sisters-in-law. Do a good job, and next year your big brother will find you a wife of your own." Dummy was so moved he nodded again and again. I left Big Ox Village alone. Big Ox Village was built right at the foot of the mountain, and behind it stretched rolling green peaks. Those mountains were rich in resources, wild mushrooms and edible greens everywhere, rabbits and wild boars in droves, even tigers and bears roaming about. But no matter how many good things there were, the village had only a handful of hunters. The risk of going up was just too high. The imperial court banned weapons and bows, so hunters could only rely on traps or farm tools, which were inefficient and dangerous. Run into a large beast, and you'd struggle just to save your own skin. On top of that, medicine was primitive. Get bitten by a wild animal with no antiserum, and if the wound got infected, all you could do was go home and wait to die. And the mountains were full of venomous snakes too. But none of that was a problem for me. My storage was stocked with countless medicines. I had a compound bow in hand and a thermal imaging drone. Hunting in this era was, frankly, like fighting with cheat codes. I casually pulled a flashlight out of my storage and headed up the mountain. The night mountains were pitch black, and I could only just make out the path by moonlight. Once I entered the woods, I couldn't even see my own hand. Luckily, my flashlight was military-grade, bright, with enough battery to last 48 hours. There wasn't a single person on the mountain, perfect for me to fly the drone and search for prey. I ducked into a dense thicket, flicked my fingers, and the black thermal imaging drone landed in my palm. I pressed the power button, and it lifted off without a sound. The portable screen on my wrist lit up, spreading out a pale red thermal image. The rocks on the ground were dark, cold zones, but in the low grass 50 meters ahead, a palm-sized heat source was curled up, its outline round, a wild rabbit. The screen labeled it, distance 52 meters, temperature 38 degrees. Having a thermal imaging drone really is something else. Even finding prey is effortless, I thought, quietly amused. A hunter in ancient times would have had to grope around blindly in the dark right now, maybe even fall into a trap. With the drone, I'd locked onto my target in minutes. I didn't rush to act. First, I checked the screen to make sure there were no other heat sources around the rabbit, no beasts lying in ambush. Safe. Only then did I pull out the compound bow, expertly adjust the draw length knob to 28 inches, drew a carbon arrow, and knocked it to the string. My max level hunting experience ran automatically in my mind. Wind speed level 3, blowing left to right. I need to adjust the arrow's path slightly. At 52 meters, the arrow drop would be tiny. Aiming 3 inches above the rabbit's front leg would do. The experience even predicted the rabbit's next move. It was about to lift its head to nibble the clover beside it, so its body would pause for a moment. Now, I took a deep breath and pulled the string with my right hand. Once drawn about 2/3 of the way, the bow hit its let off, and the 80-pound draw suddenly went light. I held my posture steady. On the screen, the rabbit did raise its head, leaning slightly forward, perfectly still. Whoosh! The soft twang of the bowstring rang out clear in the night, and the carbon arrow shot out like a bolt of black lightning. On the thermal screen, the rabbit's heat source jerked violently, struggled twice, and then went completely still. I recalled the drone and walked over, shining my flashlight. The rabbit lay on the ground, the arrow tip right through its heart, punched clean through its whole body. That was the power of a modern carbon arrow. Not bad. First one went that smooth. I hefted it, easily 3 pounds. It would fetch a good number of copper coins in the village, enough to feed the whole family meat for 2 meals. I put the rabbit into storage and sent the drone back up. Before long, a few more moving heat sources appeared on the screen, pheasants, and a few badgers too. I'll bag plenty tonight, stock up on food, and gather the tax silver, 2 birds with 1 stone. And so I hunted most of the night. With the thermal drone leading the way, finding prey was effortless. Pheasants, rabbits, dumb little roe deer, my haul was rich. The forest grew quieter still in the small hours, leaving only the rustle of wind through the leaves. I leaned against an old locust tree, having just stashed a few fat pheasants in storage, when a huge heat source suddenly popped up on my wrist screen. A full 10 times bigger than the earlier rabbits and badgers, its outline solid and heavy, leisurely rooting up the dirt. The screen labeled it, distance 80 meters, temperature 39 degrees. From its size, at least 300 pounds. Whoa, it's a wild boar. My spirits perked right up. This thing was hard currency in ancient times. The hide could line armor, and the meat sold for a high price. A 300-pound boar's meat alone could fetch over 100 coppers, enough to cover nearly half the tax silver. But I couldn't get careless. Boars have thick hides and enormous strength. If I didn't hit a vital spot, an enraged one could snap a tree trunk. Even ordinary hunters gave them a wide berth. I steered the drone in slowly and zoomed the lens in. I could clearly see the black bristles all over its body as it lowered its head, rooting up the ground with its tusks, grunting away, utterly unaware of the danger. I quickly judged its vital point, the heart, 2 inches below the shoulder blade. The skin there was thin, a carbon arrow could punch right through. I'll just wait for the moment it stops rooting. I gripped the compound bow and crept forward, moving 20 meters off to the side and front, picking out a slightly raised mound of earth. Higher ground gave me a better shot and made it easier to fall back fast if the boar charged. I set the draw length to 30 inches and swapped in an armor-piercing arrow from the quiver, the tip plated with tungsten steel, made for thick-skinned brutes. On the screen, the boar finished rooting one patch of ground, finally lifted its head, and shook its bristles as if getting its bearings. Its body paused for 2 seconds. That was the opening. I took a deep breath, drew the string fully with my right hand. The sight locked dead on the vital spot below its shoulder blade. My max level experience calculated at lightning speed. Wind speed had dropped to level 1, barely affecting the arrow's path. At 80 meters, the arrow drop was only 2 fingers wide, raised the tip slightly to compensate. Whoosh! The bowstring snap was louder this time, and the carbon arrow tore through the air with a sharp whistle, streaking toward the boar like a black meteor. Almost in the same instant, the boar seemed to sense something and jerked its head up to flee, but it was too late. Thunk! The carbon arrow pierced through the black bristles and buried itself deep below its shoulder blade, the fletching still trembling violently. RRRAGH. The boar let out a shrill, agonized howl and spun in mad circles on the spot, its tusks scraping the tree trunk beside it. Crack! Snapping off a branch as thick as a bowl. But it only thrashed for a dozen or so seconds before its body began to sway, black blood trickling down the arrow shaft and quickly soaking the ground. Another half a minute later, that massive body toppled over with a thud, limbs twitching twice, and on the screen its heart went completely cold. I waited 2 minutes to make sure it had gone completely still before walking over. Up close it looked even more fearsome, tusks a full half-foot long, black bristles stiff as iron wire. This was the power of a modern compound bow paired with an armor-piercing arrow. With an ancient wooden bow and iron arrow, even a direct hit might not have punched through a hide this thick. I was satisfied and put the boar straight into storage, then kept hunting for a few more hours, until the sky began to gray before I packed up my gear and headed down the mountain. Meanwhile, at the Lee family courtyard, the wooden gate hung open a crack. Jiangyu had been standing at the gate for nearly 2 hours. She was wrapped in an old coat, the one I'd dug out and given her earlier, clutching a warm cloth towel, occasionally rubbing her cold-reddened cheeks. Her eyes fixed the whole time on the little path leading up to the Green Mountains. "Why isn't my husband back yet?" she murmured. When I'd said last night I was going up the mountain, she hadn't dared say much to stop me. She knew the family needed to gather tax silver, but the thought of the fierce beasts and venomous snakes up there made her heart race with worry. Hunters from the village had gone up before and never come back, some carried off by tigers, some stepping into snake nests. Thinking of that, her grip on the towel tightened. She looked toward the mountain path again. In the morning mist, there was faintly a figure moving, and her heart leapt into her throat. She hurried forward, squinting to see clearly. The figure's stride was steady and sure. Who else could it be but me? "Husband." Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, and she rushed to meet me. Only when she got close did she see the bits of grass stuck to me, but not a single injury. "You're finally back." The first thing she did was reach out and feel my arms, my shoulders, confirming I wasn't hurt before letting out a breath of relief. I couldn't sleep the second half of the night, always worrying you'd run into a boar or a snake. As she spoke, she used the towel to wipe the sweat from my forehead. Warmth spread through my chest. With a wife like this waiting at home, what man could bear not to come back? "No rush. Let me go wake Dummy. There's too much game. I can't carry it all back myself." I went into the courtyard and knocked on Dummy's door. "Dummy, get up. There's work to do." A moment later, Dummy came out still bleary with sleep and asked in his simple, honest way, "Big brother, what work?" I pointed at the pushcart in the corner. "I bagged some game. The two of us will go haul it back. We'll have stewed meat for lunch." At the word meat, Dummy's eyes lit right up and he nodded again and again. "Good, good, good. Dummy loves meat." The truth was, all the game was sitting in my storage, but bringing it home out of thin air would surely raise suspicion. Hundreds of pounds of game. How could I carry it all by myself? So I'd simply dumped it all at the foot of the mountain, and now I'd bring Dummy and the cart to haul it back openly and above board. The two of us pushed the wooden cart to the clearing at the mountain's base. The morning mist hadn't fully lifted, and the dew soaked our trouser cuffs. The moment Dummy saw the game on the ground, his eyes went round as saucers, his mouth gaping wide enough to stuff a fist into. This is rabbits? This many. Laid out on the ground were more than a dozen wild rabbits, more than a dozen pheasants, and 3 or 4 dumb little roe deer. Pheasants. Dummy's voice was actually shaking. In his whole life, he'd only eaten pheasant once, during New Year, and even that was the picked-over carcass left behind at Wang Hu's house. He'd never seen this many whole pheasants. But what left him truly stunned was still to come. Lying on the ground was a 300-pound wild boar. "Mamma mia!" Dummy stumbled 2 steps back in fright, scrambling to grab the cart handle to keep from falling. He stared at the boar for a long time, rubbed his eyes, and only after confirming it wasn't a dream did he shakily inch closer, reaching out to touch the stiff, still warm bristles. Big brother, is this a wild boar?" His voice was almost a sob, not from fear, but from excitement. "A boar this big? I've only ever heard the old folks in the village talk about them. They said boars can snap trees, and nobody dares mess with them. How did you take it down?" He circled the boar 3 times, poking at the tusks one moment, prodding its body the next, disbelief filling his eyes, drool practically dripping off his chin. "This much meat, we can eat for ages, right? Stewed, roasted, all of it delicious." He made me laugh. "Quit gawking and come help me hoist the boar onto the cart." Load up the pheasants and rabbits too. Only then did Dummy snap out of it. He rolled up his sleeves, crouched down beside the boar, grabbed a hind leg with both hands, took a deep breath, and with a grunt of effort, he actually hoisted the 300-pound boar half a foot off the ground. Whoa, you really are strong. I stepped up and grabbed the other hind leg, and with one heave from the two of us, the boar rolled onto the cart with a thump. Then together we pushed the game down the mountain. Once home, I didn't stop. I left a portion of the game behind and set off with Dummy, pushing the cart straight for the county town. I was going to sell this game and turn it into solid, real copper cash. The nearest county town to Big Ox Village was called Ching County. It wasn't big, and there weren't many people, just an ordinary little county town of this era. By the time I hauled my cart, piled high with game, to the morning market, the market was already bustling. People selling vegetables, selling firewood, mending shoes, an old man selling candied haws. I just found an empty spot and set up my stall. I'd barely cleared my throat to start hawking when the system's prompt sounded in my ear. The ancient Rise system issues a quest. Earn 1,000 copper coins. Reward: 10 fierce and loyal fighters. Fierce and loyal fighters, absolutely loyal to the host, with combat power far surpassing ordinary men, and they eat very little. The moment I saw this quest, my eyes lit right up. The reward was incredible, loyal, capable of fighting, and they hardly ate anything. With 10 men like that, wouldn't I be able to strut around Big Ox Village however I pleased? I glanced over my goods. More than a dozen pheasants, more than a dozen rabbits, 3 or 4 dumb roe deer, and 200 pounds of boar meat. I kept 100 pounds of the 300-pound boar at home. I quickly did the math. Pheasants and rabbits at 10 coppers each, all sold would come to 300. The roe deer were big, 30 coppers each, worth 100. Boar meat at 10 coppers a pound. 200 pounds would sell for 2,000. To gather 1,000 coppers, more than enough. With the numbers clear in my head, I opened my throat and called out to the crowd. Fresh game here. Pheasants and rabbits fresh off the green mountains, and wild boar meat so fat it drips oil. Fair prices, first come first served. My voice was loud and booming, and the game on my stall was eye-catching. Soon a crowd gathered around. The first to come up was an auntie carrying a vegetable basket. She pointed at the pheasants. "Young man, how much for these pheasants? They look fresh. They're not yesterday's leftovers, are they?" "Don't you worry, Auntie. Brought them down from the mountain just this morning, still warm." I picked one up and hefted it. "Look at the weight, 3 pounds at least, 10 coppers each, absolutely worth it." The auntie reached out and felt the pheasant's breast, sure enough, plump and firm. She glanced at the neighboring stall, either scrawny or wilted and droopy, and they wanted 12 coppers. She nodded on the spot. "Give me 2. I'll stew a pot of soup to build my old man back up." I deftly tied them up with straw rope and handed them over. Then took the 20 coppers and hefted them. Full weight, good quality standard coins. Just as that deal closed, a fellow in short work clothes squeezed in, eyeing the rabbits. "How much for the rabbits? My boy's been craving meat." "Also 10 coppers each. Look how sleek the fur is. The meat's sure to be tender." The man pulled out his money without fuss. "Give me 3. 1 roasted, 2 stewed. Let the boy have his fill." Dummy, watching enviously beside me, started copying me, holding rabbits out in front of customers and muttering, "Delicious, lots of meat." It cracked everyone up, seeing this honest big fellow saying so. Plenty more folks crowded around too. Before long, out of the dozen-plus pheasants and rabbits, only 2 were left. Just then, a middle-aged man in a long gown with a goatee walked over, a helper trailing behind him, clearly a restaurant owner from town. "Young man, that boar meat you were shouting about, where is it? My restaurant's short on meat, and if it's good, I'll take the whole lot." My eyes lit up. A big customer had arrived. I pointed at the cart bed. "Take a look, boss. This is the meat off a 300-pound boar. I kept 100 pounds for myself, so there's 200 left, 10 coppers a pound. If you take it all, I'll make it 9. How's that?" The owner pinched the meat and gave it a sniff, nodding repeatedly. "Good meat. Just the right fat to lean. 200 pounds at 9 coppers a pound. 1,800 coppers, cash on the spot." His helper poured out a heap of copper coins right there, clattering into a pile on the wooden board. I had Dummy help count. The big lug was actually diligent about counting money, murmuring as he went, 1, 2, 3, 1,800. Once all the meat was loaded onto the owner's horse cart, my money pouch was so stuffed it wouldn't close. The last 2 pheasants and 1 rabbit I sold to the general goods shop owner next door, adding another 30 coppers. Just like that, 10 minutes into setting up, an entire cart of game was snapped up. No wonder, with my low prices and fresh meat. Adding it up, pheasants and rabbits sold for 290 coppers, boar meat 1,800, roe deer 300, 2,390 coppers in total, far beyond the 1,000 the system wanted. No sooner had I collected the money than the system's mechanical voice sounded. Quest complete. Successfully earned 2,090 copper coins. Reward, 10 fierce and loyal fighters, has been delivered to your personal storage and can be summoned at any time. I was thrilled inside. Over 2,300 coppers. That was more than 2 taels of silver. Keep in mind, in these times ordinary folk earned only 200 or 300 coppers a month, and 1 tael of silver could keep a common household going for half a year. In a single day, I'd earn more than someone else made in a whole year. But just as I was basking in my good fortune, I failed to notice. The pork butcher at the stall across from mine had murder in his heart. The butcher quietly called over an errand boy, whispered a few words, and the boy took off at a run. I was packing up my stall, about to head home, when, before I'd even left, a burst of rapid footsteps suddenly closed in. Move aside. Move aside. Everyone out of the way. Official business. Unrelated persons step aside. I looked up. A constable captain, leading 7 or 8 constables, swaggered over and hemmed my stall in tight. The captain cradled a sheathed broadsword in his arms, his face full of arrogance, and the constables behind him all had their noses in the air. The moment the surrounding vendors saw the men from the yamen, they scattered in fright, some abandoning their stalls entirely. The captain looked me up and down, then asked coldly, "Who gave you permission to set up a stall here? Have you paid the stall tax?" I was taken aback. "There's a tax for setting up a stall too?" "Of course," he snorted. "For every 10 coppers you sell, you owe 3 to the yamen. That's the rule. I hear you've sold quite a lot, boy." I let my eyes shift. "Not much, just sold 200 or 300 coppers worth. By his ratio, that'd be 60 or 70 coppers at most. Common folk don't fight officials. I couldn't be bothered to squabble with this bunch. Better to lose a little money and be done with it." But right then, the butcher came trotting eagerly over. "He's lying. He sold 2,000 coppers worth, easily." I watched the whole thing from across the way, clear as day. The butcher sidled up behind the captain, his face full of fawning flattery. "Captain Chun, this boy sold at least 2,000 coppers worth. You ought to collect 600 in tax from him." I frowned, staring at the butcher. I hadn't done anything to him. So why was he going after me like this? Then it clicked. The guy was sore that I'd sold out fast and stolen his business. He was green with envy. "Anything else you'd like to say?" Captain Chin sneered. 600 coppers? Of course I wasn't happy about it. But these were yamen men, and there were a lot of them. If things really blew up, it'd be hard to smooth over. After thinking it over, I decided to just eat the loss and avoid trouble. I did indeed sell 2,000 coppers worth. Since the officer says so, I'll pay 600. With that, I pulled out my pouch, counted out 600 coppers, and pushed them in front of him. When Chun Tian saw that little mountain of copper coins, his eyes went glassy. But with no excuse to extort more, all he could do was stare. But right then, the butcher sneered again and suddenly shouted, "Captain Chun, I want to report a crime. This man is secretly hoarding a bow and arrows." Chun Tian was startled. "What? Who's got that kind of nerve?" The butcher pointed at me. "It's him." My face darkened. "You've got no proof. Don't go slinging false accusations." "No proof? Humph, take a look at this." The butcher smugly pulled out a pheasant. "I had someone buy this from his stall." "Captain Chun, look, this bird was clearly shot to death with an arrow. One man, no bow, no arrows. How could he possibly bag this much game? He's obviously hoarding a bow and arrows, plotting rebellion." Chun Tian's eyes lit up. Wear out iron shoes searching for it in vain, then stumble on it with no effort at all. With the charge of hoarding a bow and arrows, he could throw me in prison, and then all this money would be his. Plus, he could squeeze me for more. The butcher, meanwhile, was positively gloating. His pork had always sold at 30 coppers a pound, pricey, but he was the only pork seller in the county, so people had no choice. Then I show up selling at 10. How could he swallow that? He was determined to ruin me. Excellent. We've got a witness and evidence both. Men, take him to prison. Chen Tian waved his hand, and the 7 or 8 constables moved to grab me. Seeing someone bullying me, Dummy's huge frame whooshed right in front of me. Don't touch my big brother. If you wanna, you'll have to knock me down first. I glanced around. Plenty of ordinary folk were watching the commotion. I quickly grabbed Dummy. Come back, it's fine. We'll go along with them for now. Nothing bad will happen. Since I'd spoken, Dummy finally stood down. Captain Chun, since you say I'm hoarding a bow and arrows, then I'm willing to go back to the yamen with you and let you search. I'm innocent. A straight body doesn't fear a crooked shadow, I said, my face full of righteousness. Chen Tian sneered inwardly. Once you're in prison, whether you're innocent or not isn't up to you to decide. Let's go. 7 or 8 constables marched me and Dummy toward the yamen, front and back, while the butcher trotted along behind, waiting to serve as witness. I said nothing the whole way, but I'd already made up my mind. I had no intention of actually going into that prison. Once I was in, my life would no longer be my own to control. No one could hold up under modern interrogation methods, and in these times they were even more brutal. They'd do it right out in the open. Soon Chen Tian led us into a deserted alley. I suddenly stopped walking. The constable behind me grew impatient. What are you dawdling for? Move. I looked at Chen Tian and gave a cold laugh. Chen Tian, is it? Let me tell you straight. I really do have a bow and arrows hidden away. Chen Tian was taken aback. He hadn't expected me to say that. He frowned. What do you mean? Nothing much. If you know what's good for you, you'll turn a blind eye and let us go. And if you don't, I deliberately trailed off, my eyes sweeping over him like shards of ice, the threat undisguised. Chen Tian stared blankly for a moment, then flew into a rage. He yanked up his sleeves, jabbed a finger at my nose, and cursed. Who the hell do you think you are? You dare tell me to know what's good for me? I'm a constable captain of the Qing County Yamen. I eat the court's rice, and I keep the peace in this territory. Hoarding a bow and arrows is treason. Arresting you is only right and proper, and you dare threaten an officer. The constables behind him joined in the jeering. That's right. You dare talk back to Captain Chun. You're tired of living, boy. The butcher fanned the flames from the side. Captain Chun, don't waste breath on him. He's just some ignorant country bumpkin who doesn't know how high the sky is. If you don't teach him a lesson today, everyone in Qing County will start defying the yamen. Provoked by those words, Chen Tian grew even angrier and reached out to grab my collar. Today I'll let you taste what happens when you cross an officer. Once you're in prison, I've got plenty of ways to make you beg, and by then that bit of silver of yours, and the women in your house, they'll all be. Before he could finish, I suddenly raised my hand and gave a light snap of my fingers in the air. Snap! The crisp sound of the finger snap rang startlingly loud in the silent alley. The next second, orderly footsteps echoed from both ends of the alley at once, and 10 tall, dark figures seemed to emerge straight out of the shadows, surrounding Chen Tian's group in the blink of an eye. Every one of these big men was over 8 feet tall, shoulders broad enough to block out half of Chen Tian, dressed in black short-work clothes, muscles taut beneath the fabric, rebar rods glinting cold in their hands. Their eyes were sharp as knives, and the way they stared at Chen Tian and his men held not a trace of warmth, like watching a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Chen Tian's hand, halfway raised, froze stiff. The arrogance on his face was instantly replaced by terror, his mouth gaping wide enough to stuff a fist into. Who are you people? The constables panicked too and scrambled to draw their sabers. But before the blades even cleared their sheaths, the foremost big man had already moved. The rebar in his hand swept sideways like lightning. Thwack, 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 several dull thuds landing dead on the constable's wrists, and their steel sabers clattered to the ground. The men clutched their wrists, hissing in pain through gritted teeth, cold sweat instantly soaking their clothes. I ambled over to stand before Chen Tian, looking down at him, my tone laced with mockery. Captain Chen, weren't you just saying you'd make me beg, and that you'd touch my people? Go on, say it again now. Shin Tian looked at the fierce big men glaring around him, then at the constables wailing on the ground, and his legs went weak. He nearly collapsed to the ground. Only now did he understand that I was no soft persimmon to be squeezed. The power hidden behind me was not something a lowly constable captain like him could ever afford to provoke. The butcher went pale with fright and quietly shrank back, trying to slip away, only for one of the big men to grab him by the collar and haul him back like a chick. Trying to leave, the big man's voice was cold as ice. My master hasn't dismissed you yet. Chun Tian swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Big brother, I had eyes but failed to see the mountain. My mouth ran off just now. A big man like you is magnanimous. Please let us off. And with that he dropped to his knees before me with a thud, holding out the 600 coppers of tax silver in both hands. Without a flicker of expression, I took the money back, tucked my hands behind my back, and said, "That's all. I distinctly remember I just gave you 6,000 coppers." Chun Tian's face changed abruptly. He understood. I was shaking him down. The guy was seething with grievance. He was always the one shaking down others. So when had he ever been shaken down himself? But under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. He quickly turned and yelled at the constables. Hurry, hurry. Empty your pockets. All your money. To honor Big Brother. Chun Tian led the way, and the whole bunch pulled out every copper on them, obediently laying it before me. It wasn't much, actually, 7 or 8 men together, 7 or 800 coppers. But a mosquito's leg is still meat, and I took it all. After collecting this haul, my savings had reached 3,000 coppers. I hefted the money in my hand, my gaze sweeping over the kneeling Chun Tian and the constables curled up in fear, my tone flat, but carrying undeniable menace. You want to leave? Fine. Each of you slaps your own face 100 times. Keep going until I'm satisfied. 100. Chun Tian's face went white. He was about to haggle, but the moment his eyes met my icy stare, he swallowed the words back. He knew there was no negotiating, so he could only grit his teeth and raise his hand, smack, striking himself hard across the face. The crisp sound of slaps echoed through the alley, Chun Tian's cheek flushing red in an instant. The other constables didn't dare hesitate either, raising their hands to slap themselves, until the sounds of slaps and stifled groans of pain wove together. But just as they reached the 10th slap, a young constable suddenly stopped, shot to his feet, and shouted with his neck stuck out. Why should we slap ourselves? We're officers. This is defying your superiors. He'd just had his wrist struck by the rebar and was full of fury, and now he couldn't hold back the urge to rebel. Before I could speak, the big man beside him narrowed his eyes coldly and swept the rebar sideways with a hum, striking his arm dead on. Crack, a sharp snap, and the constable let out a heart-rending scream, his arm bending at a grotesque angle. He collapsed to the ground, rolling and writhing, his face smeared with tears and snot. Defying your superiors? The big man said coldly. What my master says, that's the rule. Defy it, and next time it won't just be an arm that breaks. That did it. The rest were scared out of their wits, and no one dared hesitate again. They slapped themselves even harder, cheeks quickly swelling up like steamed buns, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Chun Tian didn't dare stop either, slapping and pleading in a small voice. Big brother, I was wrong. I'll never do it again. The butcher in the corner had long been shaking all over. Seeing no one watching, he quietly edged backward, hoping to slip out of the alley. But the moment he reached the alley mouth, another big man grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back, tossing him down before me with a thud. Trying to run? I looked down at him, my eyes full of mockery. Weren't you awfully talkative just now? How come you don't dare anymore? The butcher dropped to his knees with a thud and kowtowed frantically, his forehead banging the ground thud thud, quickly knocking it bloody. Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have framed you. I shouldn't have envied your business. Please, spare me. I'll never do it again. I gave a cold laugh and jerked my chin at the big man beside me. This kind of backstabbing little snake. No need to hold back. Beat him for me. Let him remember who he can mess with and who he can't. At the order, the big man swung his fists down onto the butcher. The guy screamed and curled into a ball, but the fists didn't stop. His back, his waist, every blow landing with full force. Before long, the butcher's face was swollen and bruised. blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and he didn't even have the strength left to beg. Just faint whimpers as he lay sprawled on the ground like a heap of mud, every movement an effort. I glanced at him and said to Chen Tian, "Take your men, and him, and get lost." Chen Tian nodded frantically, struggled to his feet, and led the remaining constables stumbling out of the alley. Dummy scratched his head, puzzled. "Big brother, what if they go make trouble for us in Big Ox Village?" I laughed. "Does he even know our names?" Dummy shook his head. "Doesn't seem like it." "Then does he know where we live?" "Doesn't seem like it either." "There you go, then. He doesn't even know we're from Big Ox Village. Even if he wants revenge, he won't be able to find us." In these times there were no surveillance cameras, and not a single person in the whole county knew Li Dummy. So what if I'd beaten the constable Captain Chintian? If you want revenge, you first have to be able to find the person. So I wasn't the least bit afraid. I had a system backing me. Why would I fear a lowly little constable captain? And right then, the system's voice sounded again. The ancient Rise system issues a quest. Rescue the Liu family's daughter, surrounded by assassins. Reward: Full House Defense Upgrade. Full House Defense Upgrade, once used, dramatically increases the strength of your house. The entire interior of the building will be recast in reinforced concrete. Now that was a good reward. The strength of modern reinforced concrete. What could those crumbling bricks and rotten tiles of ancient times possibly compare to? Upgrade my home, and living there would be so much safer. But rescue the Liu family's daughter, surrounded by assassins. Where was this Miss Liu? The words had barely settled when a scream tore through the quiet of the alley. "Help!" A woman came running frantically into the alley. One look at her, and I froze. She was stunningly beautiful, fair-skinned, with delicate features, and most striking of all was her attire, utterly out of place among the people of this era. In these times common folk wore coarse cloth and straw sandals. The better-off wore worn cloth shoes at most. But this woman before me was dressed in silk robes, wearing fine cloth shoes, with lavish jewels on her wrists and around her neck. One look, and you could tell her background was no ordinary one. She spotted me standing in the alley, and the burly men behind me, and a light of survival instantly burst into her scattered, panicked eyes. "Warrior, save me. I beg you, save me." She threw herself before me, her snow-white fingers clutching my sleeve for dear life, her breath catching on sobs. "They're trying to kill me. I'm Liu Meiyu of the Liu household. Save me, and the Liu family will surely reward you richly." Before she could finish, heavy, perfectly synchronized footsteps came from the alley mouth behind her, like muffled thunder rolling over the flagstones. I raised an eyebrow and instinctively pushed her behind me for protection. More than a dozen dark figures came charging into the alley like phantoms, black robes flapping in the wind, faces hidden, leaving only pairs of eyes utterly devoid of warmth. Each one gripped a long, narrow blade, the steel gleaming cold, the edges still smeared with blood not yet dry. Clearly, guards had already fallen protecting her. "Halt!" The lead assassin barked in a low voice, hoarse as if ground over coarse sand, his gaze locked dead on Liu Meiyu behind me, his killing intent undisguised. "Unrelated persons, get out of the way. Hand over the Liu girl, and we'll spare your lives." The moment he said it, the assassins fanned out, sealing the alley off tight. Honestly, I'm not the meddling type. Anyone who's lived as a modern person gets it. You don't help the old lady up off the roadside. Less trouble is better than more. But there was no helping it. The reward this system offered was just too good. I folded my arms, the 10 warriors with rebar rods lined up behind me in a row. "This woman, I'm protecting her. If you know what's good for you, you'll clear off right now." The lead assassin narrowed his eyes. "You're courting death. Those junk sticks in your hands, are they sharper than our blades?" Clearly, these assassins had no idea how fearsome rebar was. Counting on their numbers and sharp blades, they didn't take the 10 men behind me seriously at all. But how could they know? These 10 warriors were super soldiers the system had given me, each one ferocious and battle-hardened, wielding the divine weapon rebar. A single one of them could thrash a whole crowd of strong men. Heh, who's stronger? Why don't we just find out? I folded my arms and cocked my head. The 10 warriors shot out like arrows loosed from a string, their black short clothes cutting sharp lines in the wind, their rebar glinting cold. radiating an intimidating aura before they'd even made contact. The foremost warrior pushed off with his feet, leapt into the air, and brought his rebar whistling down toward the nearest assassin. The assassin had just raised his blade to block. Crack, an ear-splitting screech of snapping metal, and his fine iron blade was smashed clean in two, the broken half flying off to embed itself in the wall, shaking dust down in a shower. Before the assassin could react, the rebar had already slammed down onto his shoulder. Thud, a dull, heavy sound, and the assassin flew backward like a burst sack of grain, smashing into the brick wall and sliding to the ground, spitting blood, twitching twice, and going still. What kind of weapon is that? The color drained from the remaining assassins' faces, their earlier contempt instantly replaced by fear. Those were the fine iron blades famous in the martial world. Ordinary weapons couldn't cut through them at all. Yet before this iron rod, they'd shattered as brittle as blocks of wood. The 10 warriors gave them no chance to stand there stunned, swiftly fanning out to flank them. The assassins no longer dared to fight head-on and turned to flee, but the warriors were far faster. The warrior on the left swung his rebar in a full arc, sweeping it sideways like a farmer swinging a machete, thud, smashing into the lower backs of 2 assassins. Both crumpled to the ground as if their bones had been yanked out, clutching their waists and howling. "My back! It's broken! Father, save me!" The warrior on the right was even more direct, swinging his rebar down hard onto an assassin's back. The fine iron blade went flying far off. The assassin stumbled and sprawled forward, and just as he tried to scramble up, the rebar came down thud on his thigh. Crack, a sharp snap, and he rolled around on the ground in agony, his face smeared with tears and snot. "I was wrong. Spare me. I'll never do it again." The 10 warriors showed no mercy, swinging their rebar with a whistling whoosh, smashing into blades and bodies. The whole alley filled with the crack of breaking bones. Some, struck on the shoulder, had arms that dangled uselessly. Some, struck on the knee, knelt on the ground unable even to stand. 2 more tried to band together and resist, only to be surrounded by 3 warriors and beaten in a flurry. In moments their faces were swollen and bruised, and they lay motionless on the ground. In less than the time it takes an incense stick to burn halfway, all dozen-plus assassins had been laid out, either clutching broken bones and crying for their fathers, or sprawled on the ground unable to move. Of the fine iron blades in their hands, some were snapped, some flung away, not a single one intact. The once vicious assassins had lost every ounce of their ferocity, each one like a stray dog begging only not to be beaten again. One warrior walked over with his rebar in hand, kicked the lead assassin, the first to have been so arrogant, and said coldly, "Still say our rods are no match for your blades? Now do you know who's stronger?" The lead assassin hissed through gritted teeth, unable to even get his words out. "And no, I don't dare. Your rods are mighty. Spare me." Only then did I saunter forward, sweeping my gaze over the assassins wailing across the ground, then glancing at Lu Meiyu, who was hiding behind me, pale-faced but with astonishment filling her eyes. The corner of my mouth curled up. "All right, that's enough. Leave a few alive for questioning." Only then did the warriors stop, gripping their rebar as they stepped aside. Quest complete. Full house defense upgrade obtained. The system's pleasant voice rang out in my ear. Seeing the assassins all beaten to the point of being unable to move, Lu Meiyu lost her earlier fear. She stormed forward, hands on her hips, and huffed. "What monstrous nerve you have! You dare assassinate even me, this young lady? I think you're all tired of living." And right then, a burst of rapid footsteps came. A group of armed guards charged into the alley, a good 30-some strong. Leading them was a middle-aged steward, running and shouting as he came. "Protect the young lady! Protect the young lady!" More than 30 guards didn't say a word. They just surrounded us completely, every one of them with a sharp, menacing look in their eyes. Clearly, they'd pegged me as the assassin sent to kill Lu Meiyu. Lu Meiyu quickly stepped in to stop them. "Steward Lu, hold on. These men saved my life. They're my rescuers. Don't be rude to them." Steward Lu froze for a second, then cupped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, brave warriors, for coming to her aid." With that, he waved his hand. Round up these assassins and take them back to the manor for a thorough interrogation. I clasped my hands behind my back and said nothing, but my mind was turning. This Lu Meiyu didn't seem so simple. This dynasty had an explicit law banning ordinary folks from keeping weapons, yet every one of the Lu family's guards carried a long saber. This family clearly had powerful connections and no small amount of clout. Otherwise, more than a dozen professional assassins wouldn't have made a special trip just to kill a girl who wasn't even 20 years old. Lu Meiyu looked me up and down, then said playfully, "You saved me, so that makes you my rescuer. As my rescuer, name your price. Money, an official post, whatever it is, if I can grant it, it's yours." Big words. Money I could understand, but she could hand out official positions too? And what if I said I wanted to be a county magistrate? I asked with a grin. A county magistrate was the top official over an entire region, holding the power of life and death within his jurisdiction. That was no small post. Lu Meiyu actually nodded without a moment's hesitation. "That's easy. I'll put in a word with my father, and in a few days you'll be sworn in." I quickly waved my hands. No, 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 I was joking. I can't even read a single word. I'm not cut out to be an official, but in my heart I was thinking, if I became an official, how would I ever pull off a rebellion? Then what do you want? What did I want? I honestly didn't have anything in particular in mind. If I had to pick one thing, it'd be money. But just as I was about to speak, my mind suddenly took a turn. Standing behind me were 10 loyal, fierce warriors. If I sent them up the mountain to hunt at night, wouldn't they bring back a mountain of game by morning? And if I sold all that game straight to the Lu family, wouldn't that make a perfect loop? I probed cautiously. "May I ask, Miss Lu, how many people are in your household?" Lu Meiyu thought about it. "Not that many. 100 or so. Around 40 guards, plus maids, cooks, stewards, and all the rest, another 70 or 80. That many people. You must go through a lot of grain and meat every day then?" "Naturally. Why do you ask?" I chuckled. "You know how they say it's better to teach someone to fish than to just hand them a fish. I don't want money, and I don't want a post. All of us here are hunters. If it's convenient, I'd like to sell all the game we catch from now on to the Lu family. What do you say?" Lu Meiyu raised an eyebrow. "That's all you're asking for? For saving her life, forget about a favor like this. Even if I demanded tens of thousands of taels of silver, she wouldn't have blinked." My request was so modest it caught her completely off guard. "Yes, that's all I'm asking for." "Fine, I agree. However much meat you've got, I'll buy it all. 20 coppers a pound, rabbit meat, boar meat, doesn't matter, all of it 20 coppers a pound." 20 coppers was genuinely a good price. I was very satisfied. "Really, you'll buy however much I've got?" Lu Meiyu nodded. "Would I lie to you? To be honest, my family even keeps a private army. The little bit of meat you'd bring wouldn't even fill the gaps between their teeth." Hearing this, I was overjoyed. "Then it's a deal. This is the Lu family's token. With it, you can come and go freely from our manor. If you ever run into trouble, just come find me, Lu Meiyu," she said, sounding very generous. I took the token. She gave me a long, searching look, then left the alley, surrounded by her crowd of guards. I was in a great mood. I waved my hand grandly. "Let's go home." Half an hour later, I brought Big Fool and the 10 warriors back to the Li household. Jiang Yu was keeping watch at the door as usual. The moment she saw me return, her face lit up with joy, and she hurried forward. "Husband." But when she caught sight of the 10 fierce-looking men behind me, a trace of fear crept onto her face. I quickly took her hand and said with a smile, "Don't be scared, wife. From now on these men are the guards of our Li household." "Guards?" Jiang Yu blinked, clearly never having imagined our home could have guards. "That's right. With 3 beautiful wives like you, of course I have to hire people to protect you properly." With that, I waved my arm. Everyone inside. Once in the courtyard, the 10 warriors lined up in a neat row, standing at attention before me. I walked into the house and pulled out 10 compound bows and 300 arrows from my personal storage, then carried all this gear back out to the courtyard. These 10 compound bows, one for each of you, with 30 arrows apiece. On top of that, every one of you is to carry a piece of rebar on you at all times. From now on, the safety of the Li household is in your hands. First, let me assign your duties. One of you is to guard this room. No one is allowed in except me. Not even my 3 wives, I said, pointing at one of the rooms in the courtyard. In truth, that room was completely empty. The reason I forbade anyone from entering was that I needed to retrieve things from my personal storage in there. I had to make everyone believe that whatever I produced came out of this room, rather than materializing out of thin air. At least 2 of you are to guard the wall at all times. If anyone dares to force their way in, shoot them on sight. Understood. Understood. The 10 warriors bellowed in unison. The Lee household covered a fair bit of ground. After all, I'd originally been the son of a landlord, and there had been more than a dozen guards here in the old days. The courtyard wall wasn't an ordinary earthen wall either, but a thick barrier like a city rampart, and you could climb straight up to the top of it from inside the yard. I then turned to the remaining warriors. Every night, 5 of you will head up the mountain to hunt, using these compound bows. Remember to recover and reuse the arrows. When you catch game, cart it down on a wheelbarrow. As I spoke, something occurred to me. I turned and went back into the house, emerging a moment later carrying a thermal imaging drone. This is called a thermal imaging drone. I'll teach you how to use it. You may only use it at night, and you must never let any outsider discover its existence. Understand? Understood. Then I began teaching the 10 warriors how to operate the drone, hands-on. These 10 warriors learned things at a speed that astonished me. I took the drone out of my personal storage and taught them to operate it step by step. In less than half an hour, these men had it down cold. As for the compound bows, they picked those up the instant they held them. I didn't have to waste a single breath explaining. Come to think of it, that made sense. These men were born for this line of work. Any weapon in their hands became like an extension of their own bodies. Once I trained them, I turned my attention to the courtyard wall. It was time to use the whole house defense upgrade. The system had given me a hint earlier. Once I used this function, the house and wall would show no change whatsoever from the outside. But on the inside, everything would be replaced with reinforced concrete, modern military-grade defense that could withstand even a rocket launcher. I stood in the very center of the courtyard, glancing at the peeling, mottled plaster and the rotting roof beams, and silently thought, "System, activate the whole house defense upgrade." A mechanical voice immediately sounded in my ear. Upgrade initiated. Exterior unchanged. Interior converting to reinforced concrete. Defense rating raised to modern military standard. Duration, 1 minute. The next instant, the ground beneath my feet trembled slightly. Not the violent shaking of an earthquake, more like the faint vibration of a heavy truck rolling by in the distance, so gentle that it didn't even startle the chickens in their coop. I looked up at the courtyard wall and saw the several cracks in the plaster receding at a visible pace before vanishing entirely. From the outside, it looked exactly as it had before. No one could tell the difference. Just then, Jiangyu came out of the house carrying water. She paused mid-step and asked, puzzled, "Husband, did the earth just move a moment ago?" She wasn't the only one. The warriors sorting arrows in the corner and Big Fool, squatting on the ground gnawing on a steamed bun, had both felt it too. But they looked up and saw the house and walls were all perfectly fine, so they didn't ask further. "No, nothing. You must have imagined it," I said with a smile, not bothering to explain. The minute passed quickly, and the system announced the upgrade was complete. I walked over to the base of the wall, picked up a fist-sized stone at random, and smashed it against the wall. In the past, striking that wall would have made a hollow thudding sound. But now all I heard was a dull thwack. The wall didn't even leave a white mark. Instead, the stone bounced back and tumbled several feet away. I felt a secret thrill. From now on, if I ran into a thug like Wang Hu again, even if he hauled in an ancient battering ram, this wall wouldn't budge an inch. With the wall upgraded, I planned to tidy up the interior next. Honestly, this house had nothing in it right now. Living here felt cramped and dreary. "Jiangyu, take Lin Wan and Su Qing out for a while and come back tonight. I have something to take care of," I said, shooing them off directly. Though Jiangyu didn't understand, she knew I was the backbone of this household, and she quickly led the other 2 women out the door. Once the 3 of them left, I immediately summoned solar panels from my personal storage, along with storage batteries and an inverter. Then I hauled out, one piece at a time, all the appliances and furniture from my villa-style container home. A refrigerator, a television, a washing machine, a computer, an induction cooktop, solar lamps. There was no signal out here. But I'd come prepared. I'd brought a USB drive loaded with thousands of TV shows and movies, and the computer was packed with single-player games. For furniture, there was a sofa, a coffee table, and a soft, cushy Simmons bed. Anyway, from now on outsiders wouldn't be allowed to freely come and go from my household, so I didn't have to worry about anyone discovering these secrets. As for that black solar panel on the roof, from a distance it looked just like a slab of wood. No one in this era should be suspicious of it. Then the 10 warriors set to work alongside me, quick and nimble. Up on the roof, 2 of them fastened the solar panel to the wooden beams together, running the wiring down along the eaves and hiding it in the gaps between the bricks. You couldn't spot it unless you looked closely. In the courtyard, 4 of them carried the sofa and coffee table into the living room. The cushions of that L-shaped sofa were wonderfully plush. Compared to the few broken wooden benches we'd had, it was like night and day. Over in the kitchen, 3 of them moved the refrigerator into a corner and replaced the earthen stove with an induction cooktop. Big Fool squatted nearby, watching, utterly absorbed. One moment stroking the sofa, the next leaning in to sniff the fridge, muttering to himself, "Soft, smells good." The warriors couldn't help laughing. I busied myself connecting the inverter and storage batteries, wiring everything together one line at a time. The instant I flipped the switch, the LED lights in the living room clicked on, warm white light filling the whole room in one go, more than 10 times brighter than an oil lamp, and without that choking oil smoke smell. By the time everything was in order, dusk had just fallen. The solar street lamps in the courtyard came on automatically, their soft glow spilling over the gray brick ground, so bright you could even make out the weeds in the corners clearly. I plopped down onto the sofa, turned on the TV, and plugged in the USB drive. A period drama immediately popped up on the screen. Just then, Jiang Yu's voice came from outside the courtyard gate. "Husband, we're back." I quickly switched off the TV, got up, and went out to greet them. What is this light?" Jiang Yu instinctively raised a hand to shield her eyes, her face full of amazement. Last night the house had only had one dim oil lamp. How had it suddenly gotten such bright, clean light today? Lin Wan rushed straight in, circling the street lamp twice, reaching out to touch it, but not quite daring to. "How does this lamp work without oil? And there's no fire. It's incredible." Su Qing, meanwhile, set down her firewood, her gaze fixed on the black board on the roof, brows slightly furrowed as if pondering what on earth it was for, though she said nothing. The moment they stepped into the living room, the 3 of them were struck speechless by the sight before them. The once empty house now held a wide sofa, a smooth coffee table, and a flat-screen TV mounted on the wall. Compared to its former cold, run-down state, it was a completely different world. "Husband, where did all this come from?" Jiang Yu asked, stroking the soft fabric cushion, her eyes bright. "It's comfortable, isn't it? Try it yourself." I smiled and pulled her down to sit. Her whole body sank into the sofa, and she couldn't help sighing. "This is 10,000 times more comfortable than our wooden benches." I picked up the remote and pressed the power button. The TV lit up, and Lin Wan let out a startled "yikes" and nearly jumped up. "There are people inside this thing. And the picture moves?" Jiang Yu's eyes went wide too. "The people in there have such beautiful clothes, just like an opera performance, and you don't even need to set up a stage." Su Qing didn't make a fuss like Lin Wan. She just stared at the screen, the cool detachment in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by a hint of curiosity. She remembered the big cabinet in the kitchen and asked me what it was for. "That's called a refrigerator. It keeps things cold all the time," I explained. "Put the game meat inside and it'll stay fresh for several days." Then I pointed at the washing machine and told her it was for washing clothes without having to scrub by hand. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's face filled with even greater astonishment. Watching the 3 women, each either delighted or curious, an affinity notification suddenly popped up in the corner of my vision. Su Qing at 80%, Lin Wan at 70%, and Jiang Yu maxed out all the way to 100%. The system also reminded me that the mission was nearly complete and urged me to keep at it. "From now on, we'll live comfortably," I said, my spirits lifting considerably as I watched the 3 of them chatter away around the TV. But the moment I relaxed, exhaustion came flooding in all at once. I hadn't closed my eyes for 2 whole days and a night. I walked into the bedroom and collapsed face first onto the soft Simmons bed. When I'd first crossed over, I'd felt no sense of security and hadn't dared to sleep at all. But now my home was solid as a fortress, guarded by 10 warriors armed with modern weapons. I could finally sleep soundly and at ease. I slept straight through until dawn the next day. When I opened my eyes, 5 of the warriors had already come down from the mountain, pushing a cart piled full of game, rabbits, and roe deer. With the thermal imaging drone and compound bows to help, 5 men hunting together were far more efficient than any ordinary hunter. This one cartload came to a full 200 pounds. At the 20 coppers per pound Lu Meiyu had offered, that came out to 4,000 copper coins, 120,000 coppers a month, or 120 taels of silver. In this great dynasty, that was a fortune, more than enough to support my whole bigly household. But I still wasn't satisfied. If someday I had 100 men under my command, this bit of money would be nowhere near enough. So I had to think of other ways to bring in cash. 2 of the warriors pushed the cart off to the Lu family to exchange it for money, while I sat at home, calculating how to open up new sources of income. Before I knew it, the day had slipped by, and evening had come around again. Once night fell, I faced a very real problem. My 3 wives each had their own room. So which room was I supposed to sleep in? The first night, Jiang Yu's tuberculosis had still been severe, and the other 2 hadn't liked me enough yet, so I'd missed my chance. The second night, I'd been so exhausted I'd fallen straight asleep and missed it again. Tonight was already the 3rd night. I absolutely could not miss it again. Just as I was hesitating, the system's notification chime suddenly rang out. System issuing mission. Sleeping with different wives will grant different rewards. Choose Su Qing. Gain 10 blacksmiths, absolutely loyal, with superb forging skills. Choose Lin Wan. Gain 10 scholars, well-read in the classics, with extraordinary memory and absolute loyalty. Choose Jiang Yu. Gain a plot of super watermelon fertile farmland, plus 1 loyal fruit farmer. This field produces sweet, huge, seedless watermelons every day, unaffected by weather or drought. I stared at the panel and quickly ran the numbers. Blacksmiths were tempting, but what I lacked most right now wasn't forging. It was a stable second income stream. Scholars were well-read, but I couldn't use them in the short term, and I'd have to feed and house them. Only this super watermelon farmland stood out. Daily output, sweet and huge, good to eat and good to sell. Most crucially, watermelons didn't exist at all in this era. Rare things are precious. Selling them at 100 coppers apiece would be another reliable income, and it even came with a loyal fruit farmer to tend it. Money for practically nothing. I'll choose Jiang Yu, I decided. I'd get a practical reward and get to look after the newly recovered Jiang Yu at the same time. 2 birds with 1 stone. I walked to Jiang Yu's door and knocked. First wife, are you asleep? Her bashful voice came from within. No, not yet. Is there something you need, husband? I pushed the door open and went in, finding her sitting on the edge of the bed doing needlework. Seeing me enter, she quickly stood up, clutching the hem of her clothes with both hands. Her cheeks flushed. In truth, she knew perfectly well what this was about. She was just shy, as a young woman would be. I reached out and touched her forehead. That forehead, once burning hot with tuberculosis, had now returned to a normal temperature, and her complexion had grown much rosier. Since you've just recovered, I thought I'd come check on you. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, then she lowered her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. You don't have to keep me company on purpose, husband. I'm the first wife. I ought to be sensible and understanding. You should go to Sister Su Qing's or Sister Lin Wan's room tonight. No, I cut her off. You're my proper wife. This first night naturally belongs to you. I sat down on the edge of the bed and took her hand. I'll stay with you tonight. If you cough during the night, I can hand you some water. Her face grew even redder, even the tips of her ears turning pink. She nodded gently. All right, I'll do whatever you say, husband. She made up the bed, then brought over warm water for me to wash my hands, her movements gentle and attentive. Once the 2 of us lay down, she deliberately scooted over to the side, but her body was slightly stiff with nervousness. I gave her back a soft pat. Don't be nervous. It's just like going to sleep as usual. She let out a soft mm and slowly relaxed. At that moment, the system sounded. Host has chosen to sleep with Jiang Yu. Mission complete. The super watermelon farmland has been delivered to the Lee household's backyard. The loyal fruit farmer will arrive early tomorrow morning. I quietly opened my eyes and peeked through a crack in the window toward the backyard. Though I couldn't see clearly, I could already picture the lush green watermelon field waiting there tomorrow, and I couldn't keep the corners of my mouth from turning up. Sensing the movement beside her, Jiangyu asked softly, "Husband, what is it?" "Nothing." I turned to look at her, my voice tender. "I was just thinking, it's nice having you by my side." She nestled a little closer to me and whispered, "Being able to stay with you. I think it's nice too." Moonlight spilled into the room, quiet and warm. Quite naturally, I gathered her into my arms, and before long, the lamp went dark. Meanwhile, in Su Qing's room, a candle burned quietly, its orange glow falling on the neatly folded stack of coarse cloth garments at the corner of the table, the clothes I'd changed out of during the day, which she had washed and hung to dry. She sat in her chair, her gaze vacant, resting on the solar lamp outside the window. It wasn't until faint footsteps sounded in the courtyard that she came to her senses and turned to look. When she saw me heading toward Jiangyu's room, the fingers resting on her knee curled slightly, but she didn't move again. The candle flickered, casting light on her face, stripping away her usual coolness and adding a barely perceptible trace of melancholy. It wasn't that she didn't yearn for it. She was simply reserved by nature, her feelings buried deep. From the day I'd shielded her from Wang Hu and given her a safe place to live, this dependable man had quietly claimed a place in her heart. Later, once the light in Jiang Yu's room went out, she finally rose, her fingertips brushing that stack of clothes, and blew out the candle. She walked to the window and stood for a long while, gazing in the direction of Jiang Yu's room, before gently closing the window and lying down. On the other side, Lin Wan's room was full of little emotions she couldn't hide. She sat on the edge of the bed, clutching a half-embroidered handkerchief, crumpling its corner into a wrinkled mess, her lips pouting far enough to hang an oil bottle. In her fit of pique, she'd even kicked over the embroidery basket at her feet. "Oomph, why did he go to Jiangyu first?" she muttered under her breath. "I even cleaned my room specially today." She'd once been the daughter of a prefectural governor. When had she ever suffered such neglect? Tonight she'd deliberately done up her hair and changed into her cleanest dress, yet in the end, she still hadn't heard my footsteps. "Next time I'll definitely make the first move," she resolved silently. On the third day, I woke feeling refreshed and clear-headed. The warriors returned from the county town and handed me 4,000 coppers. With that, I now had a full 11 taels of silver saved up. In this great dynasty, a genuine fortune. Then I headed to the backyard, and the moment I stepped in, my eyes lit up. The once empty plot was now covered in green vines, each vine bearing small green fruits the size of a palm. Those were unripe watermelons. The system had said this melon ripened in a single day, they'd be ready to eat by tomorrow morning. I counted them, a full 100. At 100 coppers apiece, that was 10 taels of silver a day. The only problem was, I still had no sales channel. Just as I was thinking this over, Jiangyu came over. "Husband, an old man has come to the door. He says he's the fruit farmer you sent for." Before long, a man of about 60 came in, smiling and nodding at me. "Greetings, master." Though up in years, his build was as sturdy as a strapping man in his 40s. I instructed him to tend the melon field and to move all the harvested watermelons into the storehouse. If any didn't sell right away, I'd just stash them in my personal storage. Time stood still inside it anyway, so they'd keep no matter how long they sat. At that moment, the system chimed, issuing mission, resolve Wang Hu's revenge. Reward, a full house surveillance system. Installed invisibly, requiring no electricity and no internet. Capable of monitoring any corner within the Lee household's grounds. It automatically sounds an alarm when a dangerous person comes within 100 meters. My heart stirred. Now that was a great reward. Meanwhile, outside the gate of my Lee household, Wang Hu stood leaning on a crutch, his face full of hatred. Behind him trailed 7 or 8 strapping young men from the village, and 6 yamen constables lined up in a row. Wang Hu wore a fawning smile, bowing and scraping to the lead constable. "Sir, this right here is the home of that leader?" The constable waved his hand. Knock. A series of pounding raps rang out. "Open up." The yamen is here to collect taxes. I stretched leisurely and pulled the door open, with Jiang Yu behind me, and swaggered out. Well now, officers? What brings you fine gentlemen to my humble home? I wore a flippant grin, not a bit like the ordinary commoners who'd be shaking in their boots. The constable looked me up and down and said coldly, "You've taken 3 wives. That's 4 taels of silver in head tax. Hand over the money." Wang Hu, propped up on his thick wooden crutch, dragged his broken leg, the one I'd shattered, as he squeezed his way to the very front, baring his teeth in a savage grin. "Lida, oh Lida, you really are a fool. Taking 3 wives to show off. Now you know the sting of it, don't you? 4 taels of silver is enough to feed a household in our village for a whole year. With a poor wretch like you, just wait to be hauled off and sold as a slave to some foreign land." The constable beside him frowned, but said nothing. It turned out Wang Hu had already slipped him a few coins to make me sweat a little longer. Seeing that I stayed silent, Wang Hu grew even more brazen. His gaze slid over to Jiang Yu, a look both lecherous and vicious, making her tremble all over as she shrank behind me. "You think it ends once you're thrown in prison?" Wang Hu laughed, more rampant than ever. "Once the officers haul you away, I'll bring my brothers and give those 3 lovely wives of yours a good taking care of." The surrounding villagers gasped. Some wanted to speak up, but one vicious glare from him sent them shrinking back. Jiang Yu's face went pale with rage, and the hand gripping my sleeve trembled. "Husband, he's gone too far." I gave the back of her hand a gentle pat, the cold in my eyes growing thicker. Then I spoke unhurriedly. "Wang Hu, when I broke your leg last time, what did I tell you?" Wang Hu craned his neck and yelled, "This time I've got the officers backing me. You still dare lay a hand on me? If you can't pay the tax today, say one more word." My voice suddenly turned cold, my gaze cutting into him like a knife. "And I won't mind breaking your other leg too, so you'll spend the rest of your life crawling on the ground." Wang Hu recoiled a step in fright, ducking behind the constable and shouting with hollow bravado, "Officer, he's threatening me. He definitely can't pay the tax. Arrest him quick." The lead constable stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his saber. "Enough talk. Either pay up or come back to the yamen with us. Resist, and you'll be charged with refusing to pay the imperial grain tax." Only then did I calmly pull out a heavy money pouch from inside my robe. "Who says I can't afford it?" With that, I tossed it straight to the constable. The constable caught it and gave it a heft. Opening it, he found gleaming silver of full purity, exactly 4 taels. That's enough," he said, his attitude softening a touch despite himself. "Tax paid in full. Let's go." Those words struck Wang Hu like a thunderbolt. The savage grin on his face froze instantly. "No, impossible. Where would a poor beggar like him get silver? He must have stolen it, robbed it." The surrounding villagers erupted. Who'd have thought Lida actually had silver? Wang Hu's really lost face this time. He was just calling the man a poor wretch. The constable patted Wang Hu on the shoulder. "He's paid his tax in full. There's nothing we can do." And he turned to lead his men away. But Wang Hu suddenly cried out, "Wait." He pointed at my front gate, shouting excitedly, "There are people inside. They're not from this village. Lida, who are you hiding in there? Are they wanted fugitives?" It turned out he'd just caught a glimpse of 2 burly, powerfully built men walking past inside the gate. In this great dynasty, harboring people without travel permits was a serious crime. The constable frowned and pressed the question, "Who are you hiding in your house? Do they have travel permits?" I folded my arms and shrugged. "I'm not hiding anyone. They're just a few friends staying over. They're not from this village, and they don't have travel permits." Wang Hu was practically beside himself with joy, as if he'd grabbed a lifeline. "Officer," he admitted it himself, "harboring people without travel permits is against the law. They might even be wanted fugitives. Lida, so what if you can pay the tax? You've broken the law now. You're going to prison all the same. And those 3 wives of yours, heh, still won't have anyone to protect them." Those words struck at Jiang Yu's tender spot again. She gripped my sleeve tightly, her face turning even paler. I patted her hand, my gaze toward Wang Hu growing colder still. The lead constable's heart was moved. Uncovering wanted fugitives would earn him merit, and besides, he'd already taken Wang Hu's bribe. He took a step forward, hand on his saber hilt, his face dark enough to drip water. "Lida, Since you admit there are outsiders in your home, hand them over at once for on-the-spot inspection. If you dare conceal them or resist, don't blame us for being harsh." He shot a glance at the men behind him, and two constables stepped up, gripping the door rings, about to force the door open. Watching their hands frozen on the door rings, I suddenly began to clap slowly, my tone laced with a hint of mockery. "Officer, what's the rush? Since you want to see, I'll have my friends come out and meet you. Come on out. Don't keep the officer waiting." The words had barely left my mouth when neat, uniformed footsteps sounded from within the courtyard. Stomp, stomp, stomp. 10 tall figures filed out one after another, all in black shortcut garb, their muscles straining taut beneath the fabric. Each held a piece of rebar as thick as an arm, the cold, hard metal glinting with a chill in the sunlight. They walked over and stood behind me in 2 rows, shoulder to shoulder, backs ramrod straight, eyes sharp as knives, each radiating a killing aura that could only be honed through years of slaughter. Far more intimidating from the gut than the constable's bit of official swagger. The 2 constables holding the door rings froze, their hands hanging in midair. Even the lead constable's hand on his saber began to tremble slightly, a look of panic crossing his face as he unconsciously took half a step back. These, who are these people? Wong, whose voice was shaking, his earlier arrogance gone without a trace. Just standing there. These men were like 10 mountains bearing down on him, crushing him so thoroughly he didn't even dare lift his head. The surrounding villagers gasped as one. Good heavens, Li Da's friends are terrifying. Get hit with one of those iron bars and your bones would snap for sure. Wong, who's really going to get it this time? I stepped forward, moving to the front of the warriors. My gaze swept over the pale-faced constables and Wong Hu, my tone relaxed, yet carrying an undeniable pressure. "Officer, these are my friends, rough men who make their living by muscle. They were passing through Nyo village and are staying a few days. As for travel permits, they're on the road all year and carelessly lost them, and haven't had a chance to get new ones yet." I paused, then added, "If you're really not at ease, officer, you're welcome to take them back to the Yamen for inspection. It's just that these friends of mine have rather bad tempers. If one of them ends up hurting someone, well, that would be hard to deal with." The words sounded polite, but every sentence carried a threat. The lead constable stared at those 10 pieces of rebar, then glanced at the cold light in the warrior's eyes, calculating rapidly in his mind. If he really took them back to the Yamen and a fight broke out, the handful of men under him wouldn't stand a chance. Forget about earning merit. He'd probably end up shouldering a whole heap of trouble. He forced out 2 dry chuckles and quickly waved his hands. "And no need. Since they're Li Da's friends, they're surely fine. Losing travel permits is easily fixed by applying for new ones. A trivial matter. We won't disturb you any longer." With that, he signaled the men behind him. "Let's go. We've got other business to attend to." The constables turned to leave as if granted a pardon. Wong Hu panicked and grabbed at them. "Officer, they have no travel permits. That's against the law. You can't just let them go." The lead constable irritably shook him off and shot him a fierce glare. "Cut the nonsense. We're handling the case. Since when is it your place to tell us what to do? One more word and we'll haul you in too." He tossed out the words and left without looking back. Wong Hu stood frozen in place, watching the constable's retreating backs, then turning to glance at the 10 warriors behind me. His face went pale as a sheet of paper, and he could barely keep his feet under him. Once the constables were gone, I gave him a harmless-looking smile. "Wong Hu, you're really something, aren't you? Able to bring the authorities to arrest me? Looks to me like you don't want your other leg either." With that, I turned my gaze to the 7 or 8 helpers behind him. I knew every one of these men. All young, able-bodied villagers who used to look down on me, every single one. But right now, not one of them dared even breathe too loudly. "You lot, did you all come here to back Wong Hu up?" The 7 or 8 young men Wong Hu had brought had already been cowed weak-kneed by the aura of the 10 warriors behind me. Now, hearing my question, every one of them looked like a cat that had had its tail stepped on, all taking 2 steps back in unison, desperate to draw a clear line between themselves and Wong Hu. A tall, skinny fellow spoke up first, his voice trembling yet urgent. "Brother Li Da, we really didn't come to help him. Wong Hu tricked us. He said you owed him money and told us to come demand an explanation." He never mentioned anything about arresting you. The short, stout man beside him quickly waved his hands too, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Right. We fell for his trick. He said you couldn't pay the tax and would surely be hauled off by the officers, and told us to come watch the show. Who would want to go against you? Exactly. The others chimed in as well. One even pointed back at Wang Hu, his face full of disgust. If he hadn't promised each of us 2 coppers afterward, we couldn't have been bothered to come at all. Who knew he had such a black heart? Wang Hu never dreamed the men he'd brought would turn on him at the critical moment. He was so furious his face turned purple. He tried to charge over on his crutch, but a burly man held him back. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "You ungrateful bunch! Who was it that lent you money to buy grain before? And now, to save your own skins, you dare bite the hand that fed you?" The tall, skinny fellow rolled his eyes and shot back without mercy. "Give it a rest. You call that lending money? That was loan sharking. The interest doubled in half a year. Last time, when you wanted to grab Annie Zhang's vegetable plot, you beat Uncle Zhang bedridden. You call that helping?" The short, stout man drove in another jab. "We've had it up to here with you for ages. Relying on your uncle being an officer at the county yamen, you strut around the village like you own it. Now that brotherly duh is capable and fair, why would we keep running with you?" At these words, the others nodded in agreement, and the way they looked at me shifted from fear to fawning. The tall, skinny fellow edged closer and said carefully, "Brotherly duh, we know we were wrong. You're powerful now, and you can protect the folks in the village. We want to follow you. Just give us any work and we'll come at your call. No wages needed. That's fine by us." I folded my arms and looked at this crowd of villagers who flipped faces faster than turning pages of a book, a faint smile curving my lips. I understood well enough. These men were mostly ordinary farmers who chased after gain and dodged trouble. They'd followed Wang Hu before out of fear of being bullied. Now, seeing that I had real power, they wanted to latch onto my coattails. Then again, having a few extra hands wasn't a bad thing. Tending the watermelon field and hauling game down the road, they'd all come in useful. So I slowly nodded, my tone calm but weighty. "You can follow me, but I have one rule. No bullying the old, the weak, the women, or the children of this village. No thieving or petty crime. And you do as I say in all things. Anyone who can't manage that can leave right now. We can do it. We absolutely can." The men nodded hurriedly, faces filled with delight, as if they'd struck it rich. "Fine. We'll let today's matter go. Head back for now," I said, waving my hand. "When I have use for you, I'll send someone to call you." The men thanked me profusely, then scattered like refugees fleeing, not once looking back, not even sparing a glance in Wang Hu's direction. At the gate, only Wang Hu was left, all alone. Leaning on his crutch, his face white as paper, trembling from head to toe, his eyes filled with fear and resentment as he looked at me, yet he no longer dared to utter a single vicious word. I walked slowly up to him and looked down at him from above. The trace of ease on my face was long gone, leaving only ice cold. "Wang Hu, when I broke your leg last time, what did I warn you? Don't provoke me again, and don't set your sights on my family." But you just wouldn't listen. Not only did you collude with the constables to harm me, you publicly insulted my wife. Did you really think I'd spare you again and again? The look in my eyes so terrified Wang Hu that he kept backing away, his crutch scraping harshly across the ground, staggering until he nearly fell. He begged for mercy in a tearful voice. "Brotherly duh, I was wrong. I'll never dare again. I beg you, spare me this once." Begging for mercy now? It's too late. I shook my head coldly, then jerked my chin at one of the warriors behind me. Teach him a lesson. Make him remember, some people aren't his to provoke, and some lines aren't his to cross. The warrior stepped forward, his towering figure engulfing Wang Hu in an instant. Wang Hu was scared out of his wits. He turned to run, but with a broken leg, how could he? One step in and he crashed to the ground, able only to sprawl there thrashing about. "Don't come near me. My uncle is an officer at the county yamen. Lay a hand on me, and my uncle won't let you off." The warrior paid no heed at all to this threat. He walked around behind him and stomped his foot down on Wang Hu's good leg. There was a crisp crack, immediately followed by Wang Hu's ear-splitting, agonized scream. "Ah, my leg. My leg's broken. Help! Help me!" The scream rang out across the whole village entrance. The onlooking villagers all gasped, and some turned their faces away, but not one dared step forward to intervene. Wang Hu lay sprawled on the ground, both legs twisted at grotesque angles, blood quickly soaking through his trouser legs. He twitched all over from the pain, his face smeared with tears and snot, not a shred of his earlier arrogance left. I gave him a glance, my tone still just as cold. This is the last time. If you ever dare appear before me again, or dare say one disrespectful word about my family, it won't be as simple as a broken leg. With that, I couldn't be bothered to look at him any longer. I took Jiang Yu's hand, turned, and walked into the courtyard, the 10 warriors following close behind, and the gate creaked shut. The moment I stepped inside, the system's pleasant voice sounded in my ear. The full house surveillance system has been delivered. Installation in progress. Estimated time, 10 minutes. My interest was piqued at once. Just what did this surveillance system, one that needed no electricity, no internet, could stay invisible, and came with its own intrusion alarm, actually look like? I was dying to know. After 10 minutes, the notification sounded again. Installation complete. Please, host, take a look. At a stir of my thoughts, a bird's-eye view of the Li household from high above flashed into my mind. The entire courtyard, inside and out, every room, every blind corner, all of it was crystal clear. This surveillance system really isn't bad. I nodded to myself. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Over those 3 days, I didn't go anywhere. I just holed up at home keeping my 3 wives company. Life was cozy, and the 3 of them liked me more and more by the day. Jiang Yu had long been maxed out. Su Qing had climbed to the top as well, and only Lin Wan was still just a hair short, stuck at 90. 10 points short of unlocking the prize. I stroked my chin, troubled. How could I get Lin Wan's affinity to shoot up? Suddenly, inspiration struck. Wouldn't coaxing her with modern snacks and pretty clothes do the trick? Girls all love sweet words, love wearing beautiful clothes, and love trying fresh new treats. Those things in my personal storage. Lin Wan had surely never even laid eyes on them. With that in mind, I dug out a pink dress from my storage, grabbed a few lollipops, and headed straight for Lin Wan's room. I knocked on the door. There was a rustling inside, and after a moment the door opened a crack. Lin Wan poked her head out, a hint of surprise in her eyes. What are you doing here? Today she wore a light blue coarse cloth dress, her hair loosely tied up, a little less of the pampered young miss about her, and a little more of a homey gentleness. I held out the things in my hands to her. I brought you some good stuff, saved it specially for you. Come on, take a look. Lin Wan blinked, then quickly pulled the door open to let me in. I shook out the pink dress and spread it on the bed. Look at this, it's called a dress. Light and soft when you wear it. I brought it from my hometown. Isn't it pretty? The dress had a pale pink base, with fine lace trimming the collar and hem, the cotton silk fabric glowing softly in the light, a style she'd never seen before. She couldn't help reaching out to touch it, and the moment her fingertips felt that delicate texture, her eyes lit up in a flash, as if hiding stars within them. What's this cloth made of? How is it so soft? And this lace trim is embroidered so beautifully. I fished out a strawberry-flavored lollipop, unwrapped it, and handed it to her. This is called a lollipop. It's sweet, give it a taste. She hesitated, then put it in her mouth. The sweet strawberry flavor burst across her tongue at once, sweeter even than maltose candy. Her eyes went wide. So sweet. How is this made? I've never tasted anything like it. This is a treat found only where I'm from. I saved it specially for you. Didn't tell Jiang Yu or Su Qing. I sat down beside her, my tone especially gentle. I know you used to be a governor's daughter, so you're bound to love these fine, delicate things. I've been busy setting up the house lately and haven't had the chance. Don't hold it against me. Those words struck right at Lin Wan's heart. What she cared about most was being treated as special, and not only had I brought her something rare, I'd deliberately kept it from the other two. Wasn't that plainly proof that she was in my heart? The grievance on her face vanished at once. Her cheeks flushed pink, and she mumbled softly, I don't hold it against you. I just felt like you'd sort of forgotten me. How could I forget you? I ruffled her hair. You're so adorable. How could I bear to forget you? From now on, whenever there's something good, you'll be the first one I think of. My words made her face redder still. She lowered her head, staring at the lollipop, but the corners of her mouth simply wouldn't stop turning up, and her voice softened. Husband, you're so good to me. At that very moment, the system's notification exploded in my mind. Lin Wan's affinity has risen to 100%. All 3 female leads have reached the required affinity. Reward being delivered. In an instant, the combat experience of a top-tier modern UFC champion came flooding into my mind like a tide. I sat stunned for a good while before I finally absorbed and digested it all. Looking down at my own fists, a surge of confidence rose in my heart. The me of now could take on 10 men without any trouble. With the physique of an athletic champion, plus the fighting experience of a top-tier boxer, my combat power had multiplied several times over. And the tenderness in this room, too, unfolded naturally, as smoothly as water finding its course. 40 minutes later, I wiped away my sweat, tucked the blanket around the fast-asleep Lin Wan, and slipped out the door on quiet feet. The instant I stepped over the threshold, the system spoke again. Issuing mission: lead at least 3 people in Dainyu village to prosperity. Reward: 1 super greenhouse. Super greenhouse contains 10 mu of fertile farmland. No matter what you plant, it will ripen in 10 days. My eyes lit up. Good heavens, this greenhouse was a treasure. I'd brought along plenty of seeds. With a harvest every 10 days, wouldn't I make a fortune? Even if I didn't sell it, stockpiling grain to raise my own troops would be well worth it. After all, in a time like this when people could starve to death, having grain in hand was as good as holding military power. But this lead 3 people to prosperity business, how exactly was I supposed to lead them? As I was mulling it over, I suddenly remembered the watermelons out back. By my count, this crop was already on its 3rd harvest. The storehouse was packed with a full 300 big, round watermelons. And these were extra sweet, seedless melons, something that simply didn't exist in this era. Rare things fetch high prices, so selling them at 100 coins each didn't seem too steep, right? Then it hit me. I had so many melons, and I held a total monopoly on them. Why bother hauling them into town and hawking them myself? Better to pick a few people from the village to buy melons off me and let them do the selling. That way I'd save myself the trouble and knock out my mission at the same time. 2 birds with 1 stone. Mind made up, I headed straight for the village chief's house. The chief's surname was Wang Xiaotian. In his 60s, and he'd been chief of Big Ox Village for over 30 years, so he commanded a lot of respect. I had no real friendship with him. You could count the words we'd exchanged on one hand. So when I knocked, he didn't bother putting on a friendly face. Lida, what do you want? Without a word, I lifted up the 2 pounds of pork I'd brought. Chief, this is for you. Wang Xiaotian stared at that meat, his eyes going wide. This was genuine lean pork, the kind most families couldn't bring themselves to buy even at New Year's. He hurriedly took it, wiped his hands on his apron, and every wrinkle on his face bunched up into a grin. Brotherly duh, you're too kind. Whatever you need, just say the word. As long as old Wang can do it, I won't let you down. I sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard and said, unhurried, it's nothing hard. Grab your gong, go around and bang it at every crossroads in the village, and round up all the men and folks at the open lot by the village entrance. Tell them I've got a way to make some money, and I want to bring everyone in on it. A way to make money. The smile on Wang Xiaotian's face froze for a moment, and he nearly dropped the meat, his eyes full of doubt. He'd lived over 60 years and had never once heard of anybody who could just hand out a path to riches. On top of that, I'd been so broke a little while back I could barely keep food on the table. And now, just a few days later, I was claiming I'd make the whole village rich? No matter how you sliced it, it didn't ring true. But he'd taken my gift, so he couldn't very well turn me down in my face. All he could manage was a couple of dry chuckles. Is this thing reliable? Folks are living hand to mouth. They can't afford to get jerked around. You just round up the people. Whether it's reliable or not, I'll explain once everyone's here. My tone was flat, but carried a firm certainty. If anybody fails to make money, I'll cover their losses. Hearing that, he nodded quickly. All right, I'll go right now. With that, he dug out that old brass gong with its paint half worn off, tucked it under his arm, and hurried to the village entrance. The clang, clang, clang of the gong echoed through the village as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Everybody, come on out. Brotherly Da's got something important to announce. It's about making money for all of us. Wait too long, and you'll miss your chance." When the villagers heard the gong and caught the word money, they poked their heads out, curious. In no time, 2 or 3 dozen people had gathered at the open lot. Men with farm tools slung over their shoulders, women carrying children, old folks leaning on canes, all crowding around Wang Xiaotian to find out what was going on. Among the crowd was Wang Jian, Wang Hu's father. The moment the old man heard the name Li De, he rushed over without even finishing his meal. Wang Hu was his only son, and I'd crippled the boy, both legs ruined, doomed to spend the rest of his life bedridden. Wang Jian hated me down to his bones, but hearing that I kept 10 burly, strapping men at my place, he didn't dare make a move. All he could do was wait for Wang Hu's uncle to bring men in from the county town for revenge. What money-making scheme could a good-for-nothing like Lita possibly have? And even if he did, what'd he think of us? Wang Jian muttered snidely. Beside him, Auntie Zhang chimed in to fan the flames. This woman was my family's old neighbor. Back when my parents were alive, she'd freely mooched meals off us, and my family had always treated her well. But the moment my parents died, she turned on a dime. She even snatched a bunch of our things in the chaos. That redwood armchair in her house was looted from my place. If you ask me, this kid's up to no good. 10 to 1 he wants to con everybody into chipping in money, then run off with the cash. Don't any of you fall for it. Annie Zhang's fear-mongering actually rattled quite a few people. That's when I arrived. The moment Wang Xiaotian saw me, he quickly shoved me forward. The man himself is here. Lida, go ahead. Tell us your money-making plan. I smiled. Neighbors, if there's money to be made, of course we should make it together. I've got something here that can sell for good money, and selling it alone is no fun. I'd rather bring all of you in on it. Who's willing to join? The words had barely left my mouth when someone shot out of the crowd. Wang Jian shoved his way to the very front, jabbing a finger at my nose, so furious his hand was shaking. You wretched murderer. You've got the nerve to talk about making money together? You broke both my son's legs. He's stuck at home, can't even feed himself, and you've still got the gall to play the good guy? Who knows if this good thing of yours was stolen or robbed? A little while ago you were so broke you were about to starve, and now suddenly you've got silver and hired guards. God knows what wicked things you've done. And now you want to drag everyone else into the fire with you. His words landed like a bucket of cold water. The villagers who'd been tempted a moment ago instantly fell silent. Auntie Zhang jumped in to back him up, slapping her thigh and putting on a show of looking out for everyone. Exactly. Lida, don't try to swindle us honest folk. When your family fell on hard times, you vanished without a trace. Now you show up out of nowhere, rich and swaggering. Who knows what you're scheming? I bet you just want to trick us into working for free, pocket all the money yourself, and maybe you're even holding a grudge because nobody helped you back then. So you want to screw us over? Those words struck a guilty nerve in a lot of them. Back when my family was in trouble, hardly anyone had lifted a finger. Now that I'd made it big, everyone was afraid I'd hold a grudge. With the two of them egging each other on, the crowd erupted in murmurs, and no one dared step forward. I didn't get angry, though. I just looked at the two of them calmly, a faint smile even playing at the corner of my mouth. Say whatever you want. I don't care. Trust me, and come make good money with me. Don't trust me, and I won't force you. Now, who's willing to work with me? I swept my gaze over the crowd. Every last villager stared at me with suspicious eyes, and not one said a word. Just then, a man slowly shuffled out of the crowd and asked timidly, "Me, can I do it?" The moment he stepped forward, a burst of jeering laughter erupted all around. It turned out he was the only disabled man in the whole village, Lame Hao. Lame Hao had gotten one leg beaten crippled back when he was a teenager. His home was bare as bones. He had no parents. He was a bachelor, so dirt poor that even the county officers couldn't be bothered to arrest him. He scratched his head and grinned, showing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. Lida, think I'll do? I'll tell you straight. I've got no money. I can only offer labor, not manpower. His trust in me wasn't really trust. It was just that a barefoot man doesn't fear a man with shoes. He was flat broke anyway, so he had nothing to lose by being conned. I smiled. No money's fine. Stick with me, and you'll be making money in no time. Before I'd even finished, Wang Jian spat, and swept a contemptuous look over Lame Hao's bad leg. Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. You need a cane just to walk, and you think you can make money? Careful you don't fall flat on your face before you earn a single coin. Auntie Zhang was even nastier, covering her mouth and doubling over with laughter. Lame Hao, you're so poor you can barely keep your pants up. If Lita really had a good deal, would it ever come to you? The crowd joined in the mockery, and some even deliberately mimicked the way he walked. Lame Hao's face flushed crimson, the veins bulging on the hand gripping his cane, but he'd endured ridicule his whole life and didn't dare talk back. He just buried his head low. I can carry loads, my leg's bad, but I've still got my strength. I stepped forward and planted myself in front of him, my gaze turning cold as it swept over Wang Jian and Auntie Zhang. Watch your mouths. The man sincerely wants to work. What gives you the right to trample all over him? Wang Jian hadn't expected me to defy him in front of everyone. He stiffened his neck and bellowed. So what if I mock a cripple? He's not the one who should be ashamed. You two are. I said each word slowly and deliberately. Mark my words. Within 3 days, Lame Hao will be one of the richest men in this village. At that, the laughter in the lot only grew louder, like they'd just heard the greatest joke in the world. Some laughed so hard they couldn't stand up straight. Others yelled at Lame Hao, "If you're rich in 3 days, don't forget to treat everybody to meat." Lame Hao buried his head even lower, the very tips of his ears burning red. I ignored the sneers and swept my gaze over the crowd again. Anyone else willing to work with me? I told you. You don't need to put up any money, just your labor. The crowd went quiet for a few seconds, and no one answered. Just then, a timid voice came from the back. I'm willing. Everyone turned to look, and out stepped a woman in a patched skirt, clutching a tattered cloth bundle, Widow Wang from the village. Her husband had died of illness 3 years ago, leaving her with a 5-year-old child. She got by mending clothes for others, often not knowing where her next meal would come from. One of the village's best-known hard luck cases. She kept her head down, her voice quiet but clear. "Brotherly duh, can I work with you? I'm not strong, but I can keep accounts, and I can do some work too. All I want is to earn a little more so I can put food in my child's mouth." Wang Jian let out another cold laugh. "What's a widow doing sticking her nose in? Careful the gossip doesn't crush your kid too, till he can't even hold his head up." Widow Wang went pale, but she gritted her teeth and held firm. "I'm not afraid of gossip. As long as I can raise my child, I'll swallow any hardship." Before I could say anything, another aged voice rang out. "I'm willing too." A gray-haired old man walked out, leaning on a hoe. It was old Zhang Xuan. This old fellow was nearly 70, with no sons or daughters. When he was young, he'd fallen gravely ill with no money for medicine, and it was my parents who'd brought him medicine and silver and pulled him back from death's door. He'd carried that debt of gratitude his whole life. He cupped his hands toward me. "Lida, my boy, your parents saved me back then, so I trust you. I've still got some strength in me. If you'll have me, take me along." Wang Jian let loose another round of jeers, saying he had 1 foot in the grave and still wanted to make money. But old Zhang Xuan didn't even glance at him. He just stared at me, his eyes resolute. My body's still tough. I'm not afraid of hard work. I glanced at that crowd of jeering villagers, and the corner of my mouth curled up. I hope you all won't regret this. Then I waved to the 3 of them. "Come with me." I led Lame Hao and the other 2 back to my house. In the courtyard sat a small pushcart with 9 big, round watermelons on it. Lame Hao stared, dumbfounded. "What in the world are these?" "They're called watermelons, a fruit that doesn't exist in this land." I gave a wave, and Desha came over carrying a few pre-cut slices, handing 1 to each of them. "Try it, it's sweet." The 3 of them stared at the green-skinned, red-fleshed fruit in their hands, brought it up to their noses for a sniff, and a fresh, sweet fragrance drilled straight into their hearts. Lame Hao had been hungry for the better part of the day, so without a second thought about whether it was ripe or not, he opened his mouth and took a huge bite. Icy, sweet juice exploded on his tongue, 10 times sweeter than malt sugar, washing away every bit of the resentment he'd been holding. His eyes went wide, and he shouted through a full mouth, "Sweet. So sweet. Sweeter than honey." Widow Wang took a small bite, and as the sweetness spread, tears welled up without warning. She thought of the piece of candy her mother used to buy her once in a while, Back when she was little and her mother was still alive, it had been just this sweet. But her own child, this old already, had never once tasted anything like it. She choked up and said, "Something this good is bound to sell for a fortune." Old Zhang Xuan's teeth were bad, so he chewed slowly, his eyes full of wonder. What a wonderful thing. I've traveled through all the villages and towns around here, and I've never seen a fruit this sweet and cool besides. Take a bite in summer, and it quenches your thirst better than a drink of cold water. I asked with a smile. So tell me, if you cut one watermelon into 10 slices, how much do you think each slice could sell for? Widow Wang ventured cautiously. 1 coin. You have to understand, at 1 coin a slice, that's 10 coins per melon, which was a laborer's full day's wages. I laughed. Rare things fetch high prices. I'm the only one in the whole world who has these melons. 1 coin is far too cheap. A slice should go for at least 5 coins. Old Zhang Xuan's eyes went wide. Then wouldn't one melon sell for 50 coins? 50 coins was enough to keep an ordinary poor person going for 7 or 8 days. I clasped my hands behind my back and explained patiently. In every dynasty, 95% of the money is clutched in the hands of 5% of the people. 5 coins may seem pricey to you, but to some folks it's nothing at all. Not only will these melons sell without any trouble, the more we sell, the hotter they'll get, and the higher the price will climb. You can sell these melons for whatever you like, but when you buy from me, it's 30 coins each. I'll only sell to the 3 of you, who you turn around and sell to, and for how much is none of my business. What I was really doing was dressing the 3 of them up as the richest people in Big Ox Village, so the whole village could see clearly. Whoever Li Da, wanted to make rich, could become rich. Lame Hao scratched his head. But we don't have any money. He had all of 10 coins to his name. That's fine, you can owe me. I smiled. Here are 30 melons, 10 for each of you. So each of you owes me 300 coins. Right now I'll go with you to town to sell them, and you can pay me back once they're sold. If they don't sell and there's a loss, I'll eat it. Just bring the melons back to me. The 3 of them lit up at once. This was a business with no capital down, a guaranteed profit. They could see plainly that I was backing the 3 of them not because they had any special skills, but purely to help them out. Come on, load up the cart. Let's go sell melons in town. Before long, we arrived at the busiest street in the county town. People streamed back and forth, and peddlers were everywhere. Lame Hao's eyes lit up. This place is packed. The melons are sure to sell. But I shook my head. There are plenty of people, but they're not our customers. Melons at 5 coins a slice. Can these common folk afford them? Lame Hao thought about it. And it was true. These were people who couldn't even bring themselves to eat a 1-coin meat bun, let alone buy fruit at 5 coins a slice. I raised my hand and pointed ahead at the county government office. We'll sell over there. Widow Wang frowned. That's the front gate of the magistrate's office. Common folk are all afraid of officials. Nobody dares set up a stall there. There's hardly anyone around. Will that even work? I smiled. It's precisely because there are few people that we should go. Ordinary folk don't dare loiter outside the magistrate's office. Anyone bold enough to hang around there must be someone with power and influence. People like that are the ones who can afford watermelon at 5 coins a slice. They're our real customers. Widow Wang, Lame Hao, and old Zhang Xuan followed me to the front gate of the county office, all of them a bit nervous inside. The place was indeed just as Widow Wang had described. Ordinary passers-by gave it a wide berth. The occasional person who did pass was either a constable in official uniform or a minor clerk on horseback, or else a well-dressed rich person. We're setting up right here? Lame Hao leaned on his cane and edged off to the side, terrified of blocking the path of some official lord. Old Zhang Xuan looked around too, uneasy. It's quiet here, all right, but will anyone actually stop to buy melons? I didn't say much. I just pointed at the cart. Get the melons down and cut 2 open to display. Once the fragrance wafts out, customers will come on their own. The 3 of them hurried to do as I said. Old Zhang Xuan picked up the knife and carefully sliced open a melon. Crack, a crisp sound, and the bright red flesh was exposed, a fresh, sweet fragrance instantly spreading out. Not long after we'd set up, a minor clerk in a blue official robe came out of the office, holding a scroll of documents, brow furrowed as if pondering something. As he passed the stall, his steps halted, and his nose instinctively sniffed the air. His eyes fell on that half melon, and he asked, puzzled, "What kind of fruit is this you're selling? Green skin, red flesh. I've never seen anything like it." Widow Wong took a deep breath and worked up the courage to step forward. "Sir, this is called watermelon. It's a rare thing, sweet and thirst-quenching. Would you like to try a taste?" The clerk hesitated. He'd served in his post for years and had seen plenty of rare and exotic fruits, but never anything like this. "How much for a slice?" 5 coins a slice. Widow Wong's heart pounded after she said it, afraid he'd think it too expensive. To her surprise, the clerk didn't even raise an eyebrow. He fished out 5 coins and handed them over. "Give me a slice to try." Old Zhang Xuan quickly cut a slice and passed it to him. The clerk took a bite. The icy, sweet juice melted in his mouth, and the summer heat instantly faded away by half. His eyes lit up. "So sweet. It quenches your thirst better than chilled plum juice." He finished it in a few bites, then pulled out 50 more coins. "Cut me 10 more slices and wrap them in lotus leaves. I'll take them back for the magistrate to try." At that, all 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Just like that, they'd sold 11 slices and taken in 55 coins. Keep in mind, it usually took them 7 or 8 days of hard work to earn 50 or 60 coins, and now it had landed in their hands in a matter of minutes. This wasn't business, it was practically robbing the till. Before long, 2 rich men in silks passed by, and seeing the clerk buying, they came over too. After one plump rich man had a taste, his eyes bulged. "This flavor is incredible. Even in the capital, I never ate fruit this sweet. How much for a whole one?" 50 coins each, I answered with a smile, full of confidence. 50 coins. I really have never had a melon this expensive, but it's so sweet and juicy. It's worth the price. "Give me 3. 3 watermelons were packed up and carried off in a blink. Widow Wong and Lame Hao exchanged a glance, unable to hide the delight in their eyes. 150 coins, just like that? After that, the watermelons sold even hotter than I'd expected. As if the clerk had spread the word, everyone in the office came pouring out to buy melons. All 30 watermelons were sold clean in the time it takes an incense stick to burn, with a crowd still gathered around the stall clamoring to buy. "Boss, will you be back tomorrow? If so, bring more." I cupped my hands toward the crowd and said with a smile, "Absolutely, absolutely." Looking back at the 3 of them, they were so overwhelmed they were nearly moved to tears. 30 melons had sold for a full 1,500 coins. That was 1.5 taels of silver. Many people couldn't earn that much in a whole year, yet by following me, they'd made it in the time it takes an incense stick to burn. I looked at the coins and silver bits in my hand and pulled out the capital I was owed. We agreed. The melons are 30 coins each from me, and how much you sell them for is your business. This 900 coins is my capital. The remaining 600, 200 for each of the 3 of you, is your profit. With that, I divided up the money. The 3 of them were so excited their hands were trembling. Other people made 200 coins in a whole month. They'd made it in a single day following me. And this was only the beginning. I told them they could sell for whatever they wanted, and with melons this popular, raising prices and making over 1,000 coins a day was no fantasy. As the heavy copper coins were held out before him, Lame Hao's hands trembled first. He stared at the money, his lips quivering for a long while, and then suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud, his cane clattering to the ground, tears splashing onto the gray bricks. "Brotherly Da, in all my life, Lame Hao has never been treated with respect. Everyone thought I was useless, but you're the only one who didn't look down on me. And you even brought me along to make money." Widow Wong clutched her purse tight against her chest. This money could buy her child new padded clothes, could let her child eat their fill at every meal. She wiped away her tears and slowly knelt down too. "Brotherly Da, you're the savior of me and my child. From now on, my child will never go hungry again. I'll remember this kindness for the rest of my life." Old Zhang Xuan was old and his knees were bad, but he slowly bent down and kowtowed. "Li Da, my boy, back then your parents saved my life, and now you've shown me a way to live. From now on, if you say go east, I'll never go west. My life is yours." Smiling, I helped each of the 3 to their feet. "Since you're willing to trust me, I'll never let you down. I'm going to make you the richest people in Big Ox Village, next to me." The 3 of them nodded again and again. After the gratitude had passed, old Zhang Xuan was just about to pack up the stall when a group of saber-wielding constables suddenly poured out of the office. The one leading them was none other than the head constable, Chen Tian. "Halt! I hear there's a melon seller at the county office gate raking in silver. Didn't you know you're supposed to hand over your taxes?" First thing that morning, Chen Tian had heard there was a melon seller at the gate charging 50 coins a melon and still couldn't keep up with demand. How could he not muscle in on a business that profitable? He'd immediately led a dozen-plus constables out and had the stall surrounded tight. The moment he saw me, he was stunned for a beat. Then a monstrous hatred surged in his eyes. That day I'd forced him to his knees and made him slap his own face. He'd never forget it as long as he lived. He'd searched for me like a madman afterward, but not knowing my name or where I lived, he'd come up empty for the longest time. He'd never dreamed I would have the nerve to come sell melons right at the office gate. "Constable Chun, what a coincidence. Want some melon?" "Sorry, all sold out." I smiled, not the least bit afraid of him. Chen Tian gripped the hilt of his saber and scanned the area. Only after confirming that the 10 burly men with iron rods weren't at my side did he let out a cold snort. "Last time you had help, and you got lucky and slipped away. Let's see who helps you this time. Not only did you assault a head constable and resist arrest, you also dodged your taxes. Come with me to the jail for a spell first." With that, he reached out to grab me. Widow Wang panicked at once and threw herself in front of Chen Tian. "Officer, we were wrong. This is all the money from today's melon sales. It's all yours as tribute. Please, spare us and let us live." Old Zhang Xuan and Lame Hao hurriedly held out every copper coin in their hands as well. At the sight of those 600 coins, Chen Tian's eyes went wide. Head constable though he was, he only earned 1 or 2 taels of silver a month. And these melon peddlers had made more than he did. "You want me to let you go? That's not impossible." He crossed his arms and looked down at me from on high. "Do you know where this is?" "The front gate of the county office. Selling melons here without anyone backing you, you're bound to run into trouble sooner or later. From now on, if you want to sell melons here, cut me in for 50% of the profits. With me, a head constable, backing you, I guarantee no one will dare give you any trouble. What do you say?" I gave a cold laugh. Wasn't this just an ancient version of a protection racket? Wanting 50% for doing absolutely nothing. Chen Tian really had some nerve. Just as I was figuring out how to deal with him, the system's pleasant chimes suddenly rang in my ears. Mission issued, depending on the host's choice, received different rewards. Choice 1. Agree to Chen Tian's terms and receive 10 loyal hounds. Choice 2. Refuse Chen Tian's demand and receive 10 war donkeys. Choice 3. Beat the daylights out of Chen Tian and receive 1 super breeding boar. Any sow it mates with will give birth in a day and be ready for market in 2. These 3 options stumped me on the spot. Every one was a fine thing. But the one that tempted me most was that super breeding boar. A sow could birth anywhere from 5 to 20 piglets a litter. Even figuring 10, at 10 coins a pound of meat and 300 pounds per pig, that's 3 taels of silver a pig. 10 pigs would be 30 taels, 30 taels of income every 2 days. Wasn't that money pouring in by the bucket load? To rise up in a chaotic age like this, you need soldiers. To have soldiers, you need money. Only with money can you recruit troops and buy horses. After weighing it all, I made up my mind. I'd beat Chen Tian. "Hey, have you decided or not? This money, are you handing it over or not?" Chen Tian had grown impatient and rapped the hilt of his saber against my cart. I grinned. "I'll hand over your mother." The words had barely left my mouth when I planted a kick square in his gut. Thud, a dull sound, and Chen Tian went flying, crashing down onto his knees, his face going deathly pale in an instant. "Cut him down." Chen Tian pointed at me, his eyes red with fury. Shing, the dozen-odd constables around me all drew their sabers at once. The gleam of those blades sent a jolt through my chest, and I quickly shouted, "I'd like to see who dares." With that, I pulled out the token that the young lady Lu had given me. "I have the Lu family token right here. Who among you dares raise a blade against me?" The moment the constables saw the token, they all turned their heads toward Chen Tian. The Lu family was one of the most prominent households in the county town, and the head of the family held no small standing. Chen Tian's expression turned utterly grim. Head constable though he was, The Liu family was not someone he could afford to offend. But swallowing this humiliation just like that was more than he could stomach. After hesitating a good while, he gritted his teeth and roared, "Don't use blades. Use your fists. Beat him black and blue for me." He figured that as a man of the county office, with the magistrate himself backing him, surely the Liu family couldn't do much to him over a simple beating. The dozen-odd constables obeyed too, sheathing their sabers one after another and closing in on me, cracking their knuckles. But I smiled. A dozen men with sabers rushing me all at once. I'd surely be no match. But a dozen bare-fisted men rushing me all at once that I could take a shot at. Don't forget, I not only had the body of a star athlete, I had the full skill set of a top-tier UFC fighter. They lunged at me like hungry wolves. The short one in front swung a fist straight at my face. I twisted my body into a sudden sidestep, dodging it by a hair, and my right fist came whistling down onto the bridge of his nose. Crack, a crisp sound. The short man shrieked, blood gushing from his nose, and collapsed clutching his face, unable even to crawl back up. A tall, hulking one had just wrapped his arms around my waist, but before he could apply any force, I drove an elbow into his ribs from behind. He grunted, his face going pale, and his grip loosened. Seizing the moment, I bent down, locked his wrist, and cranked his arm sharply upward. My arm. He dropped to his knees, tears and snot streaming. The one on the left aiming a kick hadn't even landed his foot on me before I hooked his ankle with my leg and sent him sprawling face first into the dirt. Just as he tried to get up, my knee was already driving into his gut. He curled up on the ground like the tendons had been ripped out of him, retching. A lanky one tried to sneak up from behind and reached out to lock my throat. Without even turning my head, I swept my right hand back, grabbed his wrist, and spun around, hauling his arm up over my shoulder and slamming it down. He crashed hard onto the gray bricks and lay still for a good long while. Then two more tried to pincer me from both sides. I charged straight in, blocked one punch with my left hand, and drove my right fist into the other's jaw. The man was knocked out cold on the spot. The last one still tried to throw a follow-up punch, but I kicked him in the outside of the knee. Crack, and he clutched his knee and bawled. In less time than it takes to drink half a cup of tea, a dozen-odd constables were sprawled across the ground, not one of them able to stand. I stood in the middle of them without a speck of dust on me, my eyes cold as ice, sweeping over the two who still hadn't dared move. "You two want to try me too?" Their legs went weak and they backed away, one step after another. They'd never dare come forward now. Chen Tian sat slumped on the ground, his pupils shrinking sharply. He'd assumed a dozen men could easily take me down, but he'd never expected this kid to be so vicious, every punch drawing blood, every elbow finding bone. This was no ordinary commoner. This was clearly a ruthless killer who wouldn't blink at ending a life. The three of them, Widow Wong and the others, watched, dumbstruck. They'd taken me for a pampered young master from a landowner's family. Who could have guessed I was such a fighter? A dozen constables who fought all year round were like paper in my hands. I cracked my knuckles and closed in on Chen Tian. "Now then, still want your 50% protection cut from me?" Chen Tian swallowed hard, but he still put on a tough front, tearing his voice open to shout toward the office. "Somebody help. Someone's beating constables at the county office gate. Come quick." Before long, a dozen-odd bailiffs came charging out with elm cudgels as thick as arms, surrounding the three of us in the middle. At the sight of those dozen-odd cudgels, I didn't dare make any rash moves. I could handle a dozen bare-handed men single-handedly, but going up against men with weapons, forget me. Even 3 to 5 professional fighters would get taken down. "Everybody hold still. Anyone who so much as twitches gets his leg broken by a cudgel," the lead bailiff roared, his cudgel nearly jabbing into my chest. Just then, a voice ringing with official authority cut through the clamor. "Insolence! Right in front of the county office. What disgraceful behavior is this?" The bailiffs surrounding us instantly froze and parted to make way. A middle-aged man in a blue brocade robe with a black jade belt at his waist walked out. It was none other than the county magistrate's deputy, Zhou Wenbin. This Zhou Wenbin was Chen Tian's colleague and, on top of that, a drinking and dining buddy. He'd pocketed no small amount of tribute from Chen Tian over the years, so seeing his own man come out on the losing end, he naturally sided with Chen Tian. "Insolent wretch. You dare cause trouble at the office gate. Are you tired of living? Chen Tian latched onto him like a lifeline, scrambling and crawling over to Zhou Wenbin's feet, wailing. Deputy Zhou, this Li Da is utterly lawless. We were collecting his melon tax by the rules, and not only did he refuse to pay a single coin, he assaulted the constables and insulted an imperial official. Just look at the men, broken arms, bloody noses. He stole a glance at Zhou Wenbin's expression, then piled it on thicker. He even said the county office is nothing but a den of thieves, called you and me maggots, and said he has no regard whatsoever for the imperial law. Those words lit Zhou Wenbin's fuse completely. He strode up in front of me, jabbed a finger at my nose, and thundered, "What an insolent commoner who doesn't know his place. You dare evade taxes, strike an officer, and insult your superiors. By law, tax evasion is 50 strokes of the cudgel, and striking an officer means exile 3,000 li. Men, bind this insolent wretch, and take these 3 accomplices at his side back to the jail as well." "Yes, sir," the bailiffs answered in unison. Widow Wang was so terrified that tears streamed down her face. She tugged at my sleeve and sobbed quietly. "Brotherly duh, what do we do now?" Chen Tian scrambled up off the ground, sidled in behind Zhou Wenbin, and shot me a smug, malicious grin. "Li Da, oh Li Da, weren't you quite the fighter just now? Now that the deputy magistrate is here, let's see how arrogant you can be. Once you're in jail, I'll take real good care of you. I'll let you taste the whip and the branding iron." As the saying goes, common folk don't fight officials, and in ancient times all the more so. In this age, there were no well-developed channels for spreading word. So if you truly ran into an unjust or wrongful case, ordinary people had nowhere to even cry out their grievances. In this tiny county town, the deputy and the magistrate were local emperors. Whoever they wanted dead had to die. Relax, I won't be going to any jail. You, on the other hand, are the one who's about to get taught a good lesson. I grinned at Chen Tian. The truth was, I had a loyalty card stashed away in my portable storehouse. Use it, and I could make any single person 100% loyal to me. Going forward, my people would be coming into town to sell melons, and there'd be no avoiding dealings with the county office. Not having someone of my own on the inside would be terribly inconvenient. This Zhou Wenbin before me was a high-ranking official besides. Using the card on him wouldn't be a waste at all. "Men, drag these insolent wretches off to the jail," Zhou Wenbin ordered impatiently. At that moment, pretending to straighten my sleeve, my fingertips touched the loyalty card in the storehouse, and I silently willed, "Use it." The card instantly transformed into a shaft of invisible light and drilled into Zhou Wenbin's body. He stiffened abruptly, and the ferocity in his eyes seemed to drain away, gradually clearing. He blinked, first glancing at Chen Tian beside him with a look full of disgust, then turning to face me. The authority of a moment ago was utterly gone, replaced by cautious respect. He even edged half a step forward and bowed slightly. "This, Master Li Da, I was muddle-headed just now and foolishly believed a villain's slander. I've offended you greatly. Please forgive me." That one utterance, "Master Li Da," left everyone present stunned. Chen Tian was even more thunderstruck, his grin frozen on his face, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. "The Deputy Zhou? Why are you calling him master?" "He's an insolent commoner." Zhou Wenbin whipped his head around, his eyes cold enough to kill, and barked, "Silence, you lie-spewing wretch. It was clearly you who tried to extort him, and when you were refused, you flew into a rage and let the constables assault people. And you still dare twist black into white. Do you take the office's laws for mere decoration?" He turned to the bailiffs. "Bind Chen Tian for me, and these constables on the ground who did the beating. Take them all back to the office, give each 20 heavy strokes of the cudgel, and strip them of their constable ranks." The bailiffs were utterly bewildered. Just now they'd been ordered to bind Li Da. How had it turned into binding Chen Tian? "What? Do my words no longer carry weight?" Zhou Wenbin shouted furiously, and only then did they scramble to drop their cudgels and rush over to pin down the still-dazed Chen Tian. Chen Tian struggled desperately. "Deputy Zhou, have you gone mad? We're friends. How can you help him instead of me?" Zhou Wenbin was utterly unmoved. "I recognize only the law, not personal ties. You extort the common folk and bully the good on a daily basis. And today you publicly extorted a man and slandered him with false charges. The evidence is ironclad. No more arguing. Chen Tian's hands were bound behind his back, his face flushing crimson. In that very instant, he caught sight of my half-smiling expression, and suddenly it all became clear to him. This leader clearly had ties to the deputy magistrate, and terrifyingly strong ones at that. Then, thinking of the Liu family token I'd produced and those 10 uncanny strongmen at my side, a chill shot down Chen Tian's spine. This leader was clearly a figure of unfathomable backing, a very big deal. Realizing this, Chen Tian hurriedly dropped to his knees before me, crying out, "Lord Li, I know I was wrong. I beg you, ask the deputy magistrate to spare me." I crossed my arms and gave a little smile. "Sorry, but I don't have a grandson like you. The deputy magistrate enforces the law fairly. What could a mere commoner like me possibly say to change his mind? You'd best go reflect on things quietly in jail." The moment I finished speaking, Chen Tian was dragged away by several bailiffs. After Chen Tian was hauled off, Zhou Wenbin immediately took on an even more respectful demeanor, bowing to me again and again. "Master Li Da, I gave you quite a fright just now. I've prepared some tea in the back hall. Would you honor me by coming to sit for a while?" I glanced at Widow Wang and the other two and instructed them, "Wait for me at the gate. I'll be right back. I'll have a word with the deputy magistrate about our melon business going forward while I'm at it." Zhou Wenbin personally ushered me into the office and into an elegant study. Once the bailiffs had shut the door and withdrawn, leaving just the two of us in the room, he immediately bowed. "Master Li Da, rest assured, from this day on, my life is yours. Whatever you command, even if it means climbing a mountain of blades or wading through a sea of fire, I won't utter a word of complaint." I picked up my tea and took a sip. "There's no need for such formality, Deputy Zhou. I sought you out simply to lay down a rule. Please, sir, speak." He straightened up at once, afraid of missing a single word. "These 3 people I've brought along will be selling watermelons at the county office gate every single day from now on." I set down my teacup. "I want you to issue an order. From today, only these 3 may set up stalls and sell melons on this street, and no one else may sell any fruit on it. Whoever dares break this rule, you know what to do." Zhou Wenbin felt a jolt and immediately understood that I was moving to monopolize the fruit trade at the office gate. Everyone who passed along this street was either an official or a rich person. It was prime real estate. But he didn't hesitate for even a moment. He bowed right away and answered, "I understand, sir. First thing tomorrow morning I'll post signs at both ends of the street, restricting melon sales to the 3 households, Wang, Hao, and Zhang, and I'll send bailiffs to patrol. Anyone who dares violate it gets 20 strokes of the cudgel first, then gets driven off." I nodded, satisfied, and rose to take my leave. Zhou Wenbin saw me all the way to the office gate, and only after watching us push the empty cart off into the distance did he turn and go back inside. The moment the 3 of them saw me come out, they gathered around. Lame Hao couldn't help asking, "Brotherly duh, the deputy magistrate didn't give you a hard time, did he?" I smiled. "No trouble at all. He said that from now on, when we sell melons at the office gate, no one will dare cause us any trouble. On this street, only our 3 households can sell watermelons." At those words, the 3 of them lit up instantly. Monopolizing an entire street's business meant never having to worry about anyone stealing customers again, and the money would only roll in faster. Soon, I brought the 3 of them back to Big Ox Village. When we reached the gate of the Li home, I told them, "I'll only put out 100 melons a day. I guarantee each of you will get at least 30. As for the remaining 10, that's up to whichever of the 3 of you has the skill to grab them. From now on, when you come to buy melons, just see my wife." The 3 of them quickly nodded their thanks and hurried off home. They needed to scrape together money to buy melons right away. To get rich fast, they'd have to borrow money and buy up the melons first. That was the way to recoup their capital quickly. After the 3 of them left, I didn't rush home. Instead, I made my way to the wasteland beside the Li house. My home was at the very southern edge of Big Ox Village, and this plot sat right up against the house, a full 10 acres. Back when my parents were alive, there'd been hired hands to help tend it, but ever since my family fell on hard times, these 10 acres had gone to waste along with everything else. In the past, as a lazy, gluttonous young master of a wealthy family, I hadn't the faintest idea how to farm. But now that I had the super greenhouse, this land could be brought back into cultivation. For helping Lame How and the other two get rich, the system's reward had already come through. This super greenhouse. I opened the system to take a look. Super greenhouse. The structure is incredibly sturdy. Ordinary sharp objects can't cut through it. And it's fireproof and waterproof besides. The 10 acres inside will bring anything you plant to maturity in 10 days, unaffected by weather or season. This greenhouse was truly miraculous. But then a thought struck me. If such a greenhouse just popped up out of nowhere on my 10 acres, wouldn't the villagers get suspicious? Just as I was fretting over this, the system chimed again. Once built, the super greenhouse comes with built-in plausibility and will not arouse anyone's suspicion. Wonderful. Then what was I waiting for? Build it. I planted myself in the wasteland and silently willed, build the super greenhouse. The words had barely formed when a faint white glow appeared before my eyes, enveloping these 10 acres of wasteland, yet it didn't spread outward in the slightest. Even the villagers passing by not far off noticed nothing at all. In their eyes, I was merely standing in the field, mulling over how to grow crops. Within the white glow, light brown wooden posts drilled up out of the soil one after another, lined up in perfect rows. Then a layer of semi-transparent membrane unfurled from the tops of the posts, covering the entire plot. Finally, the soil in the field churned, turning soft and fertile, giving off a faint, fresh scent of earth. The whole process was utterly silent, and once 5 minutes were up, the white glow dispersed, leaving a neatly built greenhouse standing before me. From the outside, it looked no different from the greenhouses ordinary farmers put up, but inside it was far more spacious and sturdy. I pushed open the bamboo and wood door on the side and walked in. The 10 acres were divided into neat little plots, the soil dark, soft, and fertile. Ample light filtered through the greenhouse roof. The temperature was just right, and even coming in from the blazing heat outside, it didn't feel stuffy at all. More amazing still, every few steps along the ground there was a tiny groove. The system said this was a simple automatic seepage irrigation system. This is just too incredible. I was thoroughly pleased. Next came the question of what to plant. If I planted rare things that didn't exist in ancient times, I could reap huge profits on the rare things fetch high prices principle. But that wouldn't win me the people's hearts. In this age, most common folk couldn't even eat their fill. If I sold the good stuff exclusively to the rich, wouldn't I be setting myself against the common people? Better to plant something with a high yield per acre, so even the poor could afford it. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the realm. The two highest yielding things in my storehouse were these. The first was sweet potatoes, which could yield 3,500 to 5,000 pounds per acre. In an ancient era when an acre brought in a mere 1 or 200 pounds, that was an outright curb stomp. But I chose not to plant them. Sweet potatoes weren't suited to be a staple food, and worst of all, they were far too conspicuous. Sweet potatoes simply didn't exist in this world, so the moment they appeared, I feared I'd draw the attention of scheming people. Besides sweet potatoes, that left hybrid rice. Rice already existed in this world, only its yield was 1 or 200 pounds an acre, whereas my rice could bring in 1,000 pounds an acre. The most important thing was, since rice already existed in this world, my rice wouldn't be too eye-catching. Having decided to plant rice, the next question was whether to plant all 10 acres at once, or 1 acre a day over 10 days. Plant it all at once, and there'd be no continuity to it. After thinking it over, I decided on 1 acre a day. That way, 10 days later, I'd have 1 acre coming in every single day, and the greenhouse could supply 1,000 pounds of grain daily. In this world, rice was a refined grain, selling for 8 to 10 coins a pound. Ordinary folk couldn't bear to eat it. But to win people's hearts, I decided to sell it at 3 coins a pound. True, hybrid rice was only so in flavor, but pitted against the ancient rice of this world, its taste could still crush the competition. This was different from the watermelons. Watermelons weren't a necessity, so I didn't care how much Lame How and the others sold them for. But this rice, I'd sell it to fellow villagers at 3 coins, and if they wanted to sell it onward, they could charge at most 5 coins. Any higher, and the very people eating the rice would curse me, Lida, as a man without a conscience. With everything settled, I took the hybrid rice seeds from my storehouse and scattered them across the ground, then summoned the old farmer who tended the watermelons and had him plant these rice seeds slowly over the course of 10 days. Once all that was done, I made my way over to the house next door. Living next door was an old bachelor whose home was bare as bones, about as poor gets. The reason I'd come to his place was that I had my eye on his one and only asset, a sow. I planned to buy the man, the sow, and this property all in one go. After all, I held that super breeding boar. Any sow it mated with would give birth in a day and be ready for market in 2. A sow could birth 5 to 20 piglets a litter. Even figuring 10, at 10 coins a pound of meat and 300 pounds a pig, that's 3 taels of silver a pig. 10 pigs would be 30 taels of income every 2 days. Wasn't that money pouring in by the bucket load? The only pity was that this super breeding boar could only mate with one sow. Otherwise, wouldn't I be making an absolute fortune?